Welcome to Super Saturday, and you know what that means? It's 4 more juicy matches right here on Call of Duty League.
First up, it's the Spanish squad taking the league by storm. Miami Heretics look to stay perfect against the Minnesota Røkkr.
Then, the Vegas Legion try to bounce back after a very tough loss. Do they have what it takes to derail the New York Subliners?
The Atlanta FaZe boys are looking unstoppable. I wonder how many more records Simp will break tonight against the Seattle Surf.
And we cap it all off tonight with the Carolina Royal Ravens primetime special. Can Clayster pull off another miracle against the Toronto Ultra? It all starts right now on the Call of Duty League. Let's get it on.
Push. Yeah.
Okay, I got you, bro.
Yeah, push. Yeah, weakest. I'm freaking. Say live. Hold connected. No. He's connected, going red to Deli. I'm shrieking Deli now.
I'm holding.
For Deli now.
I have him trapped red.
Go! Come on, man! Come back.
6 straight, bro. And we're live now. Welcome in, everybody. It's the Call of Duty League, pugging alongside Alley, Cat, and Nameless. And Alley, we are gearing up for another Super Saturday. Why is it so super?
It's so super because we have 4 matches to get through.
That's right. Not get through. Enjoy, Alley. And Nameless, we have a great one to start the day. But before we get into all of that, let's reflect on last week and maybe yesterday. Highlight of the game. MW3 has been out for a month and a half so far. What are you loving on the competitive side?
We've seen some crazy clutches. I mean, yesterday, if you want to go specific there, Ghosty's 1v3 and then 6 rounds straight, just absolutely incredible. And then the performance of the Heretics. I mean, we keep talking about them and what they bring to the league. That energy, that pace of play, we love to see it.
We're going to take a look at a lot of highlights today, but first, here's your schedule. 4 matches coming your way, and it all starts in about 15 minutes, and that'll be with Miami back in action against Røkkr. Subliners put their perfect record up against the Vegas Legion, and Seattle take on Atlanta FaZe. We close it out with Clayster and Carolina taking on Toronto before their match against OpTic to open up things on Sunday. It's a rowdy weekend. It's only week number 2. Boston's coming up at the end of January, and so far Boston, well, they've been on the losing side of their matches. Let's take a look at what happened against the Thieves yesterday, because we all 3 went green on the desk. And I said it, if we all go Boston, it means Thieves are going to 3-0. They 3-0'd Boston, Alley.
Yeah, they quite literally did. I think what's incredible about LA Thieves right now is this matchup definitely put them on everybody's radar. They had an opportunity. They're a younger team, and they took Boston Breach by storm. First, it was in map number 1 with a dominant hardpoint win, and then it was Ghosty. They're down 0-4. What does he do? The man that was on OpTic last year as a rookie goes in a 1v3 situation. And then moving on from there, LA Thieves win 5 more rounds in a row. Afro goes on a 7 spree. You could hear it in the comms in the beginning of the show. Incredible stuff by LA Thieves.
Up 4-0, you lose that game 6-4. We asked Ghosty about it afterwards. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, normally you see the adjustments happening like rounds 2 through 4 anyways, but we just weren't coming out with like good enough initial strats. But as soon as we adapted, obviously the 1v3 helped turn the tides. Once the 1v3 happened, we kind of knew we had to start shifting the way that we were playing, and it ended up working out. We banged out 6 straight.
6 straight. You heard it from Ghosty. They also take that game 3. A 3-0 puts another win next to LA Thieves. And I got to get your thoughts here on this matchup. What did you see, Nameless? What was happening there on Boston's side? What was winning there for LA Thieves?
Yeah, you know, I'll talk about that game. Well, first of all, game 1 in the hard point. That palace break, beautiful. I mean, they just dominated them the entire time. But that game 2, I mean, the adjustments, you heard Ghosty talking about it. Like, our initial strats just weren't good enough. Well, what did they do? They started playing extremely aggressive. Joedecieves was picking up bloods left and right. Had 3 in the last 5 rounds, which is absolutely incredible. But being able to make that type of adjustment for such a young team that just started is very impressive, right? Against a team like Boston Breach, like you're going up against some great players, like Slasher and Priestahh are world champions. So for LA Thieves, that's a great turnaround, and a lot is on the coaching staff. You know, J-Cap and Shane getting these guys ready day in and day out.
Ali, how did Afro play yesterday? He was our question mark or X factor coming into week 2.
I think Afro did great. He was definitely more comfortable after that map number 2, because map number 3 for LA Thieves, I mean, they probably could have just closed their eyes with how easily they took it in the 3-0 fashion. And there's a lot of pressure on him, right? I feel like a lot of these players, it was always a question of consistency last year, specifically on Cammy, specifically on Afro. So again, to see them come back from being down so much map number 2 and then to dominate map number 3, I think this tells a lot for such a young team, that they have the composure and they have trust in just their abilities as players.
All right, LA Thieves have a win. They're going to look to go 500 against LA Guerrillas, who have gone to multiple game 5s but are still looking for their first dub. That is going down tomorrow at 4:30, our mid-match on the day. We'll also see OpTic starting on Sunday, but they matched up against Surge yesterday, and this was the big banger match of the week that we highlighted, because Surge, a perfect 2-0 record. OpTic, that round 11 loss to the Subliners, but looking way cleaner recently.
Yeah, this was a big game. I mean, you talk about storylines early on. You got Rambo, the ex-coach, now the coach of Seattle Surge. You got Illey and Huke, who were just on the team going up against OpTic, so you know they wanted to get this victory. And they went up about 125, 130 points on that map number 1. And what happens? OpTic Texas rally all the way back into that game, and they end up getting the victory. It's Kenny with the heroic efforts. And then, you know, going into game 2, a search and destroy, you feel so comfortable if you're Seattle Surge and your performances so far. Well, Ali, what happens?
I mean, I didn't realize Kenny was such a sneaky player, getting past Ticket and ended up breaking in the final hill for them to take map 1. And then beyond that, I definitely thought the search and destroy was going to go Seattle Surge's way. They early on showed us that they were going to be a disgusting map 2 team. And what does OpTic do? They start slowing it down. They start pulling the pace of this game back. And it was really just off the side of teamwork for OpTic Texas. It was a big question mark of chemistry. They have 2 new players, Kenny and Pred, who after the first series, people already started flagging Pred for, oh, is he as good as this game as he was last year? Well, he certainly shut them up when it came to this map number 4, Terminal Hardpoint. Again, Seattle, we thought this was going to be their map. What does OpTic do? They ego challenge them on it, and they had the perfect counter every single time. OpTic Texas, a top 3 respawn team already.
Pred looking like a great white shark. He smelled blood, and he was just going after all members of the Surge. OpTic drowns them out 3-1 as they improve to 2-1 on the season. They have matching scores. OpTic wins the tiebreaker with that head-to-head as of now. We got to talk a little bit about Atlanta, though, because they are perfect after our first week. 2-0 coming into week number 2. And Simp, well, he's looking like the most valuable player in the history of Call of Duty based on 2 matches here, Ali. What do you like about the guy?
I mean, he's the best player in the game, you know what I'm saying? I mean, this is his ace. He gets through the smoke. I mean, for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, this might be a little bold of me to say, but I already think they're going to be the best team in the game, simply because I feel like we've gone back a couple of years when we were talking about the Atlanta FaZe dynasty, you know, this core 3, now the addition of Drazah. I mean, a 1.29 overall, his search and destroy, a 1.5. Even though it's number 3, the people above him, those are people with about 1 or 2 matches. So I think this is definitely going to be the player to watch for the rest of the year.
He's here, he's there, he's every freaking where. Chrysler.
Chrysler.
All right, let's talk about his teammates, though, because you brought Drazah in to get this aggressiveness that you're seeing from the young man. aBeZy and Cellium, mainstays here on this FaZe lineup. For anyone who's missed the first week of action in MW3, what's the greatest strength of FaZe in your eyes?
Their slaying ability. Their greatest strength. I mean, they got a lot of strengths, Chris,
Yeah.
but their slaying ability and just being able to drop strategy and team diff anybody that they're going against is obviously a huge plus for the squad. But for Atlanta FaZe, I mean, they played LA Thieves in Boston. The Boston game, first match of the season, was really close. Like, they honestly probably should have lost that game. They go up against LA Thieves. They win that one, but it was also pretty close. So I think for Atlanta FaZe, we just got to see them against one of the heavier hitters that we have in the league. But no matter what, this team is going to be in the top 4 discussion all year long. It's always like that, and there's no reason to think differently.
2-0 versus 2-1. That's coming up at 6 o'clock as Atlanta FaZe faces off against the Surge. But Miami also is in action today with a perfect record. And the Heretics, They got the best record in the league at 2-0. They've only dropped one map so far, and they were looking clean in their matchup against Vegas. Now, Heretics dropped game number 1, a hard point against Las Vegas Legion, and a lot of people in the chat were like, oh, here comes Legion. But no, Heretics games 2, 3, and 4 all going to Miami. What happened?
I mean, I will say, even though Miami was able to take those 3 invasions in a row, it was a really close matchup. They went to a round 11, they went to a round number 5, and it was only about a 30-point game when it came to that map number 4. So Miami Heretics maybe looked a little bit more human in this series, but I gotta talk about Lucky. I mean, his 6th free in the map number 2, he has a 100% opening duel win rate right now in Search and Destroy. I know it's early to talk about numbers and stats, but that is insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous. And, you know, that Search and Destroy, you thought they were down and out, like they were going to lose it. Well, what happens is, like, dude, they adjusted so well. It was either Lucky or Journey, either one of them taking turns, holding the push through in the spawn, finding Standy. Those are not easy things to do. And this Heretics team, I mean, they're new to the league. They weren't in the league last year. It's just Vickle, the only one who remains. So they got a lot of catching up to do, and they're number 1 right now. So rest of the league, take notice.
It's kind of crazy. Last year, my first week, I instantly became a Scrappy fan from Toronto. This year, I'm instantly a fan of Journey. 24 years old. He was at the top level in Call of Duty, forced to the challenger scene. Now is his chance to rise up with the Heretics. Today, I think he's looking to prove that they are here to stay at the top of the leaderboard. Can they get it done, Allie? You got faith?
Absolutely. This is a team that's been cooking for this, like, revenge for years now. So I think they're always going to have the league on watch.
Let's take a look at when they're playing. If you missed it earlier, Miami back in the games today. You're going to see them all weekend long. Tonight, though, they face off against Røkkr to open things up, and that's where we will begin. On the other side of this commercial break, Miami takes on Minnesota. Can Røkkr get their first dub of the season? We'll find out after the best of 5.
The process of transferring over into civilian life is a real challenge. The fact that the endowment's sole mission is to assist with that process, I think, is pretty admirable. My hope in this partnership with the Call of Duty Endowment is that I can help other veterans come home and find new jobs, new purpose, new missions, still serving others.
Ready to kick it off in the city of Boston, where champions are born. Up. You have 3 players off at spawn. Maybe a chance here. Accuracy. The best.
Lynz is ripping Boston apart. Boston to close this lead. And Lynz is going to just continue to push space for the Zawolabobs team.
Wow.
Maybe come straight through as well.
Awakening versus the world, and he's coming up with a dub. And if you can transition this to New Hill, Awakening is trying to put in absolute work. Slashes up next. He gets them all. The whole team in Demon Jump.
And here we we go. It's Miami Heretics taking on Minnesota, the first match in our second Super Saturday of the 2024 season. And Owakening, the man flexing the muscles unintentionally, is going to be my player to watch today. Minnesota 0-2. You went to a Game 5. You lost that against Legion. You beat OpTic, though, in that search and destroy. Can you get respawns today? I don't think so. I'm going Miami.
Yeah, my bad. I'm also going to go Miami. I think the biggest struggle for Minnesota Røkkr right now is they don't have a game mode that they feel super confident in. And going up against a team like Miami, who has shown that they set the pace very early, it'll be a tough one for them.
Nameless, are you going Minnesota and maybe catching us on the leaderboard?
No, I'm going with Miami.
Me.
I mean, I've just seen some great stuff out of them. And for Minnesota, it's been tough so far. But, you know, small sample size. So I'm not completely out on them just yet.
We'll see if there's any new maps today or if you're going to lose on Invasion a bunch of times, Minnesota. It's time to party with our beautiful casters on the day. We got Merc and Maven. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you so much. Let's get it going, baby. Super Saturday. Time to get nasty. We got some fun matches ahead of us. Listen, Heretics have been lights out so far. I mean, we've seen some vulnerabilities, but when they need to step it up, make a run, they've done just that. I think we knew they were going to be one of our favorite teams in the league. Just we've all been all about the Vamos since Heretics first came in. It's been exciting to see what they can do, but they got tough tests here in Røkkr.
Yeah, you know, but you kind of said, we're going to see something besides Invasion in Hardpoint respawns. Control, you're going to see Invasion once again, but we're going to see Terminal Hardpoint. We're going to see something different in map number 4 as well. So we vetoed that if we are Minnesota Røkkr. And Heretics, the one map they have lost this, yesterday, was Terminal Hardpoint. That's where we're starting.
Yeah, it took Vegas to Invasion choked them out. That was it. Yeah, never got out. But a little bit different here. But Terminal, let's get rocking here. Map number 1 underway. Heretics, Røkkr, ready to go to war.
And as we all know, it's all about sort of that left side of your mini map where Minnesota Røkkr is starting. So you know, Miami, they're going to pick Terminal. In that map pool, that's going to be one of their go-tos if Invasion is not on the board. Some early time going their way, but you just see Minnesota Røkkr there hanging out, just relax, controlling that side of the map for P2.
Now for Lynz, we've been excited to see how he's going to develop as a young player. Look to see, you know, amongst the incredible names we've had with rookies, what sort of name he's going to make for himself. And, you know, just a couple matches in, but so far he's been a pleasure to watch. He's got a great leader and veteran and accuracy to work with. Looking for Big Wake to get back to that dominant skill that we've seen him have at times. And he's going to need it, I think, with his squad. Like, he's got to be a freak.
No, he does. Yeah, he's got to be a star. And then, yeah, you're just looking at the subs. Vivid, obviously, we know how fast of a player he can be. But Lynz is going to have to be a slayer himself. But Heretics to do a very good job making this messy. Lucky through books is trying to find what he does. Now trying to play his life. There is one player left, but this is not good for Minnesota Røkkr. You get a push on through. Accuracy, the last player alive, all the way back. Check-in. See you later. So spawns go the way of Miami. And, well, a lot of the hill time does as well. So you don't have the early spawn side just because, you know, you pick this map, they're going to choose this side. But you get that break that you needed if you are the Heretics.
They get the break, but Lynz and Vivid are the ones getting kills. Because now they look to respond with these 20 seconds. Third hardcore getting ready to pop in. Kind of a 2-2 split you see from Heretics on the rotations. They're looking to take 2 towards outer, 2 hit towards old, and pinch this as they maybe trying to wrap over towards third. But there's a spawn out behind, and Vivid, all are going to get dropped. The only people left on the map will be Røkkr, and they're in prime position.
Yeah, speaking of Lynz, there is 6 in a row. So Lynz, we just saw it, we talked about it. He's going to have to be a bit of a slayer for this team. Shows what he can do right there. Starts to pop off, goes on that spree, gets him a good amount of that time. The final 20 seconds, now over to P3. They are already set up inside a plane.
A Big Wake, can he deal with the pressure coming in? He gets one, teammates looking over him, they get the rest, and once again, just wiped off the board as Heretics. You've had a couple of these 4-down scenarios that allowed maybe some freedom and some breathing room for Røkkr to get in position, gets it up, and Lynz is hitting. My man shooting nukes. 9-4 right now, back on a little bit of a spree. Got one tucked in the corner in security. We'll see if he can pick that up as he continues to rock and roll.
I mean, this is great, but he just needs some help. Vivid is there. They just want to get inside a burger. That's going to be 2 dead, but the spawns are still there. Why? Because you still have the old time. So that's where Røkkr are going to be spawning up towards bottom Eskis. But you're already making this messy. It's just, can you get inside of Røkkr, maybe find some time, put the pressure on the Heretics to have to push forward. Instead, with right as the hill pops, you're gonna get Metals in there. Maybe, well, no, not entirely. Lucky does trade out though on Vivid.
It's crazy how like little that gap looks, right? Like it seems like you've got 5 feet to cross. It's like, all right, man. Like on the main map, you're like, yeah, get to the hard point. You're right there. But it's Call of Duty. You die in a split second. Like that little 5-foot gap to the bar is so hard to get across.
We saw Lynz use the cruise missile, but on the pinch is Metals. So Heretics get inside of Røkkr, they avoid the missile. And now they're just playing their life. So a good job, yeah. I mean, considering what you have P3 control for Røkkr, and then they kind of had them in the blender a little bit. But Heretics, they have calmed things down, getting all this time. And well, with the rest of this, they will tie the game and take the lead.
Yeah, I feel like that, you know, we saw some slow starts in Hardpoint where, you know, at times they've had to rally. They've had to pick things up and get hot. Like once they feel that rhythm and get into their spots, they've been so deadly. We'll see if they can do it within this, but a little bit of a lead change. They're up a second now. Make it 2 as we get ready for our next Hardpoint. P5 is up and Røkkr are in and battling. Accuracy trying to stay up. Røkkr looking for a dub, trying to take on this hot Heretics team to listen in with Minnesota Røkkr. We go.
Nice.
Walking home.
The main time.
I'm gonna throw my tech one, go around right. Got you.
No trouble.
I just came anyway. They're laying down. Back laying down. Back to our main. Still playing there. I didn't know.
He's back on me.
They're peeling.
Yeah, they're back metals.
Yeah, journey with I need hill. I said hill. No trip in hill, guys.
I spawned back left.
Journey lane on. Journey weak. I'm
going office. I'm going office.
Yo, play behind you, I think. No, Journey's mid home. I won't be playing behind you.
Yeah, dead. Metals back hill, laying down, looking challenge statue. Challenge statue metals, nice.
Burger pillar.
I'm repitching front.
I hear you, I'll look right. I'm in the pillar. I set him on the pillar, Pillar Journey.
He's top third red, Last guy time.
Right. No, last guy's right. They're gonna spawn there. He's already crossing.
They're all there.
P2, watch out.
I'm coming to you.
One pitch right now. I would have the pitch, Journey, I have the pitch. He went in the book.
Behind me, top third.
And one's book. Jump down.
Stay down, Joe. I spawned plane.
I see that.
Burger and pillar, right side.
On the car journey.
Metals is in Burger.
Okay, I spawn playing.
Alright, Journey go to the car.
We should go right. Don't let him start this starting.
Alright,
What's that time?
Nice.
Watch that.
Out of listen and back to Joe and I as we get twisted towards the tail end of this hard point. 137-120, still a tight game. Awakening's POV as he's trying to lock down the gap as Heretics trying to hit this cross to get eyes on the hard point, and maybe a lead change looming again as the back and forth affair here from map 1 continues on.
Yeah, I mean, you saw it towards the end of P5 into P1. You had Lynz alive, you know, starting to get a little bit fired up, Awakening with the 2-piece. But somehow Heretics still had the spawns that they wanted. They spawn up behind P2. They're able to take down Lynz, and then that just gives them the spawns to set this up. So I think maybe, you know what, it's very difficult, some of these sort of situations on this map, because it's different than CODs in the past. You cannot leave this area. And some of the gunfights are difficult, but it kind of tests that discipline. You have to be ready for the spawns. They were not, and Heretics takes advantage of it. But a break here at P2, Røkkr right back into it.
When you ask your wife, like, why she fell in love with you, it was like top 3, like, just listen to you break down the game, kind of, you know? Woo!
It might be.
It works for me, Joe. All right, back to the game. 20 seconds left on the hard point. The push coming in. Vivid dealing with it. 3 in a row for him as he gets to 24. Number 1 on the minimap in Metals, kind of behind enemy lines on the plane. He might have this one-on-one. He does. Not going to take it, though. It's Big Wake that can win it, and Røkkr looking to set control for 3.
Yeah, it's going to be, what, a 5-6 point game. So you get a full 50 or 60 here, puts you around 220. You can start really thinking about where do we want to try to put this game away. And Miami are going to have to think about that. So we rotate over towards Burger Town next. But for now, it's all about playing. Can Heretics get on here? This is a very tight setup. You have nobody on the outside of the plane. Avoid sort of the wall base. But yeah, you're just in this plane. It's like a private jet.
The stewards, bro.
Yeah, well, that's a problem, though. When you have no space on the outside, this is going to come down to a 1v1, and Lucky is going to win it. So close. Accuracy almost does it.
He's had moments, as many fans will remember. I know it's Surge, but almost all 4 there. to wipe everybody off the board. But yeah, they'll get in to get the final 25-30 seconds on the rotation side of things. You'll see 1 and 3 hitting right now of Metals in Vickle, bottom left of the map.
Vivid went for this scrap time. He's playing for it, so he got the 1 kill. Maybe just trying to put the pressure on Heretics, because with this time with Burger Town control, Røkkr can win here. So you go for the scrap time. Is that a mistake? Does the risk pay off?
Lucky. Shots through on the cross, a one-on-one at the point, tries to hit the pre-fire, the pistol, Journey able to pop, staying low, stunned up, trying to survive, waiting for help, and the help doesn't get there before the nade hits. So that's a big nade there from Vivid in the sense you get them out of the point, put the pressure on Heretics to still have to get in, and now you just have this Wild Wild West sort of look across, everyone is fighting to try and get in.
Yeah, who's gonna duel?
The standoff.
Who's going to turn around and take their shot? But with 2 dead, yeah, I gotta imagine it's going to be Vickle, and that's going to be it. Just trying to get down, get that new head of hair in the ground, but instead of it's Awakening who takes him out.
Nobody able to get to this, and we got 8 points separating our squads. And what, we're near the tail end of this hard point. No one's really earned much time at all. Journey got in for a moment. Outside of that, it's been blank. That's why 2 minutes are off the play clock. Is a lot of that has happened here. Now we wait for the P5. We get into the bookstore. Everybody ready to rock and ready to read. Vickle and Journey with the openers. Journey trying to hold, Awakening's bunny hopping and trying to hit the shots.
Yeah, but when it's all said and done, sort of a, I don't know, a neutral hill that was, it's a win for Heretics because you have security control. You're going to be set up for P5. You're going to be set up for P1. You know, if we get to that next hill, which we should. Røkkr understand this, being a couple of players who spawn out low SCs if you are Heretics. Maybe a chance for Røkkr, and just as I say that it's a win, it's now a loss for them.
Well, let's see how much of this Røkkr can get. Not going to be able to win the game, but it'll be darn close. What? They'll be like 242, 243 in that realm if they stack the rest of the time. A contest does come in, though. Journey's pulled the rival out, and Journey's getting into the mix. So they'll break back in, looking like a tie game with the rest of the time. Now we focus on the gunfights on rotation. You see the next hard point get ready to pop. What are you seeing, Joe?
Oh, I was just laughing at normally we see 2 or 3 breaks a game on this map, but we just saw 2 in that hill. So, yeah. You know, just talking about the competition, where these 2 are at, just going back and forth on terminal. Journey going on a huge flank here all the way around with that rival 9, trying to maybe make the play to allow his team to win, and that could be a 3 dead. He knows where Lynz is. MCW, that is the 3-piece for him. Now 23 seconds away from winning map number 1. They could do it here.
Journey with the flank, with the play. Will that be enough to get the win, but his teammates dropping around him. They're going to need Journey to go massive again. The first is there, snaps on the second, maybe a little damage in that sets up Lucky. They are still in the hard point. They are still holding. Now a one-on-one near the point.
I know you're there.
Shooting it. Doesn't look like that's working.
How much time's on the, so yeah, 20 seconds. They gotta go. They gotta go because P2 spawns right now are controlled for Røkkr. So Heretics are going to have to take this fight sooner or later. That's going to be the 10 seconds. With this contest, Røkkr in a good spot now. So, yeah, you're going to get these couple of seconds. You see the white arrows. They had to go. The comms needed to be there for Heretics to try to win on that hill. And now Røkkr are in control of this game.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of one-on-one that never happened, it just ended up being a contest, right? That contest was enough to see this next hard point. Now they make the rally. Now they make the run. 8 points needed for Heretics. 10 now needed for Røkkr. They're in the point. They got the crossfire. Awakening, accuracy, lighten up the feed, lead change, over to Røkkr, and a chance to close this out. Spawning out deep is Heretics. They've got to trudge across the map. Not fast enough. Røkkr take the map 1 on terminal.
A lot of breaks.
Yeah.
More, you know, a lot more than we normally see, but you kind of see the frustrations there for Lucky. Just trying to find that player in the contest. They had to go, though. You had to chow that player. You're spotting bottom Eskies. The call's got to be, we need this 10 seconds to win here. We can't allow it to go P2 with how difficult it is to break that with the amount of time that they needed. So the comms should be a little bit more concise if you are Heretics.
Yeah, I thought Journey's play was going to be enough to maybe get him the dub, right? Like, he gets, what, the triple? Thing of beauty, but right after that they lose 2 players, and then yeah, I think you were right. Just sit the comms, not dealing with the contest. You get the contest, you get the rotation, you ice up in that moment, and I assume maybe some comms there from accuracy, you know, what a leader he can be in some of the big moments. He's never phased by it, and they come up clutch, they get the dub, they get the final hold, and statistically, anything popping off the page.
I mean, you know, Metals and Vivid, right? They're sort of the fast players on both of these teams, both setting the pace, right around 60 engagements. Medals almost 6,000 damage, the most in the lobby. But besides that, it's a very back and forth game. You see it with the numbers, but to me, it's just a couple of these situations. But really, that P1, you have it. You have it if you are Heretics. You just have to chow that last player.
And this is sort of the spot where you just saw like Awakening. I know it's early in the game. That's where like they were able to lay down right on the edge of that hard point and just get the contest. Map probably plays a little bit different. That's just backed up a tiny little bit with regards to the hard point, but it was just enough to do it. And yeah, Heretics, great start. They were in control for what, the early going, and then from then on, it was pretty much just lead change, lead change, lead change, lead change. As everyone was trading blows, and even when like scenarios, you thought the big break would come in where you're going to get ahead, like they could be answered almost instantly.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, just when you talk about just some of these rotations, you were in control. I mean, both of these teams, but you had all these sort of situations where both teams are in control, and then just some breaks come through, uncharacteristic. Maybe not for these squads, but from what we've seen in the league. And now for Heretics, talk about map pool, get rid of Invasion. They're 0-2 on Terminal.
Yeah, no, they just need to get Invasion always somehow. It's the way it's looking.
Fortunately, there's vetoes.
But yeah, no, the good thing for them though is you kind of can brush this one off too. Like, yeah, we've lost that. We got a little bit, maybe it was a little bit better this time. We almost won it. We were within 8 points. We had a pretty solid run, but now the Terminal search, and then yeah, they'll get that Invasion, which they've been solid on, sub-base hard point. And a high rise if needed to wrap it up. But we'll stay here on Terminal for search and see if Heretics are going to be able to answer the tough loss there in the map 1. Yeah, because you just got to... One of those you're probably feeling so good about, it just kind of slips away. But we're taking a look now at the Minnesota Monster Energy pre-game, Joe, and sort of talk through some of the talking points here and what you think about it for Røkkr.
Well, they had to find a strength in hardpoint. Obviously, their hold percentage wasn't great. I don't think it was great in that game, but their break was much better, right? They were 9th in the league through the first week. Get some big breaks, allows them to win that game. And then early adjustments in Search and Destroy. When we're looking at this map number 2, you'd see opening duels. They're not winning those first fights. Conversion rates when you have a man advantage, right? Only 70% conversion rate. Got to be a little bit better there. And then 3 and 9 in defending rounds. So their defense, well, it's got to be better.
Okay, well, that's kind of the breakdown there for the one side of it. Let's take a look at Heretics now. We're going to look at our Monster Energy breakdown for Heretics. What do you think about this?
Well, I mean, they have just been so strong in their attacking in both control and search and destroy. We saw it yesterday on Invasion. Their defense, they had some weaknesses, but they fought right back in their offense, is able to make that one and then stay ahead in hardpoint. They tried to stay ahead, but then you just saw kind of the end of that game. What just happened? They had the rotation percentage a couple of times, but some big breaks from Røkkr. Yeah,
a little different than maybe like the 1 versus Legion, where they were, you know, up a more significant amount throughout a lot of the game and kind of let it slip away because they were outscored at, was it like 130 to 8 or whatever it ended up being over the tail end of the one game. This time, like, I mean, it was pretty back and forth. It wasn't like you never really had a big lead that you were trying to hold on to. That was just a battle, man.
Yeah, but you just saw in the sort of the rankings. Yes, it's still early. Numbers are going to be very inflated. I think if I was a viewer, like, when do I actually start diving deep into these numbers? Probably close to Major 1, post-Major 1. Yeah. But yeah, you know, we got to give you something.
Well, yeah, remember, we have a
3-week
break for the holiday coming up. So much practice is going to go down then, too. Like, this is like preseason in some ways. Like, it's not, but it is. Like, which is great. Maybe we get some Call of Duty earlier. As fast as we can get to it, I'm going to love it. And it's Journey taking off right where he left off with the first blood, but Vivid, immediate response. Vivid immediately going to drop as well. Numbers to Heretics.
Well, there was that opening duel. You just kind of saw it. Lynz tried to find that first blood instead. Numbers over to Heretics. Actually, accuracy flies on through, but the numbers were there for Heretics. You had 2 players on top of one of another. Now it's a 1v3 for Awakening.
He almost got that kill. He was 13 health. Like, that was real close. It's a nice little drop shot from accuracy, but it'll be Journey with the first blood. It'll be Heretics with the round win. A quick one to start us off.
Yeah, you just, as we know with Terminal, just got to take a risk somewhere, use that smoke grenade. And it was Lynz maybe with a good spawn, tried to take a route right through middle hall, but they were ready for it. We're the Heretics.
Okay, Heretics on offense now. Where you said they can be so deadly. Weather control or search and destroy. Stun hits right for the trophy. It's out,
yeah.
And that hit everybody.
Yeah, hits everybody. You don't have
that trophy is like a half second behind, unfortunately.
Yeah, the stun hits. You don't have quick quick grip gloves. Say that 5 times fast.
Yeah.
It's pretty difficult to say.
I'm not going to try because I'm worried I'll say something naughty.
Yeah, so you have that. I mean, that's pretty much where you would throw the trophy faster. Don't have that on medals, and so plus the stun hits. And
yeah, it's just one of those. It's the play's probably behind the trophy. Like the trophy needs to be there. If the trophy's not, good luck because they're wide in the open as that stun hits. So that more than likely will decide the round. Look at that way. Lucky. Last one up. In a 1 versus 4, he's gone. 1-1.
Yeah, nice response from Røkkr there, but yeah, you have the aggression, the stun hits, and you saw the point of view. Once the stun hits, I mean, great stun, but you have 3 players just kind of like, like in slow motion.
It hit all 3. They should have hit all 3. Yeah, they were toast. Now for Røkkr, their second attempt on the offensive end of it. Lynz and accuracy bringing a 2 spree into this round. To the bar head, he goes Lamar. The rest of his team trying to work down towards A side. Keep an eye on maybe the flank through a bookstore push. Vivid, well, you know, he's just trying to spot one. Unfortunately, spots him a little bit late and can't get out of that in time. So gets the comms to his teammate, but he will get dropped, and that's going to be a rotation out. I know there's multiple players there. They're thinking maybe they can isolate on the other side in this 3 versus 3 on B, and that's the case. I mean, you got Vickle here playing the topside AC hold. Pressure to Vickle now to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, you're trying to find a kill, but most importantly, you're just trying not to die here. This is just an info play. That's all it is. We will retake B if the bomb starts to work this way. He cannot get caught. 6 HP, almost does. But you see, while this is happening, Lucky and Metals were so fast through the full flank, so he buys enough time for his teammates to work the other side of the map. If he goes down, it's looking a little bit scarier for those 2, but he buys enough time. They work the flank, find that pick.
You really don't need to buy much time. It's not a big map. Like they can get there quickly. He did just enough, and Lucky's going to end up getting some kills courtesy of Vickle. Honestly, he holds the wall, sets up his teammate. Metals gets the last. They'll get the retake. They'll get the defuse. Nice shot by Vickle staying up.
Yeah, he's 0-1 in the round. That's just a play that won't show up in the stats.
100%.
That turns into the round win. Buys enough time for his teammates, and then even just right there, as soon as the plan is down, hey, where are the other 2 players going?
And even just the threat of still having utility, like you saw they had to reposition. They knew the nade was coming. They did a good job avoiding it, but it still slowed them down, backed them up. Good use of utility, good use of your life. Set up Lucky to make the play, and he did. I'm sure he was just saying, I'm coming in the comms. Like, just stay up. And he did just that. But, I mean, it's a simple thing, but how often do we see players get caught in those moments where you're like, you got to stay alive here? They don't. Like, it happens all the time.
He almost did.
Yeah, no, true. 6 HP.
Accuracy finds a first blood. Goes for that chow right up top. SC's over to Burger. Vickle here hanging out. Lynz gets aggressive. Maybe they were just trying to take some of that spacing away, put him in a corner, and then maybe accuracy can back up, and they can sort of triple stack A.
You don't put your boy in a corner, do you, Joe?
Well, no. No, you do not. I guess not. But that's one of those rounds where you have a first blood, and can you convert it into a round win? Kind of what we talked about in that pregame.
Well, originally towards B, then the wrap towards A. Now the wrap back towards B. The old loopty-loopty-doopty. As they'll take it in the fight over towards the B site. You've got tucked away in the corner. That number 6 on the minimap will be accuracy, looking for vision. Up through bookstore is going to be Awakening. Awakening's at 1-on-1. The timing was not great. He needed to look left. He looked right. He was thinking about the flank, and he gets caught. Now 3v2 for Heretics.
You were just kind of all over there if you were Røkkr, right? You had one working the flank, one still in B, and then him bottom Eskies. We're just... I mean, if you're Røkkr, that's one of those rounds we need to group up and do something together. Why are we solo hitting flank? One player still playing B in case we don't even have the info of where they're at 100%. So just
yeah, I mean, Awakening looks left first. He gets a kill and probably another one on the flank maybe. But like, you did maybe more of a gamble than needs to be. Like just your
and then even early in that round with Lynz. After the first blood, he gets caught.
Yeah. Well, I know those are the ones that kill you, right? Like you have a 4v3, let's just not have a stupid death, like type thing.
Well, they kill me, yes.
Yeah, I know.
Especially on this map, just what does the offense do? Like, it's just not easy.
Well, everybody out.
Again, look at how fast Metal is working the flank. They get the info, they're just trying to stay alive and throw nades. Journey does get caught, but can Metals make the play?
He's quick. He's trying to get there. They go one for
very
one.
Quick.
Now he's behind him. He lines it's the rival this time. That's why he's getting there a little bit faster. The shot's tougher at range, but he's able to pick up the kill. So now you have a 2v2 after the madness ensues. bomb, Awakening's hands. He'll be thinking about getting it down. But just that threat of the flank, now you got to watch both sides. You know, your head's on a swivel. It creates a little more chaos here for Røkkr.
Well, and we see a lot of teams trying to get to this area, and it's just sort of, what do we want to do? When do we want to plant? Because there's so many timings. The burger flank, middle hallway, they can jump up, they can push through Eskies. And that timing goes wrong, you lose the round. But here we go, 2-on-2. Lucky's gonna jump on up. Lynz watching over his teammate. Now it is all down to metals with the rival. Turns this into a one-on-one with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, he's got a lot of time. Just get your health back. We'll look for the fight.
Can you find an MCW? I think he gets spotted there. I think you're gonna see Lynz reposition. Yeah, he's gonna go all the way around. He saw him cross into bookstore. You don't have the MCW, so he's like, I'm going to just get away from this guy who's got this submachine gun. And, well, you see the time on the clock. That is going to be a round win for Røkkr.
Nice flip. That's a flip from Lynz. And yeah, that's just having the info, right? Like, you're no longer playing a coin flip. You see the cross, and I think you're right. Yeah, I don't need to get that rival in my forehead. I'm going to reposition.
Yeah, but it's like, just give me to a map where I can run this thing, please. It's not easy. But I was hoping maybe he found like Lucky's MCW, tried to switch to that, played top 3 or something, but never really looked for it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he had a lot of time. He had enough time to do the full wrap. He just got spotted. Otherwise, maybe he gets a one-on-one and still wins that. Because he got there with like 12 seconds left or something, but one was tucked away. Accuracy and Vivid, though, they line him up early on. One picked up bookstore, one trying to get aggressive on the B site. So the early pressure from Heretics is shut down. The early lead from Heretics within this game, too, looks to be evaporating before our eyes as well.
Yeah, props to accuracy. That's just, I want to say third first blood. Might be his fourth. He's found a lot of those opening duels, top Eskies, just winning those gunfights. Now a 2-on-4, and Visual's just hanging out, just trying to catch any Røkkr players, but you can already see the way they're playing this. They're not giving them anything.
Oh, they're playing tight. Vivid's just worried about maybe that like full push through a wrap towards A. You try to someone forward.
I was like, is anyone going to shoot this guy?
Yeah, I mean, nice kill for metals, but you're not moving a step after that. The number's just purely there for Røkkr, 3-3.
Then you saw trying to get that aggressive top S he's hit on offense, but just gets shut down. Felt like the trophy was there, just the gunfights started with accuracy, and Røkkr get the round win.
Now we all tied up, and Røkkr, what are you going to look to do this time around? Awakening finally gets on the board. He was 0-4 through 5, so finally something for him. Now it looks like they're considering maybe a push towards this play. Remember last time Vivid was kind of trying to spot for info. He like peeks out the right side door here, trying to get eyes, but from the crates below just gets ripped. We'll see how they play it this time around. See if they can at least spot for info, or oh, he's just gonna go. He's gonna go this time. Vivid, you know, that's what he wants to do. He wants to get freaky with it. He's able to get in, not really get out. I thought Awakening was gonna be there with him, so maybe you walk away with a 2-for-1 in this situation, but not gonna be the case. Now you lose accuracy on the push through, and well, look good for Røkkr. Suddenly you're in a 2v3.
Yeah, first of all, great trade by Lucky, and then repositions. And we have seen this every single round from Heretics on defense. As soon as Røkkr start working one side of the map, they are pushing the flank on the other. This time it was right through bookstore. It's Journey and Metals just kind of taking turns, but a 3-on-2, still a winnable round here for Lynz and Awakening.
How do they do it? How do they look for the break? Just try not to get fully stacked up and get mowed down together.
You don't have a lot of room, so.
All right, one up the slide. Well, that pick is going to be the difference. Okay, Vickles walks in and pieces him up.
It's 3.
Takes his teammate out as well.
Okay. But yeah, the fact he wins the first gunfight, that makes it much easier.
Yeah, no, it was over once he did that. Yeah, as soon as he plucked one player's head, it was done. Usually you think in that scenario, like even if you have numbers, like yeah, first person's dying. Like
they should.
They should, yeah.
But also when you're that player,
you're sort of like la la la. You're throwing your body to the wind, bro. It's a meat shield.
But you're prone in the back, and sort of sometimes when you're prone in a position, they pre-aim it. That's all headshots.
Yeah, all headies. Yeah. That's why, like, dude, I always get just pissed on by drop shots. Even playing like Warzone, like I'm not a good drop. Anytime I drop shot, it's all headshots, and I'm dead. I'm like, all right.
Nobody enjoys that.
I've never been a drop shotter. Never have been. Vickel's got one player to deal with on the other end of it. He's got the hot into that round, but it's accuracy that was there. He's going to wrap back over towards Bookstore, and they're inching their way forward. Vivid, who made the nice opener on the offensive side of the plane, now will be the lone man there defensively.
Yeah, just a much slower round here from Heretics.
It's painful for them. They want to go.
No, they do. You can tell, like, just some of the... This map is not easy for some of the players. Like, Vivid on one side, Metals on the other, like, just trying to find some Rival 9 timings. But it looks like the smoke going to cross. You're going to have that one-on-one. Vivid's just going to throw a detonate forward. Allows his teammate to reposition in Awakening and Lynz. So, buys enough time. That's it. Just a detonate at their feet. But there is a trade. And Metals wins the next one.
Well, that didn't go how I thought it would after Awakening's pick. I'll tell you that. That's back-to-back rounds where like, it looks so good for one team, then it gets turned on its head. Vivid tries to stomp around the flank. He's going to get spotted. It's locked down. Now Lamar with the 1v3. Let's see if he's able to do it. Bomb will get planted. This is going to be a tricky one, but he's had some of the greater clutches in Search and Destroy history. Does he have another one to work with here? One down. Make it a 1v2. Next up, the bat. Oh, the chaos now. The smoke. Nobody in the cockpit. Just start shooting, dude. They're there, I promise.
Oh! Did he get like a one-way or something? I don't know. But maybe they just weren't ready for him to be prones, but just not ready for the second player in that position. The body stack works.
Kind of felt like he had a one-way because he snapped that player prone pretty quick.
He did. Normally, teams that stack against accuracy doesn't go well, but that time it does.
No, it does not. One more round now for Heretics. They'll tie us up at 1-1.
And just watch these blue arrows. Once Røkkr starts...
Well...
Okay. At least you have a trade, though. They're getting very aggressive on this defense.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I thought maybe like he was deep enough in the corner.
Yeah, I think he thought that, too. Like, the corner's going to save me. Unfortunately, the wall, not as strong as grenade.
Vigil's got into a good spot, though. This is winnable. The bomb is here. The bomb is in this spot. Awakening doesn't check it.
Hey, guys, like my new couch?
Does not check it.
You guys like my new couch?
Oh, my goodness.
I have 2 new couches. Hey, what's up, guys?
Finally, you saw what he was trying to do. I know that may look silly live on broadcast.
I wish he would have just walked behind him, then crawled to start a ninja, bro.
Yeah, really. He was trying to kill the bomb, the player on the bomb first.
Yeah.
That was really the key. We're going to see this replay. That nade.
He just wasn't deep enough, yeah.
Wasn't deep enough. But yeah, Vickrell, as silly as that looked, he wants to kill the player on the bomb, then snap to the second one.
I mean, even Pred last night, there was the one where, I screamed, but then you're like, you got Saul. Like, sometimes you're trying to trail player, make the smart play, like, keep the trigger discipline, and it doesn't always work out. But, I mean...
All I'm saying, I'm just trying to help the guy, because there's some Randy in the chat who's like, why did he do that?
Yeah.
No, I'm just explaining it.
I don't know. I love it. I'll listen to you explain Call of Duty all day.
This guy's a pro? I got a 1.2 in pubs. Look at me go. Did you see my Lockwood shotgun?
We're okay, I swear. 5-4 now. Lynz his POV for the moment. But take a look at the minimap, you can see Heretics start to work towards A because they get the kill on Awakening. They are thinking maybe this is open, but Vivid's been the player there defensively at times. He's now kind of through on the cross. But the plane is open. And they'll realize it soon enough. They see the smoke, they know that's going to be the play. But they're still worried Vivid might be lurking, is my guess.
Oh, of course, yeah. You just have to assume there's someone in here. But Vivid, just on the ramp, bit of an off angle. He's going to play his life, just backs away. The key here is, can they get across with the bomb?
Hey!
Lucky trying to get down. He is 1 HP. Well, 54 HP, actually, because we have that. Journey watching the pinch. Going to take him down. Accuracy all the way through the flank. And shout out to Metals looking over his teammate.
For the map. And the map is done. Accuracy, not gonna be able to try and clutch up again. Heretics will get the round. The swarm there inside the plane. They answer. They lose the terminal hard point. They win the terminal search and destroy. Invasion control up next where they have been strong, but where it sits, we're all tied up, Joe.
Yeah, I think Røkkr saw accuracy a little bit frustrated. There were some rounds where you had numbers and just kind of threw some of those away.
Oh, I think both teams kind of did, yeah.
And then on one side for Heretics, honestly, with what we saw yesterday and today, they're just a team that's willing to take some risks, and I don't hate it, but yeah, sometimes you're just gonna get caught.
I think that's just how it works with, like, I don't know, any esport. Like, you have teams that play a little bit riskier than others, right? Like, just in any game, any title. And they're always like, I think that's why we kind of like, we like watching Heretics in the past too, because it's like a little more entertaining at times. Like, they'll just send it, and like sometimes it's shut down, sometimes it's this insane play that you're getting hyped about.
Yeah, but they're going to tie it up. It was an 8-point hard point. Stayed on terminal. They're going to win that one 6-4, but as you said, back to invasion control, and invasion respawns for Heretics has been their casa.
Yeah, it's been very, very strong. But yeah, we are at 1-1. For those just joining us, welcome. Obviously, first to 3 here in this best of 5. Heretics have been favorited based on how stuff is going, but it's the control coming up next. Invasion has been so good. Heretics look to continue their reign of terror there on that particular map, but the terminal is a split. Røkkr have their moments, Heretics have their moments in response. Who's going to step it up big time here on the invasion? The defense and the clutch moments have been there for Heretics so far, but they got some more in the bag.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info.
We are back and ready to get rock and roll, and Heretics and Røkkr continue on in this best of 5. Map 3 coming up. Invasion control has been so good for Heretics. Invasion hardpoint has been good for Heretics. Invasion's just been good for Heretics. But in Map 3, we'll see if they have what it takes against Røkkrs. Obviously, this will be the first time they're playing each other.
Yeah, we'll see. You know, one thing I think we saw from Heretics yesterday, what I really liked is that sort of harder zone, especially on their defense. They'll try to put a sub in there, right? They'll either put metals or Journey will switch to one off spawn to basically make that one-on-one a little bit easier. Haven't seen too much of that throughout the league so far, but just something little. You know, sometimes you gotta find that, because right now, a lot of teams just running 3 to 4 MCWs.
Well, yeah, no, they just, this team seems more willing to just pull out an extra rival or 2 at times compared to others. But that's just sort of, I think they're ahead, if anything. Like, that's just sort of where it goes as time goes on with usually Call of Duty titles. We'll see more subs as the year goes on, but
never know, some updates will come out.
Yeah. Spawn changes and weapon tuning and
yeah, because in the beta, I thought we were running 4 strikers on each team.
Yeah.
That thing was insane.
It'll be Heretics first, trying to take their crack at it offensively. And it looks like they're trying to get aggressive on A first and foremost. Things going all right. I mean, you've got 2 players here. It's not going to be clean exactly, but you're going to be a threat. And now it's getting better, because now you pick up Lynz, who was a threat to kind of put a pinch here on this point.
If he gets there a half second earlier, though, you have 2 players on that point. That's going to go much quicker. There is 1 player on it. You get a tick of progress. There's Metals with that rival 9 trying to put the pressure on, but they get lucky off of the point. So Røkkr, they stabilize. The pressure would have been there. You would have had Vickle watching the cross with 2 players on A. That could have been scary, but sometimes it's just a matter of some COD timing, like we always talk about.
A little cleaner. It's a real threat, but yeah, you get the 1 tick. Now, the fight will go down on B. So you can clutch up here on the B street. Metals, he's got the rival in hand. That kind of window-to-window fight, he loves the challenge he's been so good at, and there it is. He's been fantastic at finding great timing there. Just at that range with the rival, get a headshot or 2, you're frying. And well, he continues to go on frying. 2 kills, damage into another. They're still up on the zone.
Yeah, maybe where you just no trophy. You see Vickle now trying to just push on out, give them some presence over towards this B street, but he does get picked from Vivid. Nice little angle there. So this is not done yet, and that's going to be 3 dead. 35 seconds left. And because you didn't stack that, there's a chance now where Røkkr, they might win this before 1 point gets captured.
Yeah, you gotta make a decision right now if you're Heretics, because like you gotta go. It's like baiting you into a false sense that we gotta hit A, because everyone's stacked up on B, but you know how tough that is, even if you get through. So you gotta try and go for B here. And Vivid says, nah, not happening on my watch. He's able to take down 2. What a defense this has been so far for Røkkr. Maybe a little indecisive from Heretics at times, but you get the kills, you're likely going to get the extension. We've seen very few like full holds where you go to get a point.
Yeah, I actually did that was a chance there. I mean, props to Heretics for getting out of that, but
it was close.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Røkkr had the positioning, you had tank control, you were top broken, and you knew the last couple of players had to go down the street, but they were ready for the gunfights, and Heretics just got them.
Well, the fact of the matter is, though, such a good hold, you have 50 seconds to go, and usually this means you've got 1 chance, if that. Like 1 good opportunity to hit A. We'll see if they even get a shot to do it, because you've still got accuracy kind of lurking in between enemy lines, and he might send this back to a stagger, and he'll do just that. They're trying to set up for the A push through the B street. Yeah, you've got 1 try. You've got literally 1 try.
Yeah, I only have 9 lives remaining on top of that, but Vigil does find the first. Some room to work with, and this is kind of the problem at times. Is like that 1 lurking player, if he just catches one of the players on offense, that could be a lot of the push. But Lynz is just going to reposition front DVD. Vivid watching the pinch. Vickle with another one. comes down to Lucky and Journey, but accuracy is there. That's the fourth, as you said. One push, then it's done. Røkkr clutch on up on their defense.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be exaggerating here, but if you take the lives out of the scenario, like, I don't know, like, your defensive kills are like twice as valuable in that scenario because like just the time it takes to get across the map if you're on offense, like, honestly, I'm not even exaggerating that much. You get one pick, it's like the offense getting two. Like, yeah. When it comes to actually making progress on the objective. So yeah, that one Lurker is getting one. Yeah, it's valuable.
Yeah, but at least you get the, what, Fortaste if you are Heritage, you're able to get B. It comes down to 4 or 5 seconds and some clutch fights. But now you see Heritage making sure nothing crazy over towards that A zone off the break. So to be a normal B hit here for Røkkr. No 1-for-1 trade.
A tough gunfight there for accuracy after he hits the nade. But Røkkr not going to take your kind of A early gamble. They're going to do a little bit more standard approach here, and so far, so good. Little kill advantage. They've only lost one player. Starting to lurk across the other side of the map will be Awakening. Maybe trying to get a... If he gets a pick and the timing works out, maybe get the capture and you get a nice transition, but that won't happen. Awakening will get shut down.
Yeah, Journey's struggling here, 3 and 11. I saw he's... Sometimes you just kind of put in that offensive blender and...
Yeah.
But he was able to get on the board. You see Metal's just trying to reposition here because he wants to deal with the players off the spawn, force them to go up that B street. But he does get spotted by Awakening and Vivid. So they deal with the player working the flank, and now they can start their regular offense.
Yeah, step one done. Now the hard part. Okay, we get 2 there. So that's going to allow you to layer up the map a bit. That gets you to what, like the 50-yard line kind of, and now you can start to worry about the approach. But Journey, who's not been having the best map, that's a massive play because where you might have found a good timing to at least put pressure on that back defensive front, Journey negates that entirely.
Yeah, he takes out 3. He's really turned out 4 in a row.
You wanted him to pick it up, Joe. There you go.
Yeah, just gets aggressive on the B street, and yeah, all the focus was on him, but he wins all of the gunfights. So yeah, I mean, they had 2 minutes. The first push over towards A is looking good, and then he just takes 40 seconds off the clock himself.
If not more, because again, like, I use like the phrase like in layers, like you have to win like multiple fights, just layer your way up the map. Like he just put them back 2 steps. Like
yeah,
just by the lane.
It's probably like a 10-step process here.
Yeah, I know. It really can be in control, and what a fantastic job that is.
Now you see the setup for Heretics. They're locking this down. You have one player in Lucky who's over on that Humvee side of the map, watching the A street.
Okay, Awakening is just walking through, piecing them though.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Yeah, Awakening's just going on through. Just hits the bunny hop. Nice movement. Now gonna be 3 dead. Teammates gonna start to work towards A. It's a big one-on-one. I like that both players just reposition. Vikkel though off the spawn, able to win the gunfight on accuracy.
He needed like one more bullet. I think he put a burst of the Renetti in him, hit him to 14. Like he probably thought he had to kill, but you're right. Good discipline to back up, but then Metals starts tearing them apart. So as it stands, what? So it's gonna be three apiece, right? As far as ticks go?
No, you have 4 if you are Heretics. They did get 1 at A. Yeah, they got 1.
Oh yeah. You're right. Yeah. You're right.
So a little bit to take advantage in case we get to that round 5 defense.
Honestly, in my head for some reason for a moment, I thought Røkkr like ended up holding the whole thing. It was just the 2 ticks, but no, you're right.
The Heretics gonna tie it up with 1 apiece. Strong defenses on both sides.
And just, I mean, really big play from Journey, where, I mean, because usually it's just like, it's so hard on offense to get progress. Usually you find some success right off of the first hit and you're feeling pretty good, but not allowing it to happen is Journey. Speaking of Journey, speaking of the Heretic squad, let's get to a listen to them right off the rip here in this round 3.
He visto 2 yo, ha cruzado una izquierda y otro más atrás. Me pilla arriba yo, Javi. Tengo de frente de ahora mismo. Yo te haría Huke. Todo de dentro. Cada de dentro. No, uno. Tengo muerto, vea, Juan, vea. No, ya voy a hacer Richard, muerto. Queda arriba, está un tiro. Muerto el último. Te voy a pillar el cross, no sé, Juan, dame un sec. ¿Es que deja la B? No. Pegan stun. Tengo cross, ya vamos, Javi. Otro, tengo cross. No te vas. Tanque negro, muerto. De frente un tiro, Juan. Maniquí, un tiro maniquí. Va para front bar un tiro. Front bar un tiro, Awakening. Lo veo. Hay que juntar ya, Javi. Ayudarme derecho. Front bar no sé qué hace. Con Owakening. Están con ya. Muerto. Aguanta yo. El Lynz está nada. Me meto nada, chavales. Están en Huke. Derecha. Muerto izquierda. Huke, casi 100%. Voy. No tenemos nada, Adri, te aviso, ¿vale?
Te tengo el push, arriba. Me vienen de frente ya. Mira de arriba, están en la izquierda arriba. ¿Tienes el cross? La izquierda muerto.
Ya llega.
No, por fuera.
De cara, por la tocaba, le echa si quieres.
We get back to the action. Brave comms there with Heretics, but they are on the attack. 2:10 left on the clock to work with. What did you say multiple times before this one? They are a threat on invasion offense. This is one of those ones they're threatening on.
And again, they were working over towards B, getting that zone done, and Metals just lurked up the A street. He had a one-on-one, was able to just sneak up, finds that kill, and then as soon as they had done with B, I think it was Victor who comes off a spawn, gets to his cross, again starts with Metals in Journey. Their aggressiveness on this zone makes it so difficult at times. Ready with that rival 9, you already see. That's going to be 3 dead now, a chance, and that is going to do it. I mean, what an offensive round winning that one for Miami Heretics.
I think the rival was a great call too, because yes, it's just like, there are times where, how often do you have like one, I'm trying to think of the way the word, it's such a battle to get like onto the site, right? When you're looking for the second point of control, and you'll have to like 1v2 at times, right? Like the rival's the one the bailout. Like it's the one that might just zap somebody close range, even if you're at half HP. And those rivals have hit. And it's frustrating to deal with too. It feels like a shotgun. You wrap around the corner, close range with MCW, like.
Yeah, I've seen the OpTic guys call it like the ray gun. Like.
Yeah. It just lays you out. And they feel real comfortable once they get to those positions. Granted, it can be really hard to get there, but sometimes they make it look easy.
And just having that one player lurking over towards A that entire time, Minnesota just not ready for it. And it turns that into a round win.
Accuracy, just on his belly, licking dirt, soaking up the zone. Vivid trying to get the shots across to keep the pressure off of him. They haven't really taken that early gamble. I thought maybe they would take the gamble towards A, considering, you know, they just lost that offense, but maybe that's the predictable play. But it is a bloodbath on the point. Everybody drops outside of Journey, who gets the final 2. And they stopped that right before the cap was going to go through. Nice little play there from Heretics.
Again, just that aggressiveness up the stream from Journey. Just clutches up. This is kind of his home, his little area. Now you can see how aggressive Heretics are playing here. They have one player inside a Broken, one player inside a Connector, just sort of creating this choke that you have to get out of. And Journey with the rival popping off once again.
Yeah, like you look at a low man SWAT team there, just breaching and clearing corners as he's running through them, and then Vickle, he's doing the same thing on the other side of the MCW.
Well, yeah, Awakening's punching them in the face.
Yeah,
really, again, you're like, they're trapped. That could potentially be the round win, and somehow they get out of it. Well, so props to Røkkr.
That's like you need that player on your team that has that pack-a-punch ability, and like Awakening needs to be that for this Røkkr team. He's got to be.
He's still going, by the way. He off a spawn, and he's in the defensive spawn, getting 2 pieces, finally taken down by Metals, but gets B point done. Now all the work over towards A. 1 minute and 20 seconds left. And as we said, not many pushes to work with. You got to deal with these players middle of the map.
Heretics hold here. That will do it. Journey and Metals still just trying to get up close and personal with the rivals. Just find these mid lane cuts. Metals got both to work with here. As he's playing from the sandbags, just getting shots from everywhere, and it doesn't matter because he's a one-man wrecking ball. Everyone getting shot down. There's the final kill in from Journey. You're watching some art here from Heretics on defense.
Yeah, Journey just taking down the trophy, not shooting bodies. Awakening off his spawn, I don't know what it is. If that guy gets like a buff or what. Off spawn, finds the headshots, but Vickle is going to take down his teammates.
Well, how big has that been in the past for Control? Like when you're penned, like just somebody coming and plucking a head off a head. Yes, like we talked about that a lot, like Cold War. Like just that one gun, he needs somebody to just fry somebody. And yeah, Awakening can do that.
They need a lot of Johnny though.
Yeah.
You have Heretics on 10 in a row as a team with that streak, but maybe a chance here. You see 3 white arrows already starting to work up towards A. Awakening does get taken down, but his teammates are here as Vivid is there for the trade.
And what can they do with 12.9 left on the clock? You've got 2 on it. Metals though. Will the rival be everything you need on the other end of it as you're trying to break through? Can you go in and lay out 2 players? Wait on maybe the help to come. Nope, he's gonna go. 1, slam, 2. Would have if it wasn't for a team nade. That would have been a very that would have been a very good example of the rival hitting, but no lives remaining, but they're on the point. Røkkr get it done. Vickle's nade over the top. I mean, I know what he's trying to do, but maybe a miscomm?
No, I think it's just a dead nade. That's just what it is. You're throwing nades if there's a trophy there. You're trying to help it. And Metals was just regaining health. He's regaining health, and yeah, then he goes in for the chow, and it's a dead nade on the ground. I mean, you're going to throw your nades off spawn. It's a tough situation.
I think he's got that second kill, though.
No, he probably does.
Yeah.
Or at least has a gunfight, a good chance to win it.
And, I mean, that probably wins the map. Ooh, now we go to round 5. Defense again for Heretics. What a play there from Røkkr. And
he only had 6 lives as well, so.
Yeah.
And I was going to give props to Metals for not, like, over-challenging, waiting for his health to come back. Then when his health comes up, your teammates are off his spawn, and you take that chow. But, yeah, that's just what it is.
Oh, God, that looked frustrating. He knew he had the kill. He knew he had the clutches. Adios.
Yeah, that's exactly what it sounds like.
Yup. Round 5 down that one. You have to do it again if you're Røkkr. Can you rip back-to-back offenses? Hard enough to get 1. Can you get 2?
But again, nothing really early over towards A, taking B, just going to try to use that time. I think the thing that stands out is sort of that 50-yard line, that layer of defense we talked about. They ripped it apart, did Røkkr. They won the first gunfights, and then Vivid with that 2-piece around B Dom got multiple of his teammates onto the A zone.
Now B is wrapped. 2 to go. What could Røkkr do this time? In transition, well, how big do those wake kills become, by the way? Like, you know, what seemed like they might be sort of meaningless in the scheme of things, like if they don't win that round, like, some of those, to get them out, like, that's the difference, bro. Like,
yeah, they might have get out, but they might have had less lives, and now you're talking about, like...
They ended with, like, 2, yeah. They definitely... No, they would not have had enough lives if he didn't walk out and fry at a spawn over and over again.
But now you got a little extra packet punch if you are Metals. That is a cruise missile, 7 in a row, 31-19. Rival MCW.
Well, that's on you. That's on you.
I just think he missed.
Yeah, no, he did, but that's your fault.
I don't think so. Yeah, I'm not the one shooting, dude. That's not on me. I think he thought he had to kill. Looked like he almost like stopped shooting for a second.
Yeah.
He was just beaming, but Lynz punched right back, and now a chance. This is that sort of point. But they won, where now it's 3 in a row for Minnesota Røkkr. Metals needs to be key here, and he is. They were hunting him down. They had shots in him, but he repositions, wins the first gunfight, gives his teammates the numbers off a spawn, and it's looking like they're going to retake A.
Yeah, and it's just every kill.
Or is it?
All right, and it's Awakening's turn this time on the other side of things. And that's a big one because it just keeps the pressure there. They got to worry about the threat of him, and they got to hit the cross. But the rivals keep on popping, keep on hitting. If you are the Heretics, lucky, able to get the kill on Awakening. Metal still doing damage mid-map. You regain, you take a breath here for a moment with 50 to go.
And again, nice patience out of Metals, because the thinking there is there's only 1 player on it. It's going to take them a long time to get this. But how can his teammates off spawn help him? It's watching the cross. So as soon as accuracy starts shooting and throwing nades, boom, Metals pops up, finds that first kill, gives his teammates, hey, you could go. Get that 1 player off of the point. Cruise missile is in. 7 versus 11. Maybe last chance here for Røkkr.
We'll keep an eye on the lives. We'll keep an eye on the time. The madness about to ensue on the point. Accuracy trying to hit the reload is Vivid, though. That's going big. Both laying on their bellies with MCWs. When do the rivals start to pop again? His Journey is getting ready to go in and try to slam. He's able to get 1.
8v4, though.
They're still on the point. No respawns remaining. Journey out of the mix. He will not be back up. 5 in a row for Vivid. They get the kill off the point. 15 seconds to go. Now a 3v6, and here we go. All 4 players. 1 last hit now for Røkkr, and they're off to the races. On the point defensively, they'll be lucky with the engagement. On the cross, it will be Metals. They're holding them for getting to the point. They're trying to hit the gap. 1 second to go. Can't quite get there. It's a game of seconds. It's a game of inches, and Heretics remain perfect there on Invasion.
You can see they are stressed.
Yeah,
they are stressed. Javi's giving them a talking to. I don't know, but you see Lucky's face. They clutch on up. Should not have been that difficult. It happened in round 4. Røkkr able to pull it out. You had so much map position. You had the cruise missile, but then it got scary.
I think it was just a couple of like key trades that didn't happen. Probably made it stressful. Like what? Awakening getting 2 where he's inside. Vivid then his double. Like I think if maybe the trade's a little bit cleaner at some point, it's not that mess, and that's probably what they're frustrated about.
Yeah, but Metals again, 35 and 23. What an unreal couple of series that man is having. Leads the lobby again in damage. Lucky right behind him on the other side. What Vivid and Awakening get us to that round 5. It was a close one.
Yeah, no, that was probably one of the more entertaining invasions we've had, because sometimes with control, when it's just a defensive kind of hold, and when teams are very efficient, it can almost seem boring at times because you just kind of have them on lock.
It's like sports, man. Sometimes a good game to watch is you want turnovers, you want bad things to happen. That's when it's entertaining.
Yeah, it's a 50-49 game. That doesn't happen unless somebody sucks. The defenses aren't showing up, So this one was just, it was chaos, and it was a whole hell of a lot of fun. Just a lot of nail-biting rounds.
Are you saying one of these two sucked? That's crazy.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I'm just kidding.
Oh,
mistakes make things a good time.
Yeah,
I know
that's probably a better way to phrase it, Joe. Thank you for being a consummate professional.
Yeah, I got you. Just taking a look at some of the highlights. Rival 9s, MCWs. You're thinking right at this moment, everything's looking good. Thinking right at this moment, everything's looking good. But that's when Røkkr found their chances, their opportunities.
Yeah. I mean, it's just some of the individual plays too, just from Journey or Metals or Awakening, they were fun to watch. Sometimes I just see it on the minimap, but we would be on their POV. I just watch them take 3 steps, beam someone, take 3 steps, beam someone, take 3 steps. They were like Terminator mode, just flying in prime.
And now we're going to sub-base hardpoint, and that flying and frying is very much going to continue on this map. You got to think players like Vivid can have a ton of engagements on this map. Metals, the way he's playing, he's going to try to get crazy with it, so it should be a good one.
Yeah, in my head, this is a map that you would think Heretics would be great at. We have very little examples of this. Just is how I feel, because of their playstyle, how they want to play the game. You know how sub-base is, 80 engagements per player. Fly.
Let's get after it.
And they just have always been kind of solid in that capacity, whatever I think of their gameplay. So we'll see. But yeah, Vivid can push the tempo. Usually, as you said, he's someone that's leading in overall engagements per 10 or whatever on your hard points. He is someone that's going to have a lot of engagements. But I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I think if you are Røkkr, you probably want someone like Awakening to feels like map 1. He started a little bit slow since then. He's really got going, but we're actually going to take a look at the replay of the last 30 seconds of that round. And this is it. This is where there's the 3-man. You kind of have this crossfire. There's a trophy on the point. And Lucky, he even just is taking gunfights. Almost finds the second one, but basically weakens them up enough where Metals and Victor can just get a nice little 2 kills. Don't allow him to cross.
Yeah, I think the chaos was kind of before that point. That was like the seal the deal, get in your spots, tighten it up. All right, boys, let's not make another mistake. Let's just close the game out here, and they were able to do it. Because that would have been, I mean, if you just allowed them to come off spawn and waltz into the point again, there are times where we watch 2 minutes on the clock, and a team might not get there once. So if that happened back-to-back within a 30-second span, I mean, there's something fundamentally wrong with how they're setting up, because that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, but they only had 3 players, so that was it.
That's true.
That was the only thing.
That's a good point. It's a little different when that's the case. Yeah.
Yeah, but you kind of have to stay strong. I mean, if you have 3 players, maybe you're thinking, let's just, I don't know, I'll try to beam the cross, but they kept 1 player on it, and they took some of those gunfights.
Yeah, it's hard to talk about fundamentals when you're a shorter player. We're just waiting for the map 4 to get started here to sub-base. We head. We'll see if Heretics can now close it out. They're looking to start 3-0 in the league, which would be impressive stuff. I think we're just, we'll keep talking about it because I know we're just really excited whenever there's some international flavor into the league. And give me this. I want this top 6, maybe top 4, maybe in a grand finalist team eventually. That's what I want, Joe.
Yeah, and I would say, I'm not trying to burst anyone's bubble, right? You've beaten Carolina, you've beaten...
You shut your mouth!
Beaten Røkkr. I'm just saying, they're taking...
Shut your mouth!
...of their opponents so far.
No, you're right. You're right. You are right. I'm just trying to get excited, okay?
No, you're allowed. You'd be typing caps lock Vamos in the chat over and over.
I will get a Vamos tattoo on my chest if they're in the grand final. Well, I just said that, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Okay, well.
You saw Lucky 1.26 in the series. Man has been so good for this squad. His numbers always insane. But yeah, make sure we clip that and keep that one, please. Send it to me.
Let's delete the VOD there, Esports Engine.
I'm going to send it to all 4 of the players as some motivation.
Yeah. But into the opening moments of the game we go. We haven't casted too much of this, once or twice, you and I have. Just from what you've watched so far, I don't know, anything that surprised you? Maybe the teams have done are kind of exactly what you expected it to be just from your own play and watching your scrims.
Yeah, I think just, you know, kind of the question mark always is, you know, there were so many early scrims, tournaments where it was just running down to time. Our team's going to start to figure out how to be more efficient as time goes on, right? Learn spawns. How can we avoid some of these spawns? Really push the limits on some of these hills. That's what I'm looking at going into week 2.
Yeah, I mean, there was a stretch where I was watching scrims and it was like 20s in a row I saw like didn't get to 250. So I think the one we did catch did. Yeah. So that's a little.
It's definitely gotten better in that aspect.
Yeah.
But you know, is someone gonna win by 100?
Yeah, very true. Not a ton of time through that first hard point, but into P2 we will go. And I was gonna say early control for Heretics, but you know how close the spawns can come in on some of these points. And I mean, he spawned about 5 feet away on the lone man that was up. I think he had 1 left for Røkkr, and all 3 gonna spawn around the point. And they'll battle right back in.
Two piece.
So you're watching like a lightweight boxing match, just punch after punch, dude. No one's really hurting anyone though. Like,
you mean a heavyweight one?
No, I think like lightweight. Like heavyweight, you might lace me out. Lightweight,
true.
Lightweight's like,
just
we're dancing.
That makes sense.
Yeah, heavyweight. No, they're throwing a lot of punches like that. Someone's dead.
Yeah, it's one of those maps as a commentator when you're like 2 or 3 dead and this could be a big play, and then it's you blink and that control is gone. But Røkkr didn't set up here at P3 back towards this submarine.
You kind of see accuracy, just trying to hold that angle, and well, now you see the kill come through on the kill feed. Comms over to Owakening, who's able to take one out top, and nobody in the point for now. I mean, you've got, I mean, this is looking like a play clock game in the sense you've got about a minute 15 off and 30 points for each team. You do a little math, and we're not likely getting to 250, but things can swing quickly.
Dude, if I was playing this map and I was on this hill, I would just always be staring at that back corner. It just feels like that spawn is gonna pop up. And the 1 second, I wasn't sure who was on the hill for Heretics, but they look away, and then it turns into a bit of a break there for Røkkr, and they have about a 20-point, 25-point lead to the rest of this scrap time. So Heretics need to set up at P4.
Inaccuracy has tries with the trigger discipline, and then the stun, almost the timing horrible for him, but nice shots. He wins that one by a bullet. Trophy outright as the nade hits. The Trophy ends up actually getting a kill onto Owakening as well, while the opposite side Trophy. And then they answer that with 3 straight through from Vivid and Lynz. Make it all 4. Vivid and Lynz just pop off, wipe Heretics off the map.
Yeah, the two who you know, your aggressors on the team really taking over. 14 for Lynz, make it 15. The MCW going crazy.
That drop shot looked nasty there, huh?
Vivid up to 11, leading the way. A very solid lead here coming in for Røkkr. You're going to need to break, and that's really been it. You just had a couple of breaks at P3 and now P4 where Røkkr taking advantage of it.
I mean, brother, it stays like this. Lynz is on pace for 50. Like, we'll see, but he's on pace for a monster game.
Yeah, we'll see how we keep our eyes on that.
I mean, it's a hot start, but yeah, it's tough to do that throughout. Now you kind of see what I was talking about with it flipping on its head, right? Only this time, 15 seconds have gone off the clock, and more points were earned by the two teams than were the first like minute 15 that were burned. So that's kind of that swing we were chatting about. You get up to 100 points now if you're Røkkr. Play clock becoming less of a conversation. They do a solid job in a couple of sequences. Big plays from Lynz and Vivid. Heretics, though, you got to answer the call. 5 in a row for medals.
Yeah, Lynz was trying to work a pinch over towards top 3, but he's gonna end up getting taken down. And now Metal's working forward. Does get 6 in a row, so has a cruise.
And then he dies because of a railing. That's nuts.
We've all been there. Shooting through those is not an easy task whatsoever. Half your bullets are in one of the railings. You may get aim assist, you may not. Flip the coin. But I think Heretics, they needed this hill to get back in the game, and they've gotten 30, could get 40 seconds. And they've done just that.
That's what they needed. That's what they needed. Got hot if you were Røkkr. The response there for Heretics. No lead change, not that close yet, but enough that you're in this game. Because you're trying to avoid anything like you're getting a 60, 70, 80 point deficits. Like, it can be so hard. I mean, P4 to P5, probably your best like opportunity to maybe chain some hills together, but there's not a ton, and it's been a game of streaks too. I mean, what, 5 in a row for Vivid just popped up as well. We saw the stretch from Lynz. We'll see if any streaks begin to come into play as we get deeper into this game.
Yeah, there we go. There's a cruise for Vivid, so he's got one now to work with. Accuracy with some nice shots. Hits the slide. It's a little bunny hop. Has his teammates working over him.
And I call accuracy the movement king, you know?
That's what he's known for.
Yeah. I don't know that it's ever been said ever on a broadcast.
That's not true.
Yeah. Vivid streak will end at 7 now. That's a flurry of kills for Journey and Lucky. Still down 40, but some kills to get them some time on the point. The early rotator is going to be Vickle on the other end of it. He's pinching with Journey as they set up the next hard point. This could be a nice little chain now for Heretics with a chance to go out in front.
Yeah, I think Journey was just spotted Awakening, right? He was pushing out in front of the hill. Just saw a glimpse of it, but nice kills out of Journey on rotation. Cleared the 2 out of the point and then found Awakening off of spawn to deal with this. But now you can see where Røkkr is spawning. This is the place you kind of don't want to be at P2. This is probably your farthest walk to a hill.
Yeah, it's not even that far of a walk, but it's the farthest walk.
The farthest walk. Exactly that.
I mean, I'd be winded, but they'll be all right. As they do that hike across the map, it's Heretics that are ready for it. They deal with it easily. And I mean, it's far enough that at least like you can get to your spots, like if you're in the hard point, right? Like, whereas like the chaos and the close spawns, like you could never really get to your prime positions. It's kind of frantic comms. Like they had a moment to breathe, a moment to get to their spots. You saw they kind of fried that first push.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is when you're pushing from the back, you really have like the ramp.
Yeah.
And that's it. You have the top stairs heading to deal with. The hill itself, it's just there's not a lot of great positions to fight from, so you really have to either work the outside side door or try to jump to the front.
That's a great breakdown of the pushing from the back. The missile now coming in. Lynz able to get 2. Metals, it'll hit. Awakening ripped out of the point. Røkkr right into it. Vivid trying to get that time and maybe build this lead again. Advantage 15 right now for Heretics. 40 or so left of the point. One spotting out topside behind him there. I think ready for it. That's going to be number 1 in metals, and that's an unfortunate one.
That's the exact spawn I was just talking about. On the other side, though, it was.
Oh, is that what you were saying? Like, keep an eye on that because they always spawn.
Yeah, I mean, Røkkr. I mean, it worked for them last time through. This time it works for Heretics, but accuracy with a couple of kills, and they just break. They don't even need the cruise. They just use their guns. You ever think about how wild submarines are? Because they're pretty insane.
Submarines kind of make me feel like stressed out and anxious. Like if I was in one, like just
no doubt about it.
That's just, I don't really get anxiety about many things, but the ocean gives it to me. You know, being in a submarine in the ocean gives it to me even more.
Well, yeah, the pressure could crush you.
Yeah, no, I don't mess with submarines.
Well, I just meant the technology of it. They're crazy.
No, you're right, but nah.
Yeah, I'm good too.
Just in movies alone, I'm like, nah. Heretics looking to make their run, but fights everywhere on the point as Vivid trying to hit the snap back, hit the shots one-on-one. Still on the point, sliding around the boxes. Who will get it? It's Lamar. Able to take it, comment to his teammates, belly down, trying to stay up. The Simtex, though, from Metals will hit. About to have ourselves a tie game here in a moment.
Just both teams trying to work these pinches. This time, it was Journey, but accuracy, again, a nice little 2-piece to put the pressure right back on Heretics.
And he's been there. This, you know, he's at times in his career, like later in his career, been vulnerable in some respawns, like just those games where he just gets smoked, and it's like that. You know, it's tough one. That's on me. But he's been consistent. He's been there. He's been battling.
Yeah, I think you know, if you looked at map number 1, I think a map like Terminal kind of plays to his strengths. Just didn't have the best map, but ended up walking away with the victory. But then you're thinking sub-base, he's just got to hit to some of these power positions and lock it down. But it's been kind of the opposite. He's just had some, some nice 2-pieces using the slide, and the slide cancels.
Well, that old Seattle team, they love Bocage, didn't they? They love Bocage. I don't know if he did, but his team certainly did.
He probably had a couple of spots on there.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Some of those spots looking over the subs going crazy. But back to this one, 15-point game, and this is where Heretics found a lot of time on our first rotation. And yeah, I mean, the first 90 seconds of the play clock kind of went away, but since then it's
really I think I literally said like it probably won't stay like that, but that one is directly in your nether region. Is the nade sticks, he will drop. But yeah, I figured it couldn't maintain that tempo. Like, you had like total of 50-point score between the teams, and a minute and a half off or whatever it was. That shifted quickly, and we look like it's definitely not going to be a play clock game. So that's definitely a change since the early scrims, but just 33 points now for Heretics. They're done. 4 in a row for Journey, 5 in a row for Journey, 6 in a row for Journey.
Yeah, he's popping
Cuatro,
up.
cinco, seis.
That's that. Maybe Siete coming in on the cruise. See what he can find. There it is. So up to 7 in a row. And we talked about Lynz and his hot start. Yeah, he's slowed down, but Journey has not. 34. Make it 35. 15 points away are Heretics from winning this one and going perfect through their first couple of weeks.
Okay, well, you know, it's another moment, though. Like, we're in a good spot. You are Heretics. A chance to close this out and go 3-0. Don't allow any kind of clutch to happen from Røkkr. Keep it tight, lock it up, get the dub. And the point, though, right now is Røkkr. Next one ready to go. Near the new hard point will be Awakening. So a chance here for Røkkr. They're not quite out of it yet, but it's really one big break from Heretics, and you got this map and series.
So you're through the middle of the map. That is going to be 2 dead, but it's quickly traded. Medals with the rival. And that player you took down, he's going to meet you right off spawn.
And you sort of got that hike again, like you talked about for Røkkr. You're spawning north side trying to get there, and that's going to be the tough part. One break should be all it takes. I thought they were in, but the Trophy hits one in the face, keeps them out for a second. Now they fight back in. Trophy, hopefully not the MVP for Røkkr, but it did enough to maybe delay the push and allow Røkkr to get back into this. 5 to go now for Heretics. Bickle trying to win fights, able to take down one. The response there immediately on the other side, but Journey, who's been the MVP of the map, hits again. 3 in a row for Journey. Ball game series to Heretics.
40 bomb for Journey on sub base. Closes out the series. They lose map number 1, but after that, it is 3 maps in a row. 3-0 now for Heretics.
Listen, they've been a lot of fun to watch. They get the dub, the passion is there, the skill has been on full display. They're hugging each other. They just won a tourney. You know, like, they're pumped about that one. But that was a grueler. There were some real tight maps, and yeah, you're always going to feel the best about winning those.
Oh, no doubt about it. But yeah, you kind of just saw, like, especially Bickle, right? One of those players who we got some things to work on.
Yeah.
But as you said,
he's meticulous, and yeah, he really wants to have a game plan. You know how that Florida team was at the end of last year. They're not there yet. They're not, but the potential, if they can be. Whew. I mean, the skill's there, that's for sure. I mean, it's a higher skill ceiling team, I think, than they had last year. So can Bickle get them there?
That is the question, but Journey leading the way. 40 and 30. There is the summary of the series. A very close terminal hard points. Both teams making mistakes, but then it was all Heretics.
It's just been a lot of this, like, just tight maps everywhere, man. Even it's 3-0s, game 5s. Like, it's been very close maps. There's have not been a lot of maps where people are getting smoked. And yeah, partly the game, partly the spawns, partly a lot of things, but also it's due to the competition level in this league. And hell, whatever. For us as casters, awesome.
Yeah, now I think if you're Røkkr, right, 0-3 to start, you're in a lot of these maps.
Yeah.
A lot of these games, just a couple of little things, but it's the little things that will kill you.
Yeah, and that's what's so difficult, like, when you're a team like Røkkr. It's just like, you keep saying that to each other, like, oh, you know, we're like a play away from winning, but how long can you say that till it's like we're out of the hunt for,
yeah,
you know, it's a difficult time, but you're 0-3. It's still early on, just some little things to fix. Heretics still get the win. And to break it down, we kick it back to the desk. Take it away, Chris.
Thank you, Maven and Merc. Excellent stuff as always. And Miami Heretics quickly becoming my favorite team in the CDL. Their matches are intense. Their beams, though, nameless. We were talking about it. These guys don't miss. Is it the builds on their ARs, or is it simply a little thumbstick control here?
I'm going to go with thumbstick control. I mean, and also the way they're navigating the map. Like, Medals, we're watching him go off. Like, Rival 9 in his hands on a map like Invasion. He's just up close and personal, in red, picking up kills, closing doors on folks, laying around corners, picking up the 2-piece. It's the communication that they have. First and foremost, they're always near each other. We're always talking about the trades. They're just always coming in. And the confidence, you can see it, guys. You can see the confidence growing from map to map, from series win to series win with this team. Everybody's starting to hit their stride. Every single time you think a team's going to come in and get a break on them, there's a heroic effort and a response. A break coming in for the Miami Heretics in their own right. So this team, force to be reckoned with, they have completely surprised me.
When it comes to Miami Heretics, I feel like in this series, I learned a lot about them and about what kind of team that they're going to continue to be moving forward. Well, first of all, I learned that their team chemistry is absolutely insane. They're always in a position to play for a trade. They're always on the same page as each other, and especially with like the heads up play in map number 3, round 5. Minnesota Røkkr on the offense, looking to get that final cap on A, and Lucky mid-gunfight decides and makes a decision that he shouldn't make this chow. His life is more important. He backs down, runs to the point, and decaps the tick on A. That was literally a sliver from finishing it, which possibly could have led to a Minnesota victory, because if you remember later on, they get into that stack and get that second tick. So it's just the IQ out of them.
Can I reiterate something?
Yeah.
Metals is disgusting. like, y'all just watch that. What this guy is able to do every single map. Since game 3 of their last series, he has been unstoppable. If that's what's to come from Miami Heretics, like, the sky is the limit.
And as good as Metals is, he was still behind Journey in that game number 4.
Him too.
Journey drops a new CDL hardpoint record of 40 kills here for MW3. How long does that record stay? As long as we don't see a sub base?
Well, as long as we keep going on sub base, it's going to continue, I think, to be the sub duo battle. I mean, all the subs in that map had about over 60 engagements. But yeah, going 40 and 30, Journey was on a tear.
All right, it's time to talk with our winners tonight in the Monster Winner Spotlight. We got the one and only, the original Vehicles on the squad tonight, and joining us live, Big Vic. Gotta ask you about this series. Why are your games so close? Is it the nature of MW3? Is it your play style? Why are all these games nail biters?
I think it's MW3. Every single hardpoint, every single like defense on S&D, the hardpoint rotations, I feel like the maps are always going to be close, S&Ds are always going to be close, even invasion control, like it's very hard to win an offense. So yeah, I think it's more about the game instead of the teams.
Pickle, you guys have certainly solidified yourselves as one of those teams in the top conversation. I mean, you don't seem to really have a weak point right now in these game modes. What do you guys feel most confident right now across the 3?
I mean, obviously, we haven't lost an S&D or a control yet, so I'm probably gonna have to say 2 of those modes. I feel like Terminal Hardpoint, we're a really good team on it. I think I let the team down on both, dying way too much to be when on the AR role, so gotta work on that for sure for after the break, but yeah, don't sleep on our Terminal either.
Love it. Vickle, y'all are 3-0, starting off super hot. Winners bracket is right in your guys' scope. I want to talk a little bit about Search and Destroy. So you're undefeated there, like you said, but you guys lost the first blood battle 2-8 in that map and still come away with the victory. What's so special about you guys that you're able to adjust down a man?
We've been working really hard on being on making sure that we make plays together as a team. Even on situations 3v4, 4v3, we always try to make it so we can trade each other. In a practice, it's unacceptable to die by yourself. We're really strict on each other on that. The coaches are on top of us all the time. So it was a showing of our practice.
You guys are putting in the work, and it is definitely showcased in your gameplay. Vic, I gotta ask you, this is on behalf of the chat. Some people are singing the Heretics' praises. They're saying 3-0, 9-2 map count. You're the best team statistically in the CDL right now, but you haven't played anyone with a winning record. How do you feel you stack up against the top tier here currently in the first stage?
Well, the patch is changing, so spawns are changing. We're just happy to finish this part of the game with a 3-0 with a 3-0 map count, game count, sorry. So I mean, we'll have to see when we scrim them on the new patch. I feel like we play every team really close, so it's just a matter of time for us to beat any top teams.
Haters keep hating, your wallet will be empty soon. Vic, congrats on another win tonight with the Heretics. Can't wait to watch you again soon.
Thank you.
That's Vehicle. He and the Heretics get the first W here on our Super Saturday, and we have 3 more matches to go. Before we finish this topic here, Allie, what was your favorite part of that match?
Oh, God, the favorite part of my match? I have to say watching Lynz get comfortable. I will say I felt like he was a little bit rocky in the first couple of their matches, and even though they lost the series, I mean, he was putting up some serious numbers, so I'm looking forward to seeing him in the future.
All right, we got Vegas coming up here in just a moment. While we're waiting on that, reminder, pick up your packs today if you haven't already. Pick up the Code Warrior pack. You could be rocking the brand new 6-carat kicker, the Island Style and Vehicle skin, rolling main calling card, and more. Support the Call of Duty endowment with your Warrior pack today. it's available as you get the Operator Koa. We're going to commercial. When we come back, Vegas takes on the unbeaten Subliners. Can New York finish the week with a 3-0 record? We're about to find out.
in the city of Boston, where champions are born.
Welcome in, everybody. It is the 2-0 Subliners taking on the Legion tonight, and we're going to see the Subliners up here first. So, Alley Cat, let's jump right into it because we're hanging out in the green room, and we're talking about how good the Heretics looked like. And we used the comparison to Hydra.
Yes.
Is he still the greatest player in the game? He won Controller Player of the Game for the last title. Where is he at right now with the Subliners?
Easily still one of the best players. I think that's what's amazing about Hydra is he's looking to be very consistent for the past 2 games. So for New York Subliners, that spells good things, and also that they're already feeling pretty strong, even though they started a little bit later than other teams, as they said. My only kind of worry is that they went to a Game 5 versus LAG, and it was extremely close. We're talking 2-point hard points, round 11 search and destroy, round 5 Game 3, so they keep putting themselves in these nail-biter situations. So for New York, try to get ahead early.
Nameless, you're in a fantasy league. Which one player from those 4 do you grab?
I'm grabbing Hydra, 100%. I better need a #1 overall pick, though, if I'm grabbing Hydra. And then for the Monster Energy pregame, one of the best S&D teams in the CDL, 14-7 in attacking rounds, 58% opening duel win percentage, and also can hardpoint improve in form. #2 in break percentage at 50%. A lot of great statistics there. Listen, this is just a very solid team, like top to bottom. They also got a late start. They're only going to get better as the season progresses. That Game 5 series was very good for them, so I think they're weather tested now and they're ready to go.
Here's the problem if you're a Subliner fan. You went to a round 11 in your Game 5 against OpTic. The Game 5 was were not as convincing as you'd want them to be in the past, and you haven't had a 4-game series yet. You need one if you want to keep pace with the other top-tier teams when you play the Legion tonight. As we take a look at this roster, Las Vegas coming in with some fresh faces. Standy, the only returning member from 2023. He's playing alongside Purge, who moves up from challengers. Nero and Attach brought in as the veterans.
Yeah, and for Vegas, I mean, honestly, what's funny is the story is kind of similar as their opponents. They keep getting these really close matches around 11, round 5, 20-point map 4 versus Miami, who we just saw might be one of the best teams in the game. So there's a lot of opportunity for Vegas right now going up against the New York Subliners, and an opportunity for Standy and Nero to solidify themselves as one of the more top SMG duos. But when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, S&D is the key mode. Vegas Legion, again, one of the better search and destroy teams in the game. And Control needs a complete reset. They're struggling in the respawns. Again, this is the same tale as last year, Chris.
It's pretty messy so far in Game 3s for Vegas. They look to clean it up today. If they're looking for an in-game leader, who's the guy you're listening to tonight?
I mean, I'm going with Standy.
Yeah.
I feel like, especially in the search and destroys, a lot of the times in that last search we watched him lose against Heretics, he was on like a wide flank by himself. Also, him and Attach were left in a couple 2 versus 2 situations. Didn't look like they were effectively communicating. Like, Standy wouldn't challenge first, they wouldn't challenge together. Like, those are things that have to be on point. And honestly, for Legion to have success in this league, they have to be a 2-3-5 team. They have to be very good at search and destroy. They've had collapses, breakdowns. They have not been able to close versus the Royal Ravens or versus Heretics in their last 2 series. So for Legion, that is what I'm looking at today. Who's going to grab a hold of the rails and get these guys ready to close out these search and destroys, not get come back on and seal the deal.
Purge, avoid the .69s today, and your team has a chance. When he's on, his team is winning. When he hasn't been, they're losing those games in narrow fashion. Vegas Legion versus Subliners. 5 games coming your way. Skid Row, Karachi, Invasion Karachi. We're seeing a lot of Skid Row to start this series. Is this good or bad for the Subliners?
I mean, I would just say for the Subliners, they did the Legion a favor getting rid of that Invasion on both those game modes. Those are 2 maps that have been very bad for Legion the last 2 series. As far as Skid Row goes, we know it can be Ellie. You just rotate setup to 60.
And I mean, and this will be our first look of Vegas Legion on Skid Row, so I'm wondering if maybe this is something they've been holding out on us.
I like it. I want to see what they got for us today. Remember, Standy and Nero, one of the SMG duos to watch today, though. You're going up against the world champ, and I don't know if there's anyone better than Kismet and Hydra. I'm going New York Subliners.
Yeah, me too. New York.
Yeah, me too.
New York? Let's just wipe them all.
Let's just wipe them.
Wipe them all. Allie's.
I can't catch up with this one, I guess.
Allie's winning. Look at her continue to win at 10-5.
You're not going to catch up to me.
Here. Are the casters ready? We're done here in this room. Thank you all for watching Headquarters. We'll be right back. For now, though, listen to the sultry voices of the beautiful Miles and Chance.
That was my favorite throw of all time, Chris Bucket. Thank you so much for that one. Jesus, Mary and Joseph. Yeah, good times ahead of us.
Chance, this should be a real fun time. Double skidders on Skid Row to start the series off, and we're leaving marks and everyone's undies on that one. And then what? A bit of invasion, baby. Can't wait to get into this series. And yeah, I'm not super surprised by the call of the desk there, the 3 New York Subliners picks, but Vegas is still really solid when it comes to search and destroy, unless 5-4 lead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it is gonna be a really fun dynamic too, because I agree with the desk. By the way, for the desk, it cracks me up so much that Ant has the worst predictions right now. That brings me so much joy. Anyway, just the idea for search and destroy. Yes, the New York Subliners are undefeated, but they have played just a gauntlet of incredibly close games, like 3 round 11 wins and 1 6-4 win. And for them to go toe to toe with a team like LAG, that the expectation was for them to be at the bottom, it's a big question. Have New York just not gotten anywhere near towards their peak yet, or is LAG just much better than we expected? Vegas is a really good sort of test for New York in that sort of category. So it's going to be a fun series. It is a brand new look on Skid Row for both of these teams as well, for the hardpoint and the search and destroy, which means, Miles, we get to learn. I love learning.
Love learning. Always be learning. Let's get it, you zealots, into the New York Subliners versus Vegas Legion. We now go map number 1, Skid Row. We'll get to that search and destroy in just a moment, but until then, we're throwing absolutely everything we've got at each other here on P1.
That's great timing as well. Player cross nearly got stuck by the nade, but a perfect opening break right there from Vegas as Standy picks up 2, and more importantly, Attach is already roamed over towards New. So that's a rotation at 45 seconds coming in, and I mean, for the moment, it looks like Vegas are nice and clear on P1 as well. So they're setting themselves up to potentially to build a massive lead in this game.
Oh, come on. When was the last time we saw somebody in the Subliners get a kill? I'm not even sure they have any yet. There you go, Sib gets himself involved. P1 has gone fantastically for Vegas Legion so far.
Oh, no.
Looking towards on, well, okay. There you go. Keep the kills going. Next hard point's already up. And what do you know? Vegas Legion in position already.
And Miles, shout out to Turtle for these stats. Currently in CDL history, the best money hill of all time. Granted, it is week 2, day 2. It's Skid Row P2. So right now, you have Vegas again on the lockdown on the money hill, the early rotation. They already have a 30-point lead, and this has truly been the unbreakable Vegas Legion right now in a fantastic spot in this game.
What can they hold on, though? That's Nero's job right now. 3 spree for him, as he is currently snapping. Here comes the lineup. 1, 2.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely cooking. Attach gets his kill on the other side, and that's going to be a strong hold so far. Vegas Legion here on P2.
I mean, this quite literally just comes down to the opening break as well. Like, Vegas had the coordination. Standy picks up the 2, and immediately Attach goes on that rotation. They just had a lockdown on the first 2 hills of the game. So the best possible start. However, for anyone that even just watched the OpTic in Seattle series yesterday, you're going to have a 100-point lead that dissipates on this map. So marathon, not a sprint. Vegas still have a long way to go.
Yeah, long way. But so far, that scoreline is an absolute treat for the Vegas fans. New hard points up. New York Subliners will be first in. There we go. They get the first sweet taste, the colostrum of that hard point. It's the most nutritious. Can they make the most of it here? Standy through the back alleyways as he's now pushing product through towards that hard point. Purge will back him up. Here we go. Attach on the pinch. Streaks early invested from that rampage the boys had. Will it land, or will a trophy save it? It lands. Good job, Nero. Here we go. That's Vegas in the hard point.
Yeah, not only does he get the kill, he gets the information and forces everybody inside. So Civ ends up in a pinch. Hydra maybe getting caught on the bait, looking for the chow, but that is just effectively perfect use out of the cruise missile. You maintain and even build upon that lead. And honestly, the rampage gets continued. It is Skyz by himself, the lone man from New York, and Standy looking to take him down.
Standy not able to get the job done, but teamwork makes that dream work as Vegas Legion continue to hold. Nice work out of Hydra into the point for a few measly seconds, but in the end, there may be the difference maker. We'll see how it goes here on Skid Row. New hard points up as we go across the map towards the north side. We find ourselves there in the barbershop, and it is about to get spicy indeed. Vegas first in. Here comes the hit.
Yeah, worth pointing out, by the way, Kismet just got his first kill on the 4th hill of this game. The Vegas have stayed ahead on rotation. Have to be where the back spawns, and looks like when that door gets kicked open, that's what's going to show Purge that they're there. Tries to fight him with a trophy. Doesn't hurt as much as Bullet, so there you go. New York get the break.
Hey man, A for effort. He really did have the centering on point for that one. Hydra now pushing out the front line. Barbershops are where we're going to see the Subliners get a bit more comfortable maybe, as the kills keep rolling in their favor. Reinforcements now on the way towards the new hard point for Vegas Legion, but Kismet lying in wait. He's doubled his kills already, Chance.
I mean, that is the perfect opportunity to really get back in the swing of things, and we both know that Kismet, absolutely the type of player capable of turning things around. So we'll pay attention to the score line a little bit later in the kills column for him. Right now, doing a fantastic job setting up attach for the bait. His teammates getting sent in for the kill, and right now, New York Subliners have a beautiful spread across the left side of the map. This is going to be easy time for them to collect.
Yeah, that score line is going to get closer and closer and closer. Here come Vegas Legion. Sib on the inside of the garage, a man who loves his cars. However, the entirety of the Vegas Legion roster out through the mean streets here of Skid Row. Hydra's going to be the man to get the fight first. There's his first. There's Skyz backing him up on the second. It's a 5-3 from Hydra. Pressure now mounting for Vegas. We need to see a break sooner rather than later.
No, that is the absolute funnel, and this might be a cruise missile coming through for Hydra as well. If he's ironed up, he feels like one of those players that it is a guarantee for him to get this kill. Not trying to caster's curse him or anything, but in the meantime, effectively full 60. Doesn't check the corner though, and yeah, my bad, Hydra. Shouldn't have done it. Good news is your team right back in the game.
Curse the hell out of him, but it's now a 30-point game, so we'll take that for the New York Subliners. Vegas Legion have been quiet. It's been snake eyes for a hot minute here on Skid Row. Can they pull something around? Skyz, 4. Can he turn it into a 5? Dylan Price there into that corridor is going to make it harder and harder for him to get those kills. Lovely work there from Bueno. Gets himself involved. Vegas with P1 once again. Can they get right back into the swing of things? They had such strong momentum from P1 all the way through to 3. Here's their chance to get it going. Skyz gets a cruise as well.
Oh, this is such a delicate moment too, and Nero is going to deliver, picks up the second kill, and right now you see New York, they're going to hightail it. They might chalk up a ton of this P1 time to be secure on the rotation, so this is sort of the mathematics that come through on Skid Row. Where do you want your investment to be? Because P1 can be scrappy if you want it to be, but again, trading away so much to lock down this rotation. Good news is they're picking up the kills. The rotation will be theirs. The bad news is you're going to be down by more than 60 points or maybe fight a little bit on P1. So there you go. You were playing with their food just a little bit, making some moves, keeping things mixy.
Bulldog keeping things going there in P1 as the Skid Row economics are still paying off here for the New York Subliners. They've got a home field advantage here, I feel like, on this map chance. Well, so far so good. They're looking to try to take the lead back here. Let's go for a listen in with the New York Subliners.
Garage, standing weak, Tunnel's weak as fuck, I'm not peeking, P5. I'm watching the tunnel. Tunnel weak. Tunnel crossing, hold. Iron up. Every tunnel guys are all P5. Fight for top mid now, okay? Last guy's P5. P5 right corner palace, last guy. On it, one shot, crossing, ticket. One's ticket, one's Every P5. Garage standing. Garage and 1 P5 is weak attached. I'm giving up your tunnel's open. Team field. I'm pitching top. Your tunnel's open. Bottom. No, bottom. He's on the hop up. Hop up in bottom. One's in P3. Yeah, they spawn bottom. One more top. Yeah, they beat Barber behind me. He's back with laundry. Fuck on the Barber. I'm playing a light top mid. Nice one, Garage. I'm going back up. I have a streak. One's playground right now. Purge weak. I'll kill him. No one pitching top mid. Top mid weak. Nice. Good job. Nice. One hold, right? One hold. Yeah, one. On new one shot. Zig. They're being top mid, guys. They're being top mid. You're gonna be top mid and bottom, yeah. I'm pitching top mid with these. Zig. Nice. They're being green hop. Turning my door. Up doors. Yeah. Double looking for me. One shot. One shot the door, okay? One to green. I'm sure, that's funny, yeah. I'm nading their shot time. Help me, Matt. Yo, Laundry stun hard. He's stun hard. He's been a pitch now.
It's all fun and games until you find out that Nero is 21-8 right now, absolutely spinning on New York Subliners. Hydra snaps onto a dead body. It's fantastic work, and it's a break. It's New York's hard point.
Yeah, no, Nero, absolutely a great player to call out. He has been disturbingly good so far this year, but it's all about the results, and right now you're still looking for that hard point win, and Skyz can only chop down one, but good enough for the trades. It is an early rotation towards Barbershop on top of the fact that the scrap time is being collected, so this is the moment of the game right now for New York. They have done a wonderful job of keeping it close. Now they need to close that door.
Hold it together for the Subliners. Hydra 5 spree starting to get going. Very, very close game still. The Subliners, you called it, mate. This is the moment for them. Points up. Hydra wins it. Somehow nearly does get the second. 21-16. The spree's done. He's got himself streaks. They've got the hard point, and here comes the lead change.
Yeah, he's also just made your life so easy. Those players spawning so far away, and I mean, this is Vegas. You get one good chance to make this break, and you're going to need to get it. This is too much time to give away. Gunfights getting traded out, but you got Hydra around the god steps, and if I were them, yeah, I'd be going back door too.
Here we go. Front door it is. Sibs fighting the 3 in a row. go from Sib. He's got it going. 4 spree for him. That should be it. Sib keeping it going. Massive kills. 5 spree. New York Subliners holding the hard point together. Vegas are nowhere to be seen. Such a long journey to go. They can win it here. Dive on in. Kismet still keeping numbers on the inside of the point. Vegas to the outside. Sib gets it. And hey, Bulldog finds another kill.
Well, they contested for long enough to actually force the rotation, and because they call the cruise number 6, well, I was going to say could have gotten through, but the cruise lands on his face. If it was a trophy player, maybe there was potential, but it wasn't. And it looks like New York Subliners, despite the fact that they started down 90 points, close out game number 1.
Oh, God, I look too excited there, a little too heated up. The Subliners, they start slow. Sib with a wonderful 4-piece towards the end there in Barbershop. The Subliners cooking. Vegas so close, yet so far. Good news for them, though. We'll see how that search and destroy comes up in just a moment. Staying on Skid Row for that, but a kick-ass way to get the series going.
And, you know, from what I can tell, I think Vegas lost that game on the Barbershop Hill. Because I think ultimately Vegas played nearly every single hill well early on. Obviously, the P1 to P2 rotation was absolutely flawless. Even the P2, when like New York early rotated, they broke it with like 20 seconds left. So Vegas played some of these like money hills incredibly well. But the first time they had the early rotation of Barbershop, they got broken down, right? That was the hill where Purge is trying to kill them with like a trophy system. That didn't pan out. And then obviously the second time around, New York had the early rotation of Barber, and Sib absolutely picks them apart. So funnily enough on Skid Row, Barbershop turned, at least in my opinion, out to be that difference maker. But here's some highlights for you. Near looked great, but I think long term we're going to see New York Subliners just a little bit stronger.
That's a very good way of putting it. Strong start, not much of a good finish there. Vegas Legion, a little bit of work still to do on that Skid Row hard point. But yeah, man, very exciting start. Vegas are going to dominate most of the highlights. They're the flashiest plays, but it has to be simple. It's got to be so clean, and that's exactly what it was for the New York Subliners. Great work from them, your world champs. Minus Priestahh, add Sib. And he didn't have a great map chance. I towards the very end was really saw him get things, heating up. But until then, it was a difficult run. Any sort of major takeaways for you? I mean, you called the hard point perfectly. It was going to be Barbershop. Anything else that really stuck out?
No, I mean, I think I just appreciate like the resilience of the New York Subliners. I mean, we had Kismet that started off like 0-6 or something like that, like an atrocious start. Didn't get a kill until the 4th hill. And maybe in the kills column, it's not like he brought it all the way back, but 10 and 14 was catching up to his teammates, and he certainly had the damage output as well. So Kismet might have been the guy racking up a bunch of time in the hill, but even when he wasn't getting the kills, he was the man that early rotated over towards like that back jump kill. So even when things are difficult, they're always playing on point. And I mean, again, world champs, it's the expectation, but they showed off just a little bit again on map number 1.
It's tough though, man. I mean, yeah, there is an expectation there. The brand that won last year's world championship, can they do it again? Not a lot of teams do, man. I mean, the back-to-back would be something. Not a lot of teams show that same sort of promise, but Subliners, a strong contender still to keep things going in a very hotly contested and extremely competitive MW3 season so far. New York Subliners. Let's see how they go. It looks like Skyz has the sun in his eyes this time round. I mean, Jiminy Crickets, is that boy sitting? How far away from the sun is he? Is it there?
Yes, it is behind him. He's actually moved his setup. I don't know how good your internet connection is when you're playing that close to like solar flares, but so far seems to be making it work.
Yeah, light years away from some of the competition these boys are, but Skyz, a fantastic assault rifle player, has been for so long. New York Subliners, I would say just the chemistry, absolutely brilliant. The desk called him out as one of the more dangerous submachine gun players, nicknamed the Bulldog for his aggression. But we saw it in that map, mate. There's no doubt about it. When he gets going, he's a very difficult player to stop. But I think a lot of players, Chance, in the league have started to learn that if you don't give Kismet a reason to get mad in game, is he a bit more tame, or is this, if you give him something more personal, he's just that bit more lethal?
I think it is quite literally just all narrative driven. I think Kismet is just like a true veteran player at this point. So I don't know if the motivation really means anything to him. I think he's a player that is all about his business. He's going to show up to practice on time every single day. Always has his, like, what's the phrase? Like nose to the grindstone or something like that. Like he's always just going to be on point. So I love the narrative of like talk trash and he bites back, but I think that is literally just that, a narrative. is a player that you can have nothing but respect for. He's like one of the few players that ended up in the Challengers Pit and Gauntlet, like as far back as like Black Ops 4, fights back into the CDL, falls out for a little bit, makes his way back, and ends up a world champ. So he is one of the like cleanest and coolest stories of any pro that's around. So always got to give him the respect.
Absolutely, man. E6, Paris Legion, the man's been all over the place. I think he might have found his home here on the Subliners. Well, we're going to stay on Skid Row for our home here as we go into Search and Destroy. Vegas Legion bomb in hand. Standy's the man with it. New York Subliners, a little bit of a stagnant defense so far, but those 2 arrows, number 1 and number 3, that's going to be Hydra and Kismet. They'll be a little further forward for now, but that B-bomb site, it's about to get busy, boys. Skyz at least saw somebody's tail.
This is so aggressive, too. I mean, they have just flooded through that back alley, so 2 players in the Subliners right back over towards B, and the other 2 players turtled up top in corners. Hydra obviously being one of those players, might have a little dance with Sandy here in a moment, and as the pre-fire as well gets it done and gets out with his life, possibly the best player in the world.
Very, very quiet. He's hunting Vegas. Smile on his face for good reason. The 3rd kill, a lot of help from his teammates, but that initial 1v2. Yeah, let's take a look at this one again. Lovely stuff out of the Phenom.
I mean, is that just like instinct on the timing, or maybe good comms from Kismet as well, being a bit of a distraction in the window? But if it was comms, instinct, gunny, or just the smoothness of Hydra, literal perfect start.
What a delight that was. But this time we pump the brakes, slow things right down. New York Subliners out hitting their mid-map push with that bomb. Purge is in the courtyard. Attach will be there by the bottom side of Laundry. He'll have some more eyes towards that B-bomb site up to the apartments now. The opening gambit does not work out for Hydra. Skyz will try to plug the hole, but that's a man down for New York.
Yeah, no, that's just good reads. Caught Hydra on the cross when he was coming through the tunnel and just had the intel. So Purge right there, perfect execution. And a great default setup coming through for Vegas as well. But the First Bloods are one thing. I know Vegas have been one of the best First Blood teams in the game, but still need to ice up with the man advantage.
How far can we go for Purge? A little slow in the respawn. A little noisy now in the search. Timing's not going to work out. The shots were so close, but not enough. Kismet stays alive. 3v3. Attack.
There's the funnel, though. Yeah, I was going to say, they're just like isolated. That is bombed down in the worst possible spot in Vegas. Yeah, execute and get the job done. A lot of work by New York there to go and try to isolate Purge over towards Barbershop, but attach in a power position. And I mean, you just funnel him through into a distant corner of the map. So Vegas on point.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, but that's prime real estate in those apartments. Attached with a big set of kills from that very small window. Purge was a martyr in that round. He may go down. He gets that first blood, though. Does a tremendous amount of work to give his boys the advantage. You're right back at it, 1-1. All tied up. Smokes out. Here we go. Another aggressive round on offense from Vegas.
Oh, yeah. No, Hydra's already behind you. I mean, you got to be worried about the flanks coming through. They, like, triple hit back alley in round number 1, and look at how New York responded. They just hit that right back, but still a 3 versus 3. Trades coming through. Standy, maybe on camera, or maybe lucky with the timing. Nice little moment there for the 2v2.
Hey, you love that. The Vegas odds. It pays off. 2v2 now. Less than a minute to play. Skyz has a corner. Hydra has his. You fly through that door, you're going to meet a lot of trouble. Trophy still at the ready for Skyz should he want it, but I think he'd be saving that for a little bit later on. The B-bomb check. Oh, no. It's all into Hydra now, and I think that the jig may be up. He's seen enough. Will he be calling for reinforcements? Is he calling for the pinch? Here comes Stanley. There's the fight. Oh, big damage. Hydra's got to get out with his life. Oh, they've lined up. Oh, Skyz with a pistol, not enough. Vegas, take the round.
Oh, man, yeah. Anyone that has played this game quite a bit knows how awkward those stairs can be. Hydra wanted the slide, but, like, I don't know exactly what your wiggle room is to get it, but if you're just a little bit too far down the steps, can't slide. You just crouch. It's super awkward, and, well, it's a feels bad moment. So Hydra gets caught out. Vegas will take advantage. And I mean, we didn't really touch on this too much. We were talking about Kismet too much. The S&D is where this series is quite literally the most interesting between these two teams, because an undefeated record for New York, but Vegas, this has absolutely been their strongest game mode, and at least early on, still making some moves.
Yeah, we were expecting this to be a very, very exciting moment in the series, and so far so good. Nero lovely shots at range there with a rival. Here comes his second. As Kismet tagged up, teamwork there from the back alleyway. Attach is going to pick up another. Ooh, that's the bomb down as well. Subliners in a tough spot once again, and Purge tightens the grip.
Poor Kismet too. Got spotted like on the camera spot. Got spotted jumping up the window. Just gets hunted down. And Skyz now opportunity to be the first player this year to clutch a 1 versus 4. Although he has been spotted as well, or maybe not. But now the intel is given away. 40 seconds to work with. Does not have bomb and has 0 map presence.
40 seconds, plenty of time. Vegas will pump the brakes. Attach. Damage on. Skyz knows someone's coming, but Vegas play the advantage fantastically. Smiles and a couple of moments now to just relax, keep things going. That's 2 rounds in a row for them.
It's going to be another interesting one as well. I know Stanny ends up delivering their previous offensive round from the camera spot where he gets good timing on the player that was underneath him. But New York sort of did, punch back on defense with an aggressive strat of their own. Vegas just clutched up, but might be an opportunity to mix things up. It's going to be a double hit through tunnel as well. And Stanny's on a 4, so maybe thinking about a cruise. And this is a wide open lane. Skyz just now spotted, but he's dealing with 2 players, so sort of an awkward moment. You got number 3, Kismet, wrapping back, but Vegas, they are very heads up.
Oh, is Purge going to check this? Maybe. This is Kismet cam. They banged the doors, and Kismet did not move whatsoever. Not an inch. Stun trap connects. He knows he's there. Yeah, see you later, mate.
And in the meantime, though, yeah, you do have trades across the map, right? So Skyz is actually able to get one of these kills. So you've now rotated the bomb over towards Purge, who had somewhat of an opening. But you're working up top. You were going straight into Hydra.
They don't know. Hydra's got to check this. Uh-oh. I'm not sure if he saw them. That might be the call. Here comes the Subliners reinforcements. Hydra's got full pockets. He could work with the frag grenade to take the players off the point. Here's Kismet. Number 1. The second, not enough. Hydra now maybe sent in to clean them up. Less than 20 seconds on the clock by the time he gets the play going. Purge. Unfortunate timing. All down to attach now, the 1v2. Can he pull something special out? Rival in hand. It's the attach of old, but I don't think he's got the time. The Subliners might have done it. Final few moments. He does have seconds to plant the bomb. Good work, New York.
Yeah, that is an absurdly good setup as well, because you saw Hydra doing the cheeky little jump spot out the window, but it was actually Skyz from back apartments that can just see through some of these windows, getting all of the information as players are going back and forth through the cross. So that is very much, New York doing their homework on the map, knowing what setups they want to have. So I think Skyz probably the MVP in that round. Gets the early intel on 2 of the players coming through tunnel, gets the late intel in the round, and maybe needs to go and pick up the bomb. New York have just completely abandoned it.
Howdy. Kismet opens things up with a blast. Skyz there with the teamwork. Nades immediately trying to deal with those players pushing in, hoping for a weak Subliners player to deal with. Shots from Purge. Pulls things back, but it's all down to him now. Can the rookie do something special against our reigning world champs?
Well, he's not trapped. He can get out, and I mean, good news is New York Subliners just picked up the bomb. And there's a freebie. He is an S&D kid. He turns on Hydra as well. Purge, this is your moment.
1v1 against Skyz. Bomb planted at A. Oh, Purge, if you play that patiently, you might have caught him transitioning from room to room. But here we go. You call it chance. He's an S&D kid. Is it going to pay off? The goodie! Oh, Skyz! Oh, and it's just ice in the veins from that man, Purge. He did all the hard work. I hope that was a confidence boost for him, though, because, damn, man, he could have had that.
Yeah, I mean, look, that was a genuinely fantastic read on Hydra. I think he more or less reads Skyz as well, but, I mean, good reads versus world champ. Skyz just slightly too fast for him. So, great attempt from Purge, but another round win from York Subliners. Again, making this S&D a battle. By the way, back to the round 1 strat. Tripled up towards the back alley. Sib, all the pressure's on him, and he's 0-5.
Oh, he's so much trouble. Yeah, no way, man. He just got bulldozed there by Vegas Legion. 3-3 now in the round count, and Vegas are pushing pace. Can they keep this one up? And can Skyz keep his spree going? The B-bomb site soon to be overflowing with members of Vegas Legion. Here they go.
Yeah, B-bomb side a little bit awkward, though, just because you can get spotted from top fire. So you want to go clear out back apartments. Nero checking all the corners, and Skyz, the stun's going to give you the intel. You know they're coming. Can you take at least one down?
He got spotted. Nero, he's going to chow this. Takes care of Skyz. Man advantage still, Vegas Legion. Purge on the back line versus Hydra. We'll see that fight in a moment. But for now, attach. The weak hand against Kismet. And Kismet, oh, nearly Gets him into the place where he wants him. Hydra now from behind. Massive damage in the Purge. Gets away with his life. 25 on the clock.
And he doesn't know, but that bomb is down as well. So Vegas do need to go and collect. And Hydra is not the player you want to deal with. Bad timing there, but it is just a dance right now between these three players.
And there should be a bomb plant. 15 seconds on this one. They are expecting the aggression from Hydra. A lot of respect shown, but it might not be good for him. Here comes the hit. Sneaky. Oh, not enough. Full pockets. Smoke down the bomb site as well. Vegas are playing it patiently. There's a frag grenade in Hydra's back pocket as well to go with. Will he check this? Oh my god. He's got a corner chance.
Wow.
My god, what patience.
That is one of those rounds that just stresses you out of the player too. Like, you have Vegas just in firm control, but like every single player on York Subliners did their job, right? Like, Sid just gets bullied out. He doesn't have a trophy. He's on the back step. He gets overwhelmed, but Skyz did deliver and get his one to set his teammates up. Kismet bought you one as well. Everything was just so close, but you still get that first blood. You still execute. Vegas, they have a lead in Search and Destroy.
It's a very, very, slim lead for now, but Vegas will take that. You promised a strong contest here in the mode, and we're getting it.
Oh, big flank for Purge potentially as well.
We're on it now. He creeps his way through garage. Oh, bad timing from Skyz. That's unbelievably unfortunate. But Purge will take it. First blood.
I mean, he is flying for those chows too, and attached jumps as well. Everybody moving right now on the map, but Hydra at least tries to even up the odds. This would be a 2v4 clutch for the sub duo of New York.
If anyone can do it, they can. Hydra makes it a 2v2. Guns up for the chow. No one there. We pump the brakes once again. 40 seconds to go.
And they know Purge was behind him, but they're just really taking the time. They don't have bomb, and Kismet's going to deliver 1v1. Purge versus Hydra again.
All right, Purge. Oh, you had a chance, and that was it. Snuffed once again. The world champions reign supreme in the 1v1. Little bit of resolve. Fantastic composure. And Purge, he was gifted the good timing at the start of the round, and this time COD taketh away. I think it was a pistol as well. Gosh, what a shot.
Yeah, and the old pop-up glitch in effect as well. So that is everything going right from Hydra. Also, again, that's a 2v4. Like, Vegas are fantastic in the first bloods, fantastic in S&D in so many ways, just not icing up and throwing away a round like that against a team like this. Punishing. And by the way, yeah, speaking of flanks, by the way, Skyz has gotten through too. Yeah, fool me once.
All the way deep, left-hand side of the minimap. We'll see if Sib can get off the donut this round. But we are holding this one very, very patiently for the New York Subliners. A minute to go. Vegas yet to make their play.
Subliners seem to really love their corners with the rival nines up top.
Yeah, right.
Again, you would Sid potentially like back apartments could help with some intel, but he's feeling a little bit of pressure. Now you Vegas, they're jumping. They're trying to make the moves all the way up top, straight into Hydra, and Kismet just waiting for his moment.
They're not going to give up the advantage they have, especially now with the man advantage. Sib is going to run into trouble in a minute. He's not going to look left, but I don't think they can see him from this position, and you've timed it so well. The door's open. He's on the board. 25 seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't know if he knows that a player's crossed behind him. Nobody paying attention to it. So Stanny gets at least one freebie, but now it is a 1 versus 3. Stanny has to clutch and get the ace, and they can see him. Kismet shooting at him. They have swarmed this site.
There we go. Stanny's going to go out swinging. My God, he died so quick. And that's the defuse, and that's map point. New York Subline. Jet, that was ridiculously fast. No friendly fire, no nothing. Well done, New York.
No, and New York are also doing a really good job of, it's almost primarily Skyz, it feels like. He was down by like the God steps looking through the double doors and just could see through the entire lane. So anytime we're watching an SMG, either Kismet or Hydra just posted up in a corner, they are getting fed information from someone else, typically Skyz, on the map. So New York Subliners always heads up gameplay in Search and Destroy. And I'm just going to say it. I know it's a close S&D game, but this is just a massive opportunity and still potentially is for Vegas to get a win. You had Sib in an incredibly slow start, and you just had a round like a 4 versus 2 that you threw away. Vegas, they need the ice in S&D. And they might get another first blood, too, trying to back Skyz down.
There you go. First blood, immediate trades. Kismet gets away with his life. A little bit of damage there, but very much superficial. An aid, not though. Skyz Advantage goes to the New York Subliners out of literally nowhere.
And this is so tough as well. Yeah, I mean, Purge is just going to die. Like Hydra, he can assassinate him if he wants to. Purge is never going to turn around.
Here he comes. Thank you very much. It's a freebie. Attach. Once upon a time, the king of clutch. In a 1v3 against our world champs. They are potentially lining up for him. Will the stars align? There's one. Quick reposition. The bomb planter A. Now things look a little different for Attach.
And it's 1 sub, 1 AR. We already know Kismet just loves to play in corners, wait for the information to come through. Just trying to find a way to isolate these gunfights. If he wins a long one against Skyz, has an opportunity. The time is not on his side, and Skyz is not going to give him anything.
Yeah, there's no way. Subliners are going to sit pretty. Trophies just in case. This is to keep Vegas alive in the map. And it's not looking good. Kismet closes the door. The New York Subliners. They dominate Skid Row, and it's a 2-0 so far.
And again, not to harp on it too much, but it just comes down in my mind to that 4 versus 2 round where Kismet Hydra clutch up. Like, you're doing so well in Search and Destroy, but these sort of icy moments are just sort of getting under their skin. Because that was like best case scenario. Sib was having a slow game, started 0-6. Like, you're really slowing down, like, even just the trophy production that is able to get out, which opens up like those back alley hits and whatnot. But even with Sib having a slow one, Vegas not able to take advantage and now find themselves down 2-0 in the series.
Well, they do indeed. Look at that damage as well from Skyz, over the 2k mark. But there we go, our first 2 maps here in the series complete. Skid Row totally done, actually. No more of that here in the series. Karachi Invasion, Karachi to close out. Can Vegas turn things around? We'll find out on that Karachi control. Very, very exciting moment we've seen so far. Both teams, we'll see if they've got what it takes to either close the series out or push us to games 4 and 5. Frankly, I'm looking forward to a couple of good ones. Chance, I want to see that nice bit of a Karachi Search and Destroy to close series out. However, that's not up to us, ladies and gents. After the break, we come back to play control. We'll see if the New York Subliners, our world champs, can close this one out. In the meantime, very, very exciting stuff here in the CDL Week 2. So far, Super Saturday, an absolute delight. Don't go too far. This is the CDL.
game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Don't miss out on all the action at the first Call of Duty League Major, hosted by the Boston Breach, this January 25th to the 28th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway in Boston. Scan the QR code on the screen or go to callofdutyleague.com for more info. Upgrade.
Before we get to Boston, we've got to get ourselves through these qualifiers, and so far the New York Subliners, they want just that, to end this series right here and now on Control. They've got a 2-0 lead. We go to Karachi, and look at them all smiling and enjoying themselves already, Chance.
Yeah, and I know why they're smiling, because they have rings that look like that. It has to feel so good to, I don't even know if you could put it on your finger. I feel like that would be heavy. Certainly when you play, you got to keep it off to the side, but they are gorgeous and well-deserved for the New York Subliners.
Oh, indeedy. Well, the boys got the ice in and out of game now. Going to be feeling fantastic coming into the season. And so far, they look good as well, with very, very close search and destroy finishes. Even against a team like Vegas Legion there, who, despite, at times, incredible advantages in these rounds, Subliners certainly composed, closed things out. Same can be said in this Control game. Karachi, we now descend one more map for the Subliners, or is it the beginning of the comeback here for Vegas Legion? We'll find out. Not going to be an easy task whatsoever.
Well, I mean, we have seen Vegas play on this map as well. They looked good early on, ended up losing in round 5. So I think this might just become a early theme for Vegas of just that ice sort of situation. But they had some good looks on Karachi, especially on offense, doing like one of the first teams, I think it was Attached, that was like very effective of like setting up the spawn traps with the AR. So the potential is absolutely here. Obviously, though, New York Subliners, they are something fierce.
Well, yeah, here we go. A smack bang in the middle of the map, the B zone over there by the top left-hand side. That's the little restaurant-y diner thing, and Skyz serves up an aid to start proceedings off. No one quite in the point just yet. Vegas Legion on the attack, and it is not working out so far. This is looking to be the third in a row as Attached swats a fly and dies as a result of it. Wonderful start from the Subliners.
And I want to see how like the Subliners are able to influence these spawns. You have all 4 players just spawned up in the exact same corner. This does not look like it's going to be fun to be getting out of. You either have to deal with Hydra on a head glitch, have to deal with Sib up in a power position. I mean, you're just in your spawn. Good luck with this one.
Yeah, Nero's got to the highest point he could possibly find to try to give his boys some semblance of coverage. And there it is. Purge joins him with the feed. Hydra, though. Whoa, nice shots out of Attach. We'll take that, but you still got to worry about Kismet. Angles upon angles. It's a geometry class right now, and the New York Subliners are teaching.
And I tell you, I watched the, OpTic when they played Seattle on this map. I don't know how to influence the spawns to force them back to like chicken coop. I thought Kismet might have been in this position, but still getting the sort of close one. But either way, you might be getting the close spawn. It's still just power position on power position. You have been funneled into death ad nauseum right now. Vegas on the struggle bus, Attached trying to bail them out.
Well, the beautiful thing about Control is things can change so quickly. And just like that, 2 members of Vegas Legion in the middle of the map. Can Kismet stop the capture? Second progress. A second segment of progress is done, but Nero, oh God, you're not going to look at this one, are you, son? Hell no. Kiz nearly gets the third. Standy right back on it. Sib bounces back. It is volley for volley. Second kill in a row from Sib. 3 now. It's absolute masterclass. 20 seconds to go on the round, and Sib finally stopped.
Oh, good lord, too. The amount of damage he just did on the final player as well. The small window of opportunity you had to come off spawn and go to B. Sib just slams that door in your face. I mean, small opening. Maybe a slightly bigger one now if you got 2 players working, but it's like a 2 like split sort of war. Vegas have actually at least opened up A and now have pressure towards B. So as you set in Control, things can change in a hot second. They might have just done it.
It ain't over yet. Vegas have bought themselves an additional minute, and it's a 5 life.
Oh, they got it.
Life difference. They're good to go, baby. There's 1 segment left on B, and the round is nearly done. Subliners fly. Get in there as quick as you can. It's done. Viva Las Vegas.
Oh, good God. I mean, how does that even develop? Sib not only, like, he picks up 2 players that look like trying to cross over towards B, gets great damage on the third, but I guess that close useless spawn just comes through and, well, useful in that moment. And you had Vegas able to deliver, so there you go. Massive round to get for the offense, number 1. Vegas maybe a little bounce back in the series.
Nah, Karachi's lit. Look at that. Attacking round now for the New York Subliners. Will they have as much good vibes as Vegas? They weren't counted out just yet. Once again, the first bloods going the way of the New York Subliners to find the kills, but this time looks a little different as Purge posts up. Sib, eyes on him first. He has the drop on him and he gets the kill, and it's a lot less active, let's say, than the previous round. but no less impressive. Vegas, after that wonderful round win, let's have a quick listen in and see how they sound.
Probably win red though.
Yeah, he's top stat. He's just sitting. He's on top of our deli. P4.
Fire dead.
Yeah, top deli. He's top P4. Kismet's top P4.
It's all good. Just defend B.
Yeah. Top fire again. Top fire one dead.
I need it. Nice. Good shit.
Looking for Hydra.
Go jump.
Low. Now we know. He's in. Looking for Hydra.
One's vending.
Vending. Right now, low P4. He's low P4. Other guys on A.
Okay. Get drunk here.
Mine drunk.
Kismet's in our red. Kismet's in our red. Second street fire.
He's on for street.
Yo, hold chops.
You can go top. Dip on me. Dip, we're hitting mid-cut. Mid-cut, he's probably gonna go stack day.
I'm getting in P5, okay?
I hear that. I'm gonna push up to them.
No, P5. Listen, they want to win by lives. They want to win by getting kills.
Yeah.
Flanking our base. I'm sitting down, okay?
Don't give this guy Kismet a kill.
There's only one on the point, so.
Yo, I'm replaying top trips in a sec.
I'm on our D-flank.
No, Hydra's top our P4.
Okay. Down 5 here, okay? It's under D-flank?
Yeah. I'm just gonna wrap left off spawn.
Didn't say anything?
Yeah, spawn here.
Yeah, get away with the kills here, and then we're even on lives, okay?
No one's trying to spawn kill.
Yeah. I'm wondering our close.
Yeah.
They're gonna play for that spawn kill, bro. They like that.
Yeah.
I'm wondering like if they try to like go shop.
Don't mind what I'm hearing, Chance. A lot of game planning there from Vegas Legion. Worried about Kismet's spree as well. They know he's on a 5.
Yeah, it's also just really good recognition of like, hey, they've left one guy on the point. They're playing for the kills right now. Just turtle up. We get the wave. We are right back in it. Kismet, though, is the guy in these front windows. Got the kill that he needed. And it looks like the break might potentially be in as well. Standy gets swarmed. Everyone falling. Purge is sort of that frontline man. You get close enough to the dumpster spawn that if you can make it over, you feel good. And looks like enough to sort of keep that pressure up. Subliners haven't gotten through just yet. Still a spicy moment, though. The pressure still on. It is Kismet constantly in your face.
He finds them spree. He gets into the point now, and the slow capture spots out a few players on the cross. They've managed to hop the fence. Great nades force him out of position, but Kismet once again playing that cover so well. Defilade from the inside of the diner. First bit of progress done.
This is just so good on like the not challenge front. Yeah, I mean, Kismet's just stayed alive so long enough that he's had teammates with like 2 lives to come up for the reinforcements. Just perfectly timing win and win not to take gunfights. He is still alive in the point and still getting kills. Has a little bit of help from his ARs for the moment.
That's it.
You and Vegas just desperate to get inside. Finally, they kill Kiz. But my God, what a life he just had.
And that was like all the way from the start of the capture all the way to where we found him at the end. Great stuff out of Kismet, and he's not skipped a beat. Right back into it. Can he get another kill out of this? Doesn't check the back door. Oh my God, it nearly mattered not. Standy stays alive. 40-ish seconds to go. It's Vegas Legion, hold on.
Yeah, no respawns remaining though. Vegas have to be quite literally perfect from here on out. Still with 30 seconds left on the clock, it is doable, but any player that gets traded, it is going to be brutally difficult to make up for. Now 3 players for Vegas that have to clutch.
Well, they're still holding in the middle of the street. Nero finds his. Hydra sees Standy. Finally, 2 of them left. 20 seconds though. That's a big win, a wonderful trade. It all comes down to Purge. You've got to keep them off the point for 16 seconds, young man. Can you do it? Patience may pay off. 10 seconds now to go. Purge. Can he do the unthinkable? Subliners have to scramble. Can they get into the point? Sib knows exactly where he'll be. The gunny's there. Not enough. Subliners take the round.
Oh man, that's another nail biter too. I think if Hydra doesn't just obliterate Nero up top, as Hydra, I suppose, is prone to do with the ray gun, that was actually potential for like a 10 life deficit clutch there from Vegas. But they do execute. They win the gunfights. They get the trades towards the end, and that is sort of like an investment from very early on. That slow capture they had on A to try to drain those lives. They might not gotten a massive amount, but still, with that extra time they bought, pay it off towards the end. So, good ideas game coming out from Subliners. Fortunate timing there, though, for Hydra.
Also, Standy was right. These guys do want to win it on kills, and they did.
100%, yeah.
Good for him. Slow capture at A right now for Nero. Gives him a 16 and 9. 17. Whoa, so close to the 18th. But the first segment's gone. 2-man stack right now on A. That's going to very quickly vanish.
Just this little flake dance as well. Good lord. Yeah, Hydra built different. Stun on point as well. And I was going to say, where did the N actually spawn these players? So Hydra actually spawns them closer to B. And Kismet is there funneling through on the rotation. So you have at least the idea is there from the Subliners. I was going to say that could have been a moment, though. The Vegas could have jumped all over this zone. But Kismet right now getting the information, making plays.
Yeah, once again, we've seen that A zone get broken by the New York Subliners from that AC building. They jump off the top of that The Vegas Legion fooled twice now by the same tricks. 45 seconds on the clock, 1 segment remaining at A. Not a whole lot of love towards the B side of the map. And once again, you've got the New York Subliners in prime position to just trap these members of Vegas in their spawn and not let them escape.
Yeah, I think maybe a missed opportunity when you get to close spawns too, because now you're back to sort of square one. You're going to be spawning out with the position that Kismet is in. Maybe not a Coop spawn, you still get the close one, but you know you are just getting funneled into death. You stop the A zone capture as well, and a snap like that for Kiz feels so good.
The goal line save as well from the Subliners. A has still got a little bit of work to be done. No one's drained it yet. If you manage to get out of your spawn, Vegas, you could possibly get onto that point, but you have to get through it with a ton of holes in you because Kiz is tagging you at range. 20 seconds on the clock. There's the drainage. Good plumbing work from the Subliners. Skyz from up top's not going to let anyone get near that point, let alone get out of these positions. Final 10. Anyone there from Vegas? Surely not. Kismet. Oh, come on. The iron grip on Karachi from the New York Subliners.
And I mean, you could tell New York Subliners, I know they've been vocal. They, you know, a few days late to start on the year for when they start getting the scrim practice in, but they've clearly done their homework. That's the second time they've been able to set up virtually like a dagger of a spawn trap. I know round one, eventually it dissipates and goes away, but they just put on a stranglehold. Like we're watching players off spawn run towards like through Coop, through the left side of the map. They're basically running away from both the zones. That is a brutally difficult spot to be in. So on defense, yeah, Subliners looking a little bit spooky. Hydra and Kismet just running all over Vegas Legion.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they're having a very, very good time. And a really, really fun POV right now, Hydra. He's always been good. But when he's having a good time, man, it's just so smooth. It's so fun. First segment now down. Subliners starting to feel that confidence brewing. Vegas Legion, it is not done yet. You've had such a close series of times. Don't give in. Standy, nice work there on the point. Stays alive. You do lose the segment, but you keep that play going.
In big wins, you know, like they win them all towards the middle of the map, just not quite as effective of like setting up the spawn trap. Players like Hydra, number one on the minimap, able to get out. Now Hydra's causing problems in your spawn, so it is sort of that stranglehold the Subliners were a little bit better at. Vegas are going to constantly have to deal with the mix in this. Big two picked up by Nero, but again, Hydra, the one player that was able to get out, has bought you so much pressure on the map and is keeping New York in the mix.
Wow, because up close and personal, Hydra. Fast swap into the fight immediately, looking towards that B zone now. Sib's going to be the man to get in there. A is basically done. Sib's just trying to get set up now for the spawn trap. Keep them in that side of their map. Thatcher's got some high ground to work with, but again, a lot of damage dealt. We haven't quite finished A. Standy's got to get this kill to get it. Nah, there we go. Done. Almost 2 minutes to play, and B's already getting captured.
Yeah, these players on Vegas are rotating like over towards bricks. They don't even want to deal with the dumpster, so they're going to be taking the absolute route to get towards New. Obviously getting spotted on the route because of Kismet, who is doing two things, calling in the crews and capping the point. Finally, someone's nearby for the contest, but you're still getting picked apart along the way. Done and dusted. Subliners making that 3-0 look clinical.
Yeah, everything was great until we got to that final round of control. My word. That's your world champs right there, ladies and gents. The Subliners exceptionally strong showing across all 3 of the maps so far. A swift 3-0 as Vegas Legion back to the drawing board they go.
And like those are rounds too that just show you like the small differences that exist at the pro level. Like you can look at the kills column all you want. Obviously all 4 players for Vegas go negative, but even just like the difference in these teams' abilities to set up the spawn trap. You at Subliners set up the stranglehold 2 different times, and the second time was nearly flawless. Those are when you really funnel through and rack up the kills like crazy. Vegas had the exact same opportunity. 1 player for New York was able to get out of the spawn trap. That was Hydra. He goes on a 4 spree. He buys your team so much pressure to get out on the map, and New York fully capitalized. And again, that is just the difference. Letting 1 player through can cost you a round. And again, we saw it in the search and destroy and the hard point. You make a mistake against New York Subliners, they will beat you.
Oh, they will beat you indeed. If you give them a chance, they'll do it. There you go, Subliners. A hard-fought battle at times there from Vegas Legion. I think the search and destroy, they're going to be kicking themselves about that one. The VOD review is going to sting, fellas, but you're all professionals. You've been here before. There we go. New York Subliners 3-0. Our second series of the day in the bag. Desk, what do you think?
That was faster than I expected. Welcome back in, everybody. Subliners getting the job done in just 3 games. We haven't had a lot of 3-0s, and when we do, we celebrate these. Let's start with the Subliner celebration. Alley Cat, who do you give flowers to for this performance?
Hydra. I mean, I feel like almost every series you got to give it to him. He was a man on a mission. That map, too, it was literally a 2v4 of Hydra and somebody else throughout the entirety of the Search and Destroy. And then, obviously, map number 3, I mean, it was Hydra's show, 29 and 17. Unfortunately for Vegas Legion, they just got heavily outslayed, and it's another thing where a lot of people are calling for that map win like it's a Vegas Legion choke. I think it's just New York warming up. I think they just started off a little slow, and then once they got into the groove, it was impossible to shut them down.
There's also like some situations for Vegas Legion where it's like you could take firm grasp of the game and like close it out. We talked about it before the game where it's like, who's the closer on this team? Who's going to rally the guys together? Like talking about that first hard point. There's a setup on P2. New York has it. Hey guys, why don't we just concede this time and retake control of this game and rotate over towards P3? But no, they end up breaking it for like 15 seconds, and from there on out, they lose consecutive rotations to lose that game. I can't stress it in this game. You have to rotate and set up early. Like you have to cut your losses. We've seen it happen multiple times against this New York team. Same thing when they played up against LAG. Their ability to clutch up and close out games is second to none. And as well as that Search and Destroy, like we're gonna have to roll some clips from that S&D, man. Some 2v4s, like just abysmal rounds on the side of Legion.
Would you like to see some of those plays, Nameless?
Yes, please.
Because I happen to have your play of the game, and it belongs to the Frenchman. Hydra, controller player of 2023, is in action with his 3K. Alley, this was so dirty.
I mean, might be looking to do it for 2024 as well. The guy hasn't lost a step from winning last year. And I mean, some of these shots are just disgusting. I mean, he's just turning on people constantly. And it's just a consistency, I think, that really gets most of us when it comes to Hydra. Like, he is doing this every map, every mode, every series.
This had, like, these breakdowns happened twice for Legion on this map. Like, there was one round where Legion pushed all the way through back alley. They were blooding Civ, like, every time they wanted graffiti. They get all the way through, they get collapsed on, picked apart one by one. And honestly, that's credit to New York and the ability of these guys to, like, make things happen out of nothing.
Subliners have been coming back on teams since the start of the new game, and here's another example of it. Right now, we celebrate with Skyz for the second time in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Skyz, let's talk about tonight. Just 3 games. You guys made it quick. How'd you get it done?
Honestly, we've been trying to like work hard. Listen, today, it was we started off slow because we served our duty. We didn't get a warm up today. That was miserable. I will never snake again, bro. I'm sorry, but yeah, we've been trying to like tighten up our hard point. I think our control in S&D is really, really good right now, but we just had to tighten up the hard point because we have one more. I think this is the last match before we play on a new patch on the next 2 weeks.
Yeah. Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
when you say you served your duty, was it because you snaked in that P1, nobody would scrim you this morning?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, bro. Like.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, bro. I served my duty, bro.
I love it.
We didn't have any warm-up, bro. Watch out. I felt like a cheeseburger.
That seems fair.
I want to ask you, Skyz, you know, these games have been very, very close, right? Everything's a nail biter. How are you guys closing these games out at the very end, making these crazy plays?
I think we just love the chaos. Like, we thrive in, like, we create the calmness in the chaos. What are you doing, bro? What are you doing, bro? What's it called? I forgot the question. I said it again. He just checked me.
I said, how are y'all? Your ability to close out games at the end is just second to none. Somebody's always making a play. Why is it happening so well in this game?
I'm not sure. I feel like every single time we're in like a close scenario, we've been in so many situations like that. I feel like we already got to so many reps of like clutching around 11s, like reverse sweeping. I feel like we've been through it all. I just feel like we have good, what is it, Troy? Resilience or resilience? I forgot that word, bro. Yeah, that word. And then yeah, we have really good reps. Honestly, like we just slow the game down. We get hectic with our comms kind of, but we slow the game out at the same time. I can't explain it.
Cool. Skyz, I love that you said that you guys didn't even have warm-up today, because I literally was like, it felt like map 1 was a warm-up for you guys. And speaking of map 1, that's the first time we've seen you guys on Skid Row. How is New York's map pool looking so far heading into the new year?
To be honest, I'm not gonna say what map is, but like we're really good at 4 maps. We're really good at 4 maps. I'm not gonna let you know the one map we're not that good at, but our hard point's pretty good right now.
The one they vetoed, Invasion, back to back.
Yo, he's fed, dude.
All right, we gotta keep this moving. Skyz, final question for you. You now improved to 3-0. Also at 3-0 are the Heretics, and we're about to see FaZe with an opportunity against Surge. Who gets the 3rd win? Is it FaZe, or do you got Seattle coming out on top next?
I actually think he goes last map. I have no idea who's gonna win it, but I think he's going last map for sure.
We paid him to
I feel like Seattle's gonna come back for some vengeance.
Skyz knows the script, my friend. Thank you so much.
Let me see that.
Good.
Let's see the ring. Show the blade.
Let me see that. Flex.
This is Wardy, bro. Why we have Wardy's ring, bro?
Hey, it looks good no matter what.
Yeah.
I need one of those. All right. Congratulations, Skyz, on the championship and the dub again today. We got to let you go, bro. That was Skyz. New York comes out on top, and we got to go to commercial break. Before we do that, though, a quick reminder, get your gear, stay in the game, and, of course, sync your calendar if you haven't already. Never miss a match of your favorite teams with the Call of Duty League calendar sync. Here's the fun part. When you add a calendar, you're also going to receive the Squad Up calling card. That's right, Allie. All you got to do is scan that QR code. Get in on the action today. We got to go to a commercial. When we come back, it's the Battle of Saturday. Unbeaten FaZe takes on Surge. Coming up next.
The process of transferring over into civilian life is a real challenge. The fact that the endowment's sole mission is to assist with that process, I think, is pretty admirable. My hope in this partnership with the Call of Duty Endowment is that I can help other veterans come home and find new jobs, new purpose, new missions, still serving others.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. Call me captain, never been afraid. Deadly with the aim. I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin. But I'm never Johnson. You put this ain't to stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat, yeah.
Here's the showdown of the day. The 2-0 Atlanta FaZe taking on the 2-1 Seattle Surge. Illey and Abuzah looking to bounce back after a tough loss yesterday. And this could be a fun one here, Nameless. Let's jump into it right away with the Seattle Surge squad. I want to talk a little bit about what went wrong in their last matchup. Yeah. Where did they fall short?
Well, first and foremost, you can't be giving up ticket on Skid Row. They let Kenny get through, make a huge play, turn the tides of that series. And then when we get to that search and destroy, a couple of rounds, like the early situations, they were giving up those kills early to Shotzzy, getting picked apart later on in the adjustments. So today, be a little bit cleaner. That's a tough matchup versus OpTic.
Ali, for anyone just joining us, what is the identity of Seattle Surge right now? Who's on the roster? What do you like about them?
All right, so I mean, Seattle Surge, we have Illey back. I think that's like the biggest glaring point is we haven't seen him for a year or two because of an injury, and then he's joined alongside his previous duo of a champion, Huke, and then we also have Arcitys and Abuzah. Abuzah looking a little bit newer into the league and has honestly done incredibly well. The problem with Seattle right now is we thought they would be search and destroy team, right? They show up their first series, they slam, they do incredible in the respawns as well, but then they go up against OpTic Texas, they lose that search and destroy, and they get slammed in that map 4 terminal that we thought was going to be their map. So I'm worried about their map pool right now, and I'm worried about their consistency.
Seattle Surge could get it done today if they do these things. Great situational S&D team. They're the first in bomb retake. So when the bomb gets planted, they get back into that site and get the defuse. Early bird gets the worm in hardpoint. 66.7% of the rotations are down. You got Arcitys, one of the great anchors in the history of Call of Duty on this squad. And Illey and Huke seem to be in the right place at the right time as well.
No, listen, Chris, it's a great team, right? Like, going up against OpTic is never going to be easy. Couple situations go their way, they potentially win that series. I still do think that they are a top team in this league. And also, I'll add on to that stat sheet we just looked at, the search and destroy, they've been losing the first blood battle, right? So if they start winning that battle, the games get even easier for them, right? They were winning some games where they lost the first blood battle by 4 or 5. So I still have a lot of faith in Seattle. I think they're a strong squad.
I'm looking at FaZe, though, and you got to remember that this is one of the best teams since the start of the CDL. The consistency of this trio of aBeZy, Simp, Cellium. Now you're adding Drazah into the mix. You got extra firepower on this lineup. What's the greatest part of the team right now, though? They're 2-0 with a 6-2 map count.
I mean, maybe they're search and destroy. They're 3-0 right now. They haven't dropped a map. And then even their respawns, like the control's 50-50, but the hard point is 2-1. Really early to start throwing numbers. But I think my favorite thing when it comes to Atlanta FaZe is how good they are, and there's still room for improvement, right? We did a listen in one of the first series, and it felt like nobody was being too much of a leader, telling people maybe to hit a certain lane or to back off, or maybe we need to hit a rotation. And possibly that's what they brought Drazah in to do. And everybody across this team has the IQ for it, but maybe they just just need a leader in comms.
I have a plan.
Literally.
And that plan in the Monster Energy pregame is Holden's been great. Breaking, let's figure it out a little bit. 11th in break percentage at 8.3%. You know, when you talk about this team, every single map has been close so far. I think we do need to see a little bit more. We've seen some of these other squads, OpTic Texas and New York, get that sort of signature win already. Now this is FaZe's opportunity up against a strong Seattle team. And then S&D form continued from MW2. Remember, when they picked up Slasher, that S&D got fixed. They look phenomenal. They went on that crazy record-setting streak. Well, they're looking to continue that with Drazah on the team.
Simp already with an ace on this season. We'll see what he can do at S&D today. This is going to be a great showdown. And if you listen to the post-game interview with Skyz, he says we're going the distance. Let's take a look at the maps and modes that we'll be playing today in the best of 5. Starting with our hard point here. Where are we going, Nameless? Well, we might as well go back to Karachi?
Possibly. Let's take a look. Was that actually a wild guess?
It was. I'm pretty good at this
That's
game.
absolutely fantastic. High-res search and destroy, Karachi control. We've seen Seattle on these maps. They've looked pretty solid. Honestly, we don't have enough data on FaZe yet to know what they're exactly good at. We just know that they don't like Terminal that much. So you can tell by the vetoes. And honestly, for good reason. That map can be a little cheese at times.
I think it's pretty smart. Make sure you're not playing FaZe on sub base either there from the Surge. We're going to Karachi. It's time to make our picks, and I am starting things off with the red team. Atlanta, always the favorite in my eyes. Surge, though, could force them to go to that game 5.
I think this is probably going to be our best matchup on the day, but I think we're all going to be a little predictable with our picks today. Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, can't catch you guys here either. I'm going Atlanta FaZe. I can't pick against them. They're just too good.
Squadding up here on the desk. Let's hear it from our casters, though. Merc, who's the better team in this fight today?
I mean, I would say FaZe too. I'd agree with you, Mr. Puckett. But you never know. I mean, listen, they've had some close games. Even the LA Thieves 3-0. I mean, all the scores are close. You know, that could just be the game, the title. But we'll see. 3-0's a 3-0.
I think you and I probably just have casted... We've cast a ton of FaZe. We're a bit closer with that team at times just due to our relationship with Crowder. Like, more insight we have on this team. I think you and I are just like, it takes a lot for us to trust them at this point. You know, we hear how they've done in scrims the last few years, are slamming everybody, and that just doesn't come to fruition in the matches. It's going to take a bit for you to just be like, yeah, they're coming in 3-0 slamming somebody. No, you don't have that belief yet.
I mean, listen, they are a top 3, top 4 every single.
Yes, 100%.
But like, yeah, to be the clear favorites like they kind of were in Cold War, it's just going to take some time. It, you know, feels like they needed a little muscle. They added Drazah with the gun show. But they're taking on Seattle Surge. The Seattle Surge yesterday versus OpTic, I just think there were a couple of clear mistakes. They probably went back and watched. If you look at the stats, Illey continued, but you need a little bit more slaying, a little bit more help maybe from Abuzah and Huke. We'll see if we get that today. But right off the get-go, it's 20-0 for Atlanta FaZe.
And for FaZe, you got no excuses this year. I mean, we have a very high respect for Drazah's ability. This is the most talented team they have had. Now he's going to go out and make it work. So far, they've got some dubs, but we'll see how they do in a tough test here against Seattle Surge. Drazah, well, as I'm gassing him up, it's Elliott's going to pluck his head from up top. But so far, all the points, it's the FaZe boys up early, and those are lovely shots with a rival at range.
Yeah, 45-0, 44, sorry, right from the get-go on that P1. So nice time there, over to P2. They have Cellium working inside, plays his life, and well, that is what he does so well in this league. Just finds that multi-kill, so difficult to take down. But he had FaZe right back into the hill.
Yeah, and even, you know, had they not got the full on breaking got time, as aBeZy's on 5 in a row, you disrupted the first 20 or so seconds to the point that Surge with the early rotation, you only got 4 ticks. It was not much at all. FaZe bust right on through.
And look at this, you kind of are putting Seattle in a position where do we want to rotate or not, but Cell spawns up and he just works the P3 rotation. He's going to give his teams the spawn, or at least a couple of them the spawn. Illey is there. We see where Simp spawns up. He's got a one-on-one, and I mean, I think he just turns on Arcitys. But you see the left side of the map, it's a bit of a mess. People are spawning on top of each other, in front of each other. But over towards P3, we're going to have Atlanta FaZe set up.
Yeah, it should make a little bit more sense now. The chaos will kind of settle now. Left side versus right side, as the spawns were a bit wild there for a moment, as you mentioned. But now, yeah, it works out. You rotate. If you are FaZe, you did enough damage there on the early setup from Surge. Now, what can you do with the setup? aBeZy, the point man, he's going to be dropped. He'll be coming off spawn, and now a chance for Surge to fly on forward. Drazah getting angles, hitting shots, backing down. It's Abuzah that's able to lay him out, and into the point is Abuzah, as he is finding kills all around. Is Cellium still trying to go big, spawning out very far, is going to be Simp now. And Seattle Surge, good job getting in.
Yeah, luckily for FaZe, Drazah spawns close. He gets the close spawn. You did have Cellium inside of Junk, so maybe that allows them to get that. But yeah, like you said, Simp spawns out. And I think Seattle Surge, great job here with that initial push. Illey looking over their teammates. They take down Drazah. That starts the assault onto the hill. A couple of seconds of scrap time will go the way of Atlanta FaZe. So they'll keep around that 50-point lead.
That's reminded me like FaZe at times. Like, you know, they make that break, a difficult break, looks so easy at P2. Have an early setup at P3, which should be difficult to break, and they get broke instantly. Like, they've been so good at breaking, not as good at holding at times. Just it's been the, I don't know, description of this team for you.
Yeah, but we saw the pregame. It's been the opposite, right? So sometimes their breaking has just not been as great as it has been in the past. Ranked 11th.
Yeah, that just reminded me of, or that sequence reminded me of old school. Like,
yeah, 100%. So we'll see if they get a break here. You have Surge on the hill. RC's locking down the alleyway, and well, aBeZy's looking over Simp. Maybe just had an idea that Arcitys was in that position, and they get him off that hill. There's that break we were talking about.
And now they get back in. 25 or so to work with. Illey, I mean, shots, it's tough with the railing at times. He's able to recenter, get control, get the shots on through to Drazah. He's won a couple difficult ones against him now. Now how hard this point can be to hold. You're kind of bobbing, weaving, dancing in and out of the hard point, but as the dust settles, it'll be Seattle Surge now inside. As we get ready, you see the lock popping up. Next hard point about to drop here on the north side of the map.
Lock popping and dropping, as you said. P5 underway. Simp going to be collecting that time. Just taking a look at the scoreboard here. Cell 8-3. Everyone else positive or even. So again, that's slaying, something we talked about from that OpTic Texas series. Abuzah 9-7. The other 3 on 5 kills. Can they get a break here? All this time would put FaZe close to up to 100 points.
They continue to try and build this advantage, but Surge do enough that they are getting heavy. I think someone's gonna have to turn it around a little bit, like just from a slaying standpoint. Granted, at times this FaZe team, they'll have the slaying advantage and still win narrow games in the past, but hopefully they'll have a different identity with Drazah on this roster. But you're looking to start to punish if you are Surge. Try to find some openings, because all the points going the way of Atlanta. This will get them, what, up to about a 60, 70-point lead once it's all said and done, as the rotation is in for Surge and all the scrap time the way of FaZe.
Yeah, I think early in that hill, you're thinking Surge is going to have that break, but it looked like FaZe kind of had an idea of what they were doing. They sent one player off the hill. They knew they had the closer spawns. They were spawning Surge out bridge, so they had like a 3-on-2, 4-on-2. They knew they were going to re-break that hill based off the respawns of Surge.
They need Illey to get it going. Illey, that's 3 in a row, all right? He's wiping the entire team off the map as he's up top third. Allows his team to get set up inside of the hard point. aBeZy tries to send it on through, but another AR at Arcitys will be chopping him down. Now Drazah's looking for angles. He's heady. Every single part of this central area is a heady. It's tough.
No, it absolutely is. And again, just that's probably one of those positions you see a little bit more snaking or a ton of snaking, but that does not come into fruition. As Simp is trying to get this time.
There's the trophy.
And there's the trophy that would have saved him.
But Drazah is able to get in for the time, and now Cell will get angles up top once they're able to get Illey out of his spot. And you've just maintained this 60-ish point advantage throughout the course. Now, this is where the break came in last time for FaZe. This sort of started the lead, right? This is where it began. Let's see if they can do it again, or can Surge hold a little bit stronger here. Seattle Surge, you gotta hold. I mean, this is where you need to get it done. If it's a break from FaZe, they more than likely take the map. Let's go to Surge's comms as they try to lock it down.
They're taking route. On me, office.
One bottom of face, nice. But downstairs on me, downstairs.
Front, weak.
Push, I get them.
It could be close,
Another wave.
Guys, one here.
On the back.
Wait, I think they're spawning behind. Yo, Andrew, can you play new? I'm gonna help
Yeah,
I'm winning, bro. I think they're
I'm not.
I have your main. Okay, I'm coming back. I'm coming back. They're definitely gonna be
Office in top plat. Office in top plat, bro. Okay, I'm dead. Nice.
We're missing one.
Twin notes. We good.
That's us too. Can someone help me on the ray or no?
Yeah. I have your bottom, okay?
I'm back left.
Yeah, I got time.
I'm holding top red.
Top
red, dead.
Nice, I have your bottom, bro. You can do whatever you want.
I'm holding
top red. Top red going jumping in the red.
Okay. I'm holding red. Red, sell absolute red.
Two in red then. We're gonna need that on right, guys.
Yeah, I'm holding red.
But I'm dead. One more tap on me. Two. No, it's me, bro. Bottom right. Two on right.
Yo, he just pushed.
Drazah one shot. I got flanked from the back door as well.
Sound weak.
Yo, Drazah's on. Drazah's mid lane. MC,
bridge. Sun back left.
Well, Drazah, listen, I love some of the small talk kind of between Huke and Illey as they were thinking, kind of figure out who's going to do the early rotation, who's going to hold it down. Some great stuff. Things kind of fell apart though at the end of the listening.
No, yeah, I mean, great small talk, but it's just like when you needed the kills to come in, you kind of heard Abuzah say, I'm going to need help on the right. Huke off a spawn just gets caught by aBeZy, and that was a 60-second hold that you needed if you were Seattle Surge. They're going to get most of the time, but Atlanta FaZe, you saw they fought for the scrap time over at second, and then got that break for, 20 or so seconds to keep this lead that they have maintained throughout the game.
Yeah, I mean, second didn't go as well as they hoped it would. That's for sure. But once again, a break kind of bailing them out. Just what happens when those breaks don't come is sort of the question. But now they try to rally this lead as high as it can get, trying to slide cancel and shallow Simp, but Illey keeps on shooting and the wall bang comes through. The rest of the FaZe team, though, picks up the kills, and this is some really quality time they're getting early in the hard point. Now aBeZy's going to go ahead and try to play spoiler.
Yeah, 25 more seconds. Man, this is a map, like, you're kind of hurting the listenings. Like, FaZe is taking a lot of these sort of different routes. They're trying to set up these breaks, and well, it's paid off. That's going to be 4 in a row. You're looking at the engagements. This is nothing crazy. You think a team like FaZe, they want to play like sub base, and more fights the better, but they know they have to take their time in certain situations. On Karachi, they were doing just that. But Surge stay alive here at B4, but over towards B5, it's all red arrows.
Well, I think that's why they've always been a threat. Like, they're talented, sure, but they're smart players too, is why FaZe has been in the position they have been for so long. So they've usually been able to have a very wide map pool and get it done with lots of engagements, not a lot of engagements. And right now they're getting it done with not a lot of them, and they're getting close to a victory here. 10 more points to go, and they've got the dub. Abuzah trying to get in, maybe just needs another bullet. It's Simp, yeah, no, he's 7 HP, barely another bullet. Tries to challenge in, doesn't get his health back, but his duo on aBeZy is there to follow it up. Drazah, double, should end it, and the point is FaZe with the win. Is FaZe 1-0 up in this best of 5 so far over Seattle.
And it's similar to me for yesterday, where Surge have a couple of chances. I think you're early rotating to some of these hills, and you just need to win a couple of the key gunfights where maybe not a tie game, but it puts you in the mix. That second P3 you're hoping to cash in.
Listen, there's a ton of talent on Surge. I just don't know if it's quite at the bar of like your FaZe and your OpTic. When you talk just purely like winning your ones, like pure gun skill. Listen, I know the skill gap's not insane at times.
It could be, it's just consistently.
But yes, there's just moments where maybe exposed a little bit. So can you get a little bit more consistent in those situations, or you're going to need to find ways to outplay some of those top teams? But heck, even if they find themselves like right below the upper echelon, but above the rest, like this Seattle team still has a ton of potential, but it's just kind of glaring when you watch the last two when it's playing against FaZe and OpTic. It's tough fights, man, it is.
Yeah, especially on these hard points. They lost 2 hard points to OpTic. They lose this one here, but again, still a very long series on the other Search and Destroy. But the problem for them, FaZe 3-0 and Search and Destroy on the year, always going to be one of the better S&D teams in the world, if not the best.
Absolutely. And I did the listening though. I love because like I don't know just how much Huke I was hearing.
Yeah, Abuzah and Huke, that sort of a duo working that side of the map, trying to get as much info as they could. You kind of heard the idea again. It was just as soon as FaZe got past red, they just swarmed that P3.
I think we would say comms may be the single most important thing. I don't know, skill gap in Call of Duty esports to separate your good from your great. Like comms are so important, but there are times where your comms can be incredible, but if you don't win your gunfights, it doesn't matter. You'll have a plan. Plan's not going to come to fruition when you all die.
Yeah, we talked about the breaking from Atlanta FaZe coming into this. It looked a lot better than that throughout that map. They were on point. They had an idea of where they wanted to push from, and they won those key gunfights.
As long as you have Simp and aBeZy as your SMG duo, and they're not 40 years old, I think I'm going to feel pretty good about them being a break team. Maybe just, the data we're looking off of is, 2 series. I think when the year is said and done, I'm pretty sure they'll be near the top when it comes to that. But
you don't think they'll pull a Brady, like 40-year-old champion? You don't think so?
Just keep going?
Yeah, I don't know why you're limiting their potential.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. No, yeah, maybe they'll be the ones to change the game.
Unbelievable. As a man near 40, that's crazy.
I'm getting there. But no, we're getting ready now for the Search and Destroy. This is when we've been excited just in general as a game mode to kind of watch some of these teams and how they're playing, because we didn't see it a lot in scrims. But before we get to that, let's talk about Simp versus Abuzah kind of, and these two players and how important they've been for their teams. Simp has been obviously statistically nuts thus far, but Abuzah hasn't been far behind him. They've both been great.
Now 1.4 or 1.5 for Simp, 1.29 for Abuzah. Yeah, average damage per round. They're pretty much getting a kill per round, right around it, leading the way for their squad. And I think in a game like this for Simp, where you have Deddy, you have covert sneakers, he's always kind of played this lurk role for this Atlanta FaZe team, but he just reads the map a little differently. If you go back to years past, it just feels like he has a great idea of where people are going to be as soon as things happens. Honestly, it's crazy to watch.
Yeah, I think in Search and Destroy and Control, it's been the most glaring, because in Hardpoint, sometimes it's tough to do that. It just gets a little chaotic. But in Control and S&D, sometimes you're playing chess a little bit more. And yeah, you and I, you know, in years past, was more typical title with Deddy. We just watched the mini-map, and it's just like the reads were nuts. He'd find that hole where others might not, and he would completely break apart an offensive attack or defensive hold. Like, he'd find those holes. So I would think we're going to see a lot more of that. I mean, Simp, even when he was at his worst, he was still one of the best. He's a great player.
Yeah, and then on the other side for Abuzah, I mean, yeah, great start for the rookie. Was leading the way right there for map number 1, and then in that Search and Destroy, and you kind of heard the Desk talk about it, their Search and Destroy needs to be a key. If we're thinking their respawn isn't always going to be the, you know, the best of the best, they need a response in the Search and Destroy with the talent that they have.
It really should be, though. Like, I feel like they should. I don't know. I think the biggest question mark was probably Abuzah for many, and like, that question mark's kind of gone pretty quickly. Like, he is the real deal, I think. So there's potential here, man. Like, I think it's gonna get better and better. Like, I don't think we've seen like the ceiling for them at all.
No, not at all.
Well, that's how I see it, but we'll see. Could be totally wrong, but we'll see how it plays out. But now let's get into the Search and Destroy offense up for FaZe.
Yeah, this map's just sort of a give and a take, right? Just where do you want that offensive push? Start from underground, you want to go through towards A, but it looks like it's going to be a B hitting through the smoke. Huke, Simp, they're going to trade, but aBeZy's going to make this a 1-on-2. He pops up from the ladder, has 2 free kills, but his teammates get taken down.
This would be a 1v2 for the ace. If he's able to do it, tons of time to work with, tons of time to reposition. The most difficult part is I was going to say he's got a rival. It's going to be probably the most difficult part to just find a one-on-one where he has the advantage. Doesn't really get an opportunity to.
No, I don't know if Arcitys saw him at some point or just realized that he's going to take this route and re-wrap, because you were pretty split if you were Seattle Surge, but maybe it was that. Let's play from up top. We know he has the rival. Get some angles on him. And a lot of times on a map like High Rise and Search and Destroy, it's just info. Where is this player? Because there's the underground, there's all these routes that they could take with a sub, but as you said, they're limited in their gunfights.
Yeah, this is one I'm just watching aBeZy stream one time. He wasn't even playing like with his full pro team. He was like a tourney he was in. Like, I've seen him lose his mind on this map. There's just a lot of. It's interesting sometimes for Search and Destroy between all the explosive barrels and some of the timings you can get. Sometimes he starts losing it here.
That'd be tough as a sub on some of these.
Yeah,
maps.
yeah, that's probably part of it too. It is. Nice win there from Illey though. Drazah is lying prone. Wins the fight. Huke taking another. aBeZy is going to be caught. The early kills for Surge are there, Joe.
Hey, it's easily winning those first bloods. Huke in the mix yet again. You saw him throw that smoke over towards A. Put some pressure over on that bomb site. Just backs away in the 2-on-3. And Illey, as you said, nice shots from him. And then Cell, it's a bit of a nerd angle that he always has.
Well, similar to last round, just different player up to bat. Now 1v2 opportunity for Cell. Last time around, it was Arcitys to kind of play spoiler. Gets the angle early. Abuzah able to get the information now. And just lurking by sight is Arcitys, waiting for when it's his time to pop. Cell has some wild clutches throughout the course of his career. He is looking for another one. Spots one. If he could get that finish there, that might have been a winnable round, and now he's in trouble. He had to get that kill when he went for the jump over the top.
And I think what you kind of saw just some angles from him, how he wants to play that situation. Why some people don't like High Rise with the mantling that it is in this game.
Yeah.
You can, there's just some crazy jump spots. But then you heard like the interview from Shotzzy yesterday, who loves to use that movement, use that mantling and jump. He's like, oh, it's my favorite map. So it just depends on the type of player you are.
Yeah, true. It just leads to really like awkward engagements and timings, I feel like, with some stuff you can mantle. Drazah finally puts the first blood up for Atlanta FaZe. This time the dominoes, they're rolling in FaZe's favor. It's a fast one. It's RC's last alive. But FaZe is playing off the back foot so early and often. This time they come in the hammer.
I think you just shot between 3 different people right there. I was just like, I don't know where I'm getting shot from. Grenade smoke is there. I'm just going to shoot and hope I hit someone. But yeah, like you said, just the first blood that time goes the way of Atlanta FaZe.
Yeah, the first like 2 bloods, just like almost simultaneous. aBeZy got as many kills as the rest of his team so far, but he's forward 2. They're down around now. Can they get a little success here defensively to tie it up, or will Surge keep cruising with these first bloods? aBeZy just trying to stay up. Stun hits him. Nade hits him. Slides away. He's alive for now.
Yeah, but the pressure's still going to be here, right? Arcitys is giving that calm that he's inside of the bomb site, and we know how long it takes to regain health sometimes in this title. Well, even last year's, where as soon as those shots come in, Huke gets hunting. Huke and Abuzah able to find aBeZy, give them that first blood.
Abuzah is still rolling, and there's the peek. Wonderful timing there from Huke. The wide peek onto Drazah, drops him. Another tough position for FaZe, and they will fall. So Surge, they get rolled in the last one. They answer back quickly. They go up 3-1.
Yeah, it's just nice teamwork, nice angles. I mean, you saw Arcitys. He's like inside of that window, sort of that office, looking through the blinds. Maybe you see the name tag pop up, starts to pre-fire that. As soon as those shots come in on aBeZy, they just swarm him.
It's early, but the 3-1 lead for Surge, I mean, it's felt dominant just because the only FaZe success happened in the blink of an eye. Everything else just felt successful for Surge. RC's trying to get some jump spots there to check for the heli side push. And
I'm not sure where that went.
It could be anywhere, Joe.
I have no idea. If that would have killed someone, that would have been the nade of the year.
First blood again comes through for Surge. Huke and Illey open it up. And it's just been 2. It hasn't been like 1 like clean first blood. It's been like 1 or 2 and no trade at times, or if a trade does come in, 2 died. Like the numbers have been massively, or stayed with Surge through this entire time. And Abuzah, he is there. They seem a little bit ahead on this map right now. That's how it's feeling.
Finding all the info. aBeZy again, though, in this sort of 1-on-3. He has the rival 30 seconds to work with. They know the bomb is down on B. It's where Huke found Simp. You can tell the way they're playing, just watching the mid-cross, and yeah, good luck. RC's just sitting on that spawn heady.
Yeah, good luck is right. 4-1 now. That's 4 first bloods for Seattle Surge.
They've just had a response to every single thing they've wanted to do. Every time they've gotten aggressive on B, Atlanta FaZe, there's always just sort of a counterplay.
Yeah, and like these FaZe teams a lot of times are, I mean, pretty good like all search maps, like all right, like they have their favorites and stuff, but not really a weak point. Like right now they don't look great compared to Surge. They're getting hammered. There's some work to do here for sure. aBeZy, okay, I'm not sure how he won that one. We saw it sort of from Abuzah, like watching Huke drop. No trade, but it comes in another form as RC gets the kill. So they do what FaZe has struggled to do and bring the numbers even. But before I finish my sentence, Simp odds in their favor again. Now, on the other side of him, he should have aBeZy close.
Yeah, he knows it. He threw a stun bottom to try to find some info. aBeZy's thinking about full flanking. So I think RC's just kind of waiting for Abuzah here to make a play. See what he can find around B, and that play's just going to be plant the bomb, and I don't hate it, right? Give yourself a winning scenario here. With the little info that you have, the key for them is just where does aBeZy pop out?
Hey, you're pretty split if you're FaZe. You got like 1 mid and 1 either side. aBeZy opts to pop out finally, wins it. Same thing on the other side for Cell. So they both win their ones, they win the round. And just one of the few times they've had numbers. And well, honestly, it's what every team has got first bloods won the round.
Yeah,
I mean, that's. Now I know it's not everything, but
on this map, it seems to be throughout this game.
Yeah, it's kind of tracking that way so far.
And as you said, it's not really trades. It's sort of 1 down, 2 down, and then you're in this just tough scenario. That time, though, Yeah, aBeZy, they knew he was underground, but so much time has passed. You saw where RC was playing, trying to play an off angle. If he does want a full flank, maybe he won't check
Every
this
opening
corner.
duel is given like true advantage. There hasn't walked away with like a 3 versus 3 type thing. And that's probably why it's turned into round wins. We'll see if that'll change. As we get further into this one, the entire map blows up because why not? aBeZy is sending it. He got spotted at the last second, though. He is tagged up, but the help comes through. It's Simp that actually gets the kill. Simp that gets a second kill. aBeZy's gunfight looks real stressful. Oh, hello! Take a drop kick to the face. aBeZy finds another. Abuzah left alone. And the trend is continuing.
And you heard aBeZy, he's playing with speed, right?
Wait, did RC see the first blood?
Doesn't have covert sneakers coming into play, so it's all about that timing. They just go right up that A street. But Abuzah now, as you said, 1v3, and aBeZy's just, there's that info we were looking for. Now they know where he's gonna go. Or do they? I lied.
That should do it. Yeah, I think RC's got to kill right before Simp killed him, so, yeah. Finally, the first blood didn't matter. But FaZe get the round win. Now within 1.
I think there you just saw the switch up. B just hadn't been working for FaZe, just right up the A street, just kind of risked it. And aBeZy, talk about how tough it is to be a sub player on this map. He's 9-4 leading the way for the team.
Yeah, I've seen him get so flustered here at times just watching his stream, but maybe, you know, losing is learning. Dealing with adversity is learning. He had some tough spots, but this time take it over.
What is this 9-4 spot? What?
Oh, that looks very uncomfortable. Very, very uncomfortable.
No, it does, yeah.
You're basically balancing your nipples on a metal pole.
To some, that's a talent.
Yeah? Little did you know that aBeZy, he grew up, he was a big gymnast, Joe.
I could see it.
Yeah, he comes from a gymnast family. Yeah.
No, seeing the gameplay. Makes sense.
Known for his work on the beam or whatever that thing's called.
The beam, that's what it's called.
Simp first blood, aBeZy another. Look at the tie this one up 4-4. aBeZy into double digits and they're picking them apart. As ugly as this look for FaZe throughout a lot of the early going in this game, you're now tied up at 4-4 and wipe everything off the board that I was talking about. But
yeah, eating your own words, huh? You thought they looked ahead. Well, now it's 4-4. Now it looks equal.
They did look real uncomfortable for a stretch there. Just getting outplayed, like not really getting any trades. Now, though, we're back to it, and I'm eating my words. And aBeZy is a fantastic gymnast. We're learning a lot.
He's up to double digits now, 4 in a row.
You ever seen him do a double backflip?
I haven't.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I doubt you have either. This is where he, sorry, it's on defense where you find that first blood. Him and Huke have just been going at it on this map. Through underground, but there's the first blood. Abuzah onto Simp, bomb down as well.
And I think that was like 2 or 3 of the nades used by Surge's side to try and take aBeZy out, but the bullets will do it.
You just see, like, he's just peeking, throwing a shoulder. Abuzah's got a crazy angle. The heady. This outer fight, Illey wins it. He did it from the opposite side, and once that first blood starts rolling, Surge win the round.
Yeah, Illey's had Drazah's number in a couple of these gunfights. He's been winning, but he's just been sticking with his 1-2. Like, not backing down, just he is holding it, and he's taking the chow.
Yeah, sometimes that catches you off guard. Yeah, this guy's just gonna back away. They have the numbers. We'll fight to the death.
Yeah. And, well, I mean, Drazah's been the one really struggling here. He's 2-8, and just had some one-on-ones he's not been able to win. Can he go to around 11 now? Arcitys with the opener. aBeZy is gone.
That might be one of those frustrating moments as we've talked about. No trophy down, or maybe the trophy's just a little bit late, and then again that first blood is followed up with a second. Now it's a 1v4 for Simp. He does get a little bit of help from a barrel, but that is gonna be it. Seattle Surge tie the series up at 1.
Yeah, FaZe rallied to bring it to 4-4, and then just got kind of smoked those 2 final rounds.
Just the early breaks, so those early starts in the round, maybe the nades, sort of the team pushes, a little bit better for Seattle Surge on that map.
Absolutely. And this seemed even a little more decisive just off those opening moments, how they wanted to play things. Fantastic stuff there from Surge. They'll tie us up now at 1-1. Rebound from a close map 1. Arcitys, hell of a map, 9-4. aBeZy, often referred to as his son in the past, 10-6 right there with him.
Yeah, on the other side, yeah. I mean, Drazah struggles a little bit, but I don't know. It's just a map where sometimes you're just out of the fight, and then you're left in a 1v3 and 1v4. You have one gunfight. It's just
I feel
it's a tough one.
About that map in Search the way I do about Terminal and Hardpoint. That's how I feel.
Yeah. You're wrong, but yeah, tied up 1-1, and now they're probably happy we're going to be going back to Karachi.
Yeah, we'll get there for Control. It's been a blast for Control. I know we said a really entertaining Invasion one, but Invasion could be your typical kind of slow it down at times, grind it out sort of defensive one. Karachi's had some spectacular moments. It gets a little bit nuttier there when it comes to Control.
Yeah, no, and I think the sub players, this is where they thrive. So
yeah. You can really go and find the gaps, make the plays. But we're getting ready to head to a break now before we get ready for the Control. Atlanta FaZe versus Seattle Surge. Simp making plays early on. He has been sensational here in the early going. Huke from Seattle Surge is going to step it up and maybe battle him in a respawn. Karachi Control coming up next. We're getting there right after the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
The series currently tied up 1-1. FaZe, Surge, ready for Karachi control as our best of 5 continues on. Surge have done what we know they're capable of. They win the search and destroy. The question is which respawn are they maybe going to be able to win. Maybe it happens here. Maybe it's in the control.
Yeah, I mean, this is what they won yesterday, right? Able to take that control. Obviously, you know, there's VOD on both of these teams, how they like to play it. I'm sure they've trimmed it versus one another. A lot of times just comes down to a couple of key moments. But I think the takeaway from map number 1, you know, if you look back at the respawns, you had aBeZy get going. Let's see if he can do it here again on this Karachi.
We get ready to go. Sub players just can get lost and make insane plays here. aBeZy looking to pop off. Keep your eye on Huke on the minimap and what lanes he's able to find. And you can just get people kind of, you know, pinned in a not really old-fashioned trap, but you can get them on lock. See that back alley hold, as we've seen players like Hydra love to do. But it's aBeZy's POV at the floodgates. He had a strong map too, despite the loss, and he's slamming already.
Yeah, no, it's just a question of what do you want to do? Maybe put some pressure on B, or just going to focus getting A done. Abuzah just playing safe, and yeah, he's watching that alleyway, so he's going to find that kill. Gives his Seattle team a little bit less pressure, but still already over to top red. So you're about to have 2 ticks done over at A. Over to Cellium's POV, and he just wins some of those difficult gunfights, already up to 3-0.
You said Cellium's POV, and I was just staring at the camera, and I was like, yeah, I was so confused for a moment there, but there we go. There he is. We've got Cell now. Shot's not going to get it done. Arcitys on the heady. He takes the fight. First point is done. 2:12 to work with. Lives basically square. Nice win from Huke as Drazah gets pounced on around the corner. Cell's trying to bob and weave from the nades, able to get a trophy down. Cars explode, and Illey is dropping. And now FaZe looking to build up their first push here, but Abuzah trying to slow it down.
Yeah, but a nice kill onto Illey, right? That's really, I mean, you have sort of that crossfire with him and Abuzah over towards his junkyard, able to take that down. And again, we talk about the layers. This is sort of that, getting into red if you are the attacking team. Now this is the area for the subs to thrive, and Huke is 5-in-1, just finessing which areas he going back to. Tries to take the gunfight. You're hoping to catch somebody's sprint. Instead, it is Simp who just slides on through and guns down Arcitys.
If he would have gunned him through that,
he was taking the shots.
Yeah, I was going to say, okay, that's not right. That should be illegal. Abuzah, though, he has his individual moment, and he slows it down for now. Last guy there is going to be Drazah. He's trying to survive until the help gets there, but you've got 2 players that pushed up to slow down the onslaught from Atlanta FaZe, but you've got one person on. Drazah is there. The rest of the boys coming to flank his end, though. It's Illey that's wrapping around the back. He's able to pick up Simp and slow this down. Cut the push in half.
Yeah, you kind of saw from Abuzah's POV and the rest of Surge. They just left Drazah, right, for a moment. They said, let's just cut off the reinforcements. We'll deal with them later. aBeZy does get to him, but that's it. They deal with that first push, so nicely done. Now 10 versus 11 in lives. Almost 1 minute remaining in the round.
I think that stun didn't hit. He thought he was okay for a moment, so Simp comes jumping around the corner, but multiple players there to deal with him. Just about to be 30 to go. Nice shots from Huke at range. He's had a hell of a defensive round. And Illey just trying to stay up. You've got 20 seconds left and really just one push. Lives advantage over to Surge. Nice defense so far here.
Yeah, you're trying to wait for your teammates to jump off a spawn. Nice opening kill, right? You've been so staggered if you are FaZe, but now you kind of just have to go. It's a 2-on-2 near the point. Simp's going to be the first man, but his teammates get cut down, and then off spawn, Illey finds it. So Abuzah and Huke, we talk about the subs, and well, over towards B, you only get 3 ticks, so nice job by those players. And if you think about Huke, especially last year, that OpTic team, they gave FaZe hell, right? They just could not win that matchup, and Huke was a big part of that. Just him and Shotzzy get going. So difficult to stop. At times it feels like it's random. They're just in your face. So you need Huke to step up, and he's done just that.
And I think it just came down to that one moment, sort of you called out, where just the discipline to leave Drazah there. You know, it's one person not going to move the objective much and cut off the reinforcements. That was their one real big threat. They dealt with it beautifully. Didn't even lose one tick. Let's see what FaZe can do to respond now defensively in their hold. Abuzah, first tick done, 4 in a row.
He's kind of hanging out. He's trying to hear the nades, trying to go off, see if there's any trophies around him. But FaZe just kind of circling like sharks. Now they're going to go. 2 dead. They get him off of the point. Well, that's going on. Simp's just kind of working up, maybe trying to find those spawn kills. Or is he going to get bad timing? Arcitys, yeah, he knows how he likes to play it, and he's going to spot him. Now does the nade connect?
It doesn't need it. Lovely shots there from Arcitys. Second bit of progress now done. Looking to close this out and focus on B. They've got the numbers there. This should be in a good spot to get it done. They send aBeZy at it one more time to slow it down. He's going to get dropped. Now 25v25 is the next point pops. It's a pretty similar position to what we saw the last time through.
Yeah, neither defensive team really throwing much resources at the A point.
It's risky sometimes, just you get an awkward timing. And
yeah, if trophies are down, your nades don't connect, you don't go.
It's just a really quick transition to B. It's not far, right? But FaZe, they lose that first offensive attempt. They're trying to lock it down now to control B. Let's go to FaZe, listening.
Get out.
I think yes, he is. He could pinch it.
Can I go top side?
I spawned weird.
Yeah.
One shot top red. He's on the balk. He's on the balk. I'm dead, boys. I'm dead. There's 3 here.
I can jump out.
You're good. Let's be to my left.
I don't see balk. I'm on the back one, guys.
Could be pinching our side. I gave it up for a second.
I'm top red right now.
I don't know where Tyler went. I'm out. I'm sitting in top red in the corner.
I'm looking for
I have the balk.
Hey,
top red. Hey, I have a pinch. Can you run a bus?
Bottom mail right now.
Yeah, heard you. I'm slowing a pitch, boys. Minute left. Top red right now. On team mail. Mail. Top red. Hook mail. Mail still.
Might be close.
Yeah. Spawning right. I'm trying to get red. Oh, it's
They spawned out.
He go Tristan. One shot, Chris.
No one right. They know I'm here. You're good. You're just leaving.
I can't help you. Here, I'm on your red. Who's right there?
They know I'm here in this corner for sure. That's fine. Kyler's going top left.
Hey, I have top red. Mid's open. One's low left on me. He's hitting my low left. I think top red.
I'm turning. Top red.
Kind of heard the small talk there between the guys. Simp in a tough spot. They just leave me. I'm all right. They know I'm here. He's hit with a couple of stuns, but they've held. There's 20 seconds left and no real threat yet.
Yeah, I mean, both teams holding out to B very well, but the pace of this map's a little bit slower. You know, we always hear that in kind of post-game interviews, right? From scrims to matches, just much different. But even in general, compared to the matches, usually there's a lot of chaos around B, and we just have not had any of those scenarios. Well, both teams just holding down red. Huke does get through, but he's gonna need some help, and I just don't think he has it.
He does not. No, they all drop. I thought for a second you like talked that into existence. You're like, no throw that BF.
I wanted some chaos, you know?
And, yeah, almost. But FaZe said no, siree. So we're tied up at 3 ticks each. We get ready now for round 3. If you joined us late, series tied up 1-1 in this best of 5. FaZe able to take the hard point. Surge answering the search and destroy. Drazah and Cell both taking 5 streaks into this round 3.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than like the stat line of the Surge side, right? It's sort of the subs leading the way for Surge, just how they held defensively. But that time, the AR is really standing out for FaZe, their positions that they were holding. But I think that's really the key. Red or Hotel, whatever you want to call it, for both defenses, they really haven't given that up much. And when that's not given up, you have presence there. You get the further spawns if you're the attacking team. Makes that a little bit more difficult. But off this start, in FaZe, they find the first 2 kills, and kind of the same old scenario we've seen.
Yeah, I mean, just no major mistakes from either team on defense yet. I mean, sometimes like when you've got 2 just solid teams, it just comes down to who has a miscomm, who leaves an opening. Where does that first mistake come? And we'll see. Good on defense this far, but yeah, A's been crystal clear really for both teams. I mean, FaZe just lost their first player. And they're about to be done. Both teams feel very confident in their ability to lock down B.
Yeah, Drazah does get the crew, so you have 6 in a row. You have that to work with. Can you find another one maybe for Cell? Trying to reposition. A not done yet. Again, only 1 player on it. It's going to take some time, but you do pause the clock. Looks like they are going to go for a bit of a retake. That was Abuzah who hits the flank, found a kill, but he only finds one. But I think that was Cell, so you don't get the second cruise.
It's like the same exact thing you saw aBeZy do. Like, just like send one more.
Yeah, so you might as well.
Yeah. So Drazah's streak is still rolling.
Here we go, though. You have Cell in the spawn, and there we go. There's maybe that chance. 3 dead, make it all 4. Cellium, he can cut off the dumpster alley, and maybe just like that, could potentially be around. We talked about that transition. It might be perfect here for FaZe.
Yeah, the headshots are rolling. Everyone gets dropped. They're all dead in the dumpster, tucked away, thrown away with the trash. That round's done. That was quick. Wow.
And you said like you're playing so kind of patient with this 8 point, and that's kind of why, because once you get through that cleanly, it's over.
Yeah, and that's where even like, do you even need to throw Abuzah at it one more time in that situation? That even mattering? With him coming off spawn, I don't know, but like, that is sometimes why you see teams just give up A kind of, because it's just bang bang. If there's a simple mistake, or it's just tough to like, you just can't get into your setup sometimes. Like, and then once you're all spawning back alley, like, I mean, Drazah even had a cruise to get a land on their foreheads if you really wanted to. Like, it wasn't looking good.
Maybe a little bit more A defense here.
He's still going too.
Yeah, Drazah on another 7 spree. Simp now is looking for the 6 in a row. Feels like he's always in this spot, trying to deal with the AR shots through the wall, just dodging everything that he can. And now just the sprees have picked up for FaZe. 5 in a row for aBeZy, 5 in a row for Simp.
And I think it just started with like their defense. Like, even though both teams did a solid job, FaZe really just had them locked up even worse. Like, and you saw that kind of behind the streaks too. They're carrying over the 5 streaks, that first defense for selling draws, and you just were on clamps if you were Surge. You spin that momentum into an offensive win, and now you're getting real close to winning this map 3. His heads are just getting ripped off. FaZe is in utter control here in map 3.
Yeah, another cruise. Simp was able to find that. They only have 1 takedown at A, 40 seconds remaining, a 7 life advantage. Looks like the one player may have snuck through is Huke. You have Abuzah inside of red, but they just cannot get to a point.
Well, that's what I was kind of worried about, because like, I mean, FaZe really had them locked up for B last time. Like, and then you roll through an offense like that. Like, you just got all the confidence in the world. I think they're like, let's just end it here. Let's put them down. Drazah's on 5 in a row again, by the way.
24 and 9.
Drazah is taking over. They call him Mr. Karachi.
That might be his new nickname. It might be. Do you get to B? It looks like there's one player maybe with a chance. You get to B, but you have one on A. Cellium locks down the B point. Maybe a trophy helps out that player, or we just missed it. But 1.3 seconds left. This is going to take a miracle, because if it's not due to the time, you have 11 lives remaining.
Well, this is one of those, it's getting kind of like messy. This is one of those situations like a little bit of a gamble. If you're FaZe, do you go for the jugular here?
Drazah
him off the point.
Yeah, he's down.
Oh my lordy, Drazah is heating up. But there's somebody on B. The last player alive will be Arcitys. Arcitys, I don't know who Arcitys is. He's already got a twin brother. That's Priestahh.
Well, Jenny, just stay up. You have the presence here. Still 2 dead. Make it 3 dead, but they lose the one player on the point. And Cellium just slides on in.
That ended up being like a way weirder ending than I thought it was going to be. Like, where it looked in that round 4, like, it was just kind of done. Like, FaZe were in complete control. And then, like, that happens a lot in control, though, when you're in desperation mode. If you're the offense, like, you're just sending people on routes to try and get to the other point. Like, streaks start coming in, like, all chaos was breaking loose. So it looked a little chaotic, but when you look at the scoreboard, yeah, I mean, it looks real good when you have Drazah at 27-11. I mean, he had himself a map. That is an impressive. You're almost triple positive.
Yeah, I mean, similar to map 1, just a slaying a little bit one-sided. Good defensive round for Seattle Surge, but after that, they gave up that offense. FaZe go up 2-1, and they were just put into the trap there. And I think, yeah, it's chaos with the streaks and everything, but FaZe were kind of like, let's just end this here, right? Let's just go for it. Get them off of this point.
Yeah. And I just thought it might be risky in the sense of, that's what we were just talking about. Like, you kind of go for that, like, even when it's not.
We've seen it backfire.
Yeah, where it could end up backfiring and suddenly got both points, but at the same time in that moment, especially when you know you have one person who's kind of pushing through to try and hit the opposite point, like, you know, you have numbers there to clean that up. They do a great job. They deal with the players on the point, and I mean, Drazah, who really struggled in that map too. I mean, what, 2-8, 2-9. I mean, he bounces back with a vengeance here. That's what's always been a threat, I think, with these FaZe rosters. It's just they all have that insane pop-off potential. So one bad map, I wouldn't worry about it too much.
Yeah, I mean, props to him. I mean, just kind of going through the mental blender on high rise, search and destroy, just it goes crazy.
It feels like he was like pissed, like real mad about how that one went. And you know how he is. Like Drazah's borderline a psychopath when it comes to Call of Duty. Like for those that don't know, we've had him on our podcast. He's just like,
he loves it.
It's not live, laugh, love. It's like COD. Like this guy, all he wants to do is play Call of Duty. He is a nut when it comes to that. So, yeah, I'm sure he wanted to get in his bag after that rough map too.
Yeah, puts the hours in, puts the time in, as we say.
Yeah.
There we go. FaZe winning both of the respawns. Up next, Invasion Hardpoint. Kind of the same thing right here for Surge. You lost 2 hardpoints yesterday versus OpTic. Can you find one here? Can you get the rest of the team going? You've had a couple of players step up, but you need the entire squad.
Yeah, and I think even worst case scenario, like if this is a series you lose and you lose, all the respawns if you were Surge, like, you've got the winter break coming up. We'll have, like 3 weeks till our next set of matches, and I think it's almost like kind of a good test, I think. Just see how you do against teams like OpTic and FaZe. I mean, they're very different teams, but they're both just wildly talented. Like, kind of get a litmus test for where you're at. Know what kind of work you need to put in, what you need to focus on. New spawns are coming out, so there's gonna be a lot to it. But I don't know, it's just sort of a good reality check, sort of. I think because they started so well, all the hype is there. Now you get a little reality check, maybe get a better idea where you're at, and you know what to work on.
I think for sure. I mean, outside of the Karachi control, a lot of the respawns they played versus both of these teams were very close.
They have it.
Yeah, just fundamentally, there's some things to work on through the VOD. That one was a little bit different than what we've seen. That was very one-sided.
It was, but I just think more. I think it's easy. When you our team like Surge, who's got a big chip on their shoulder, a lot of these players do, and you come in, you start out 2-0. I think the whole community is kind of hyping you up. I think almost like when we talked to Illey on the podcast about how kind of getting dropped and stuff was almost like a reality check that was good to make him hungry again. Just as a team, sort of all right, slow our roll. We have a lot of work to do, still working. I think that's good for anybody.
Yeah, you can see Cellium. Map number 1, 20-10 throughout that one. That is a 2.0 KD. That's how the math works. But you see non-traded kills, 95%.
I think the single funniest thing of the CDL is that guy's name's MacArthur.
Why? What's wrong with that? Your name's Clint.
Yeah, all right, good point. Good point. I don't know. It just doesn't look like a MacArthur, man. I don't look at Cell and think, oh, gosh darn it, MacArthur.
Well,
I see MacArthur. I see someone riding on horseback in Kentucky. I don't know, Joe. That's what I see.
I think the same thing about Clint Ford.
All right, man. This is just commentator on commentator hate.
So maybe you guys were both just meant to ride horses in Kentucky.
I'm down. Sell you down, bud? Spend the rest of our lives together, just enjoying the sunsets, Kentucky, riding our wild horses into the moon. Moonlight, not into the moon. We're not flying horses.
Yeehaw.
Okay, all right, focus up, Joe.
Yeehaw.
Here we go. now you're symphony. That's nuts.
Yeah, but he was from Texas.
Okay, well, dancing with the devil is Cellium. Nice shots there from Simp, ripping off heads. Headshots lining up in the feed. We'll get ready for our next hard point of pop here. 20 seconds remaining on this. Just your typical sort of midpoint start. Chaos ensues.
I mean, Huke gets maybe a spawn that you want for P2, but it looks like he's gonna go at P1 again. His teammates find some kills. Drazah try to put some shots in, and yeah, Huke just goes right to B-Dom. Now he can go DVD, get that cutoffs up that street. As you're gonna have Illey get over to that hill first. So a 1-point advantage for Seattle Surge, but Simp right up the street takes down 2.
So for whatever reason, when he gets to this area right here, he likes to make plays. That's where his SMD escaped from. He's had some wild ones in control. I don't know what it is about that part of the map, but he feels very, very comfortable. And if he would have won that second fight, more evidence of that. But so far, so good for FaZe. You're about to get back into the point. Still 35 seconds to go. Nobody in for now, though, because the 2 people with eyes on the cross, and it's not going to happen. So far, so not good for FaZe. It's suddenly the only one alive, but sometimes that is all you need.
Well, in worst case scenario for them is the spawns flip, right? Because with P3 coming up, that's what they were doing. They were trying to hold the tank, keeping them spawn Palace. But Surge didn't react, so now we're going to flip again, and there it is.
Yeah, Simp and the whole Surge team spawn on top of each other.
Exactly.
And Simp's just killing them all.
That's the way that works.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they were ready for it. Simp was ready for it. He knew it was happening. You see both teams try to put each other in that position before he could get over to P3. But Illey gets out. He stayed alive, got all the way to this position. And somehow, after all of that, Abuzah's in the hill.
Yeah. All right, so we take a breath. And now Abuzah soaks up the time. Looking to bring this one back. Still obviously very, very early, but the feed just lights up, and with numbers for a moment, it should be FaZe, but Arcitys wants nothing to do with that. He's putting down his former teammates in Simp and aBeZy. And now he's got to, listen, you know, he was on the team. He once FaZe, you know, he goes from FaZe, like, you know, one of the best teams of all time, to the struggles with LAG. You know, you think there's part of it sort of like, I got the team maybe now to push these guys, maybe want to get a little revenge. I don't know.
You have to check, right?
That's true. That's true.
He won a world championship, but he got paid for it.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what kind of happens even in the sports world. You have a decision: do I stick this out, or what? But he got the check, and now he's back on the Seattle team, and yeah, he wants to put a statement on it and say, "I'm not done yet."
Yeah, I think it's the team he feels he can, you know, make some runs with, 100%.
You have Surge inside, but what's coming up next is that Palace Hill. You can see the way that they are playing it. That is Cellium playing very safe all the way across the map, and Illey is working up that street. So that could be a big gunfight. Watch that number 7 as the fight is going down on the hill. Abuzah with 9 HP staying alive.
I'm pretty sure every time Simp gets a kill right now, Jones too. He's 15-7, and every time, okay, I lied, there's one right there. But he has just been going off early in this game.
And Illey gets this rotate though, so he's here. So you see all the red arrows, they're starting to panic, but Illey's gonna have to buy a lot of time because his teammates are all the way across the map. And the offensive spawn for Search and Destroy. So it is Illey against the world at P5.
One man. His name was Illey. He must shut down. He gets one. He drops. Now it's Drazah here with some gunfights to deal with. As long as he can lock down this side of him, that's some deep shots. He's getting tagged from Arcitys, basically off a spawn across the map, but that kind of helps his teammates move up, because if he can hold that position, he's able to cut these reinforcements in that right side, kind of A Street push. A team kill does come through as Arcitys was helping out his teammates. Illey said, naughty girl, puts him down.
Yeah, but I mean, you do have the pressure here. I mean, you had 2 kills for Abuzah, who's got 14, trying to keep up with the pace with Simp. Huke now is there. Maybe if you get this scrap time, I think it's a bit of a win, but that's going to be 3 dead. Comes down to this 1v1, and Simp's winning it. He's winning all of it. There's the cruise missile. 19-7. This man, we've been talking about it on this broadcast, is in his bag on this title.
Yeah, since we first dove into scrims and watched him, I mean, he just was leading the pack in every map we were watching. Everyone would have 20 kills, he would have 40. It was like, okay, what's going on here? And he's kept that going. Now, will he all year? Who the hell knows? But right now, he has been truly remarkable. And this is just an example of it right now when you just take a look at kind of everyone's kills in the lobbies and where Simp is sitting currently. How far can he push this streak? One in the corner, he's shouting that. Oh, that second to full burst gets through, he might take him down, but Huke, he's up for the challenge.
Yeah, Trophy gonna block that nade. If that nade hits, probably gets the trade. Maybe Cellium can get that hill break, but he's just gonna put the Trophy down, wait for his teammates off a spawn. If it's not Simp, it is aBeZy. 3 gonna be dead. The last player up for Seattle is Huke.
Huke just trying to get in. The trade, though, it is there. Now, aBeZy, he's caught between the flood of Surge players. Takes out 2 of them. The rest are going to worry about the rotation. 10 seconds left on the point. aBeZy's going to spawn up and, I don't know, maybe just try to get 5 seconds of scrap time or flank the people in the hard point, because he spawns away from his team, and that's exactly what will happen. He'll get 3 ticks, and now the pinch will happen, but the jig's up. They know where aBeZy is. They're able to shut him down. And Simp's back at the hard point here.
But this is what Seattle want, right? You see number 2 spawn where aBeZy is at Palace. They're trying to do that. You had Arcitys go on this full flank. You had one player winning connector, and they get FaZe spawning Palace. They set themselves up maybe for a P2 and P3 back-to-back kills, which would give them the lead. All the kills going their way. Still a lot of time, though, for FaZe to get out of it. You also have the cruise missile. That's going to help.
Let's see what the cruise does. If anything, it gets him out of the points. So no trophy there for the coverage.
Do they turn? Do they turn? Maybe just not ready for it that quickly. That was Illey off spawn. And there we go. Once the spawn comes in from Cellium, they all turn. But they were just worried. They were where the spawn was. Now they have to react to Surge.
Yeah, like all of them pop. Yeah, sometimes you'll get that little bit of a split when it's all going out at the same time, but they're all going to spawn Palace. Now the race is on. Trying to get there first will be Simp for the FaZe side. Seattle Surge sitting 2 out of it. That'll be Huke and Illey. Simp, though, already taken out Illey. Simp, once again, doing a great job just winning that rotation fight when he's kind of in a 1v2 in that spot.
Well, I took my eyes off the minimap. So I think Arcitys spawned in the back.
He had to have, because it was Huke and Illey, I think, that were the ones pushing up, so they gave him a spawn.
Yeah, I saw like Simp getting shot at, so I was like, from where? And then I looked down, and yeah, Arcitys, maybe it's blessed with a little bit of spawn, and that just means Surge is on the hill.
Yeah, it's weird because, you know, you always spawn near the hard point. They tried to, and no one was really backside, but yeah, it just doesn't look good when Simp's in the hard point, right?
Yeah, it's one of those situations, see some clips of like coaches kind of like just trying to figure out, explain this one logically. Sometimes they can't, but it doesn't matter for FaZe because they get the 4 dead.
I think when Brian's saying, or who
yeah, he said like, really this is hell.
I think that was that spawn. Like that literally was that spawn. When I saw it, I was like, yeah. But that one was a little bit worse. I remember there were multiple players, not just Simp. But now eclipsing the 200-point mark, it is FaZe. 50 points to go now for the win. Let's see if they can break through. Not going to happen. Illey's just, I felt like he's pre-fired aBeZy through the window. aBeZy barely got to the top of the ladder and he was dead. Same thing happens to Drazah at the window.
Yeah, ladder not safe. Illey is there, so you might have to take that gunfight first. Cellium just trying to find the wall base. There is that gunfight.
Tough. That is tough.
Not an easy one. Simp, though. 26 kills, 2 minutes on the hill. Still, it might not be enough. You have 30 seconds left. We talked about Palace, and this time Surge in control of those spawns. And you're hoping maybe to find the 30 seconds of this hill. The gunfights go the way of Surge. You'll get 20 seconds to scrap.
I didn't realize he had 2+ minutes in the hard point, too. All right, so he's doing it all this map. That is for sure. It was Drazah sort of putting the team in the bag last map. Simp getting it done here. This will get them right over 220, but I mean, you are fully in this game if you are Surge. Now, the big thing though, even if you got a full 60 here, you can't win it if you're Surge. So we'll see another hard point past that, but they're gonna desperately need this time. Very winnable for both teams.
Yeah, what is Surge, how do FaZe want to approach this to try and break this? There's gonna be the first one. Drazah's gonna go. Wants to help his teammates out working towards that tank street. So you at least get that first layer broken. You see the spawns aren't that close for Seattle Surge, so for now it's kind of a 2v2. It's going to turn into another team fight here in a second, and here we go. Can they find the break?
Depends on Simp, I think. If Simp can get the kills for the reinforcements as well, and they do that, Simp and Cell, I think, able to get the kills to get through. You still have Illey here, though.
They can't win, though. They cannot win here. So, yeah, Illey at least got them to back to P1, and he's still alive. Finally taken down. You still have some players going for the scrap time. That's going to be Abuzah. The mantle up, and he hits this shot. 5 HP.
That's a hell of a win. The pistol hit like a nuke there. We're going to have basically a tie game. If they get the tick, it'll be 230-230. Going into our next hard point. aBeZy with a kill close to next. Now we set up. Here we go. 22 points needed for Surge, 15 needed for FaZe. Surge desperately have to break on in. Simp still finding kills around the point. He's up to 31, making another double for him through on the feed. 5 to go now for the win. Simp ripped out of it by Arcitys. Shots from Arcitys into the spawn as well, but someone's got to get to the point. They got to contest. Not gonna happen, or not gonna happen long enough. The respawns go the way of FaZe. Simp has another insane map there in the map 4. And it's laughs up, smiles up, FaZe up.
Yeah, just all the kills on the transition from Palace. Obviously, you're fighting the scrap time. You're going to get gifted the rotation because they fight for the scrap time. But even after, there was about 10 seconds. You had 3 players try to get there if they were Surge, and they were just cut down. You just never really had any trades come in from Surge.
Bro, I think you saw like Illey just like hands in his face, head back. Like, it's just, they're losing some brutal respawns. Like, they just know these are all winnable. And like the nature of this game too, I think you heard they who was asked in the interview earlier today, that was sort of
Javi,
yeah, Javi was sort of like, it's just the nature of MW3. You're gonna have a lot of close hard points. So, yeah, there's gonna be a lot close, but I think the winners will be the consistent part of it, and they just got to figure it out.
Yeah, I think FaZe, controlled both of those Karachis for the most part. That control is one of the most lopsided controls that we have seen all year. But that invasion, always a tough one. Some gifted spawns on either side, but it is Simp and Atlanta FaZe who they stay undefeated.
Yeah, and also just shout out to Drazah. I mean, the new guy on this team, incredible rebound in the map 3, a big part of why they made that look like one of the more impressive Karachis. He bounces back with a heater of a map, but yeah, I don't know what it is with Simp and like invasion respawns right now, but
he has a great read for it.
He does, and like I think it's like your most, it's outside the wonky spawns from time to time, like your most like typical, like it was a good pacing for him. There's a lot of room for him to like find gaps and make plays, and he's enjoying it, right?
Yeah, and he can read the wonky spawns because it's not time to time. It's a lot of the time, but he's ready for him.
Yeah, seems to be ready for him. But that'll be a victory there for FaZe. To break down the match, though, we'll get it to our analyst and Christopher. Puckett, Mr. Sexy Big Time. Thank you.
Hi, these are my friends. We have Alley Cat and Nameless. And Merc, do you agree? Is Simp MVP? We had this green room discussion. It's way too early for the chat to bring up most valuable player. But if there was a front runner, I think Chris Lair deserves that title. The man drops 25 and 12 with 2+ minutes. Sheesh. And the game wasn't even over yet. FaZe gets it done in the respawns. Let's revisit some of the carnage. The red team was winning all day long, Allie.
Yeah, I mean, Atlanta FaZe looked absolutely dominant in the respawns in this series. Again, this is a team that was 3-0 in Search and Destroy heading into the series, now 3-1, but they didn't even need it with the way that they were looking in those hard points.
Nameless, you were mentioning that Seattle looks really good at times. Fundamentally, they looked clean, but they're not winning the clutch gunfights.
I mean, there were a couple situations there, right, where they just got in tough scenarios, man. Like the situation on P2 where the streak comes in and you don't have a trophy. That's just unfortunate that you spawn all the way back Palace. We know how invasion can be. And you're just kind of screwed when it gets to Bathroom Hill. But they're doing like the small things, right? Like they were set up early here on Treehouse. They end up not getting the last couple seconds they would need to end up closing it on Palace. And then they play a little bit too safe on that Palace rotation, Chris. And they lose the point-blank gunfight. We saw what happened. Simp goes all the way around the back. Arcitys gets the jump on him, and Simp wins the square up. Just sort of just some unfortunate scenarios for that invasion. Although I do think Seattle did play a really good series. I mean, across the board. Even the S&D, they were playing very well. Then Atlanta FaZe, you know, get a couple rounds in a row. Seattle able to hold on strong in that mode. But still, I mean, just Titans going at it.
Seattle's surge now, I think, is put into the second tier by a lot of the folks here in the chat, Alley. They're 2-2. Your 2 losses are now coming to ATL and OpTic. Where do you have them in your power rankings?
Seattle probably top 6 for me right now. I don't think they're pushing top 4. I think me included got a little too hype on them after their first 2 matches against the LA Thieves and Boston. Now seeing them against OpTic Texas and Atlanta FaZe, I think there's a lot of room for improvement. Specifically, I think their team chemistry needs a little bit working on, and also their comms need to be cleaned up just a little bit.
There you have. On the other side of this battle, we had FaZe, and we have our monster winner spotlight with the King Cobra. Cellium joins the stream live. And Cellium, the first question I have for you is, what was it like? Was it a boa, a python? What was on you in that intro video?
Oh, it was, I don't even know. I got handed down like, fuck it, you know, I'll do it. But I mean, it was fun. So
was it a real
I had fun doing it. Nah, it was a fake one, man.
Oh, it looked real. I actually thought it was a real snake.
No, it was fake.
I thought you went to the Atlanta Zoo or something. All right, what do you got for him, Alan?
Stelly, congrats on yet another win. I mean, I love this game personally. We have red dots back on the minimap. We have covert sneakers. I mean, how do you feel in your arsenal this game lands for you?
I enjoy it. I feel like it favors our team a lot. The HP, obviously, and red dots, it helps me and my team a lot. So I enjoy the game a lot.
Cellium, you guys were incredible last year. Obviously, top 3 in a lot of tournaments, winning a championship. But you guys make a roster change and bring in Drazah. Why did you guys do that? And is it panning out how you thought it would?
Yeah, it's panning out like pretty good so far. I feel like Austin was a good player, and he did everything we needed him to last year. But I just feel like me and him kind of played at the same pace, and so like that led to me like being the main AR for this year. So I mean, I like Drazah. He's a beast. So I'm excited for this year.
Cellium, let's talk about some of the other great ARs. Who do you enjoy playing against? Who's a challenge every time both of you are behind a heady?
I mean, obviously you got OpTic, you know, my boy Dashy. Obviously Seattle, my boys Illey and Alec. Those guys are a tough matchup. I mean, anyone of the top teams are fun to play against, you know.
And who are you looking forward to playing against on LAN when we come to Boston? Is there any team that you want to play more than the rest?
Nah, there's not really any team that I'm like heads on, you know. I'm just ready to play on LAN. I'm excited.
There you have it. All right, Cellium, thank you so much for joining us. Congrats on the win tonight over the Surge.
Thank you. Yeah, appreciate it, guys. Have a good night.
3-0, Atlanta FaZe get it done tonight. We still have one more match. Carolina Royal Ravens will be taking on Toronto Ultra, but before we go, reminder, pick up your Warrior pack. We've been telling you all about it for the first 2 weeks of the season. Nameless, this thing's bad.
I have it. I love it. You know, you get some cool emblems, get some stickers, even a skin when you go into Warzone for your vehicle. This thing is sweet. Go get your hands on it.
And of course, all of that money going towards the Call of Duty Endowment, one of the best causes out there. We're going to a break. When we come back, Scrappy and his new friend Envoy face off against the surging Carolina Royal Ravens. Can the Ravens get another dub, or is it Toronto perfect at the top of the leaderboard? Stay tuned.
opposed to making friends. Double bangs, I've been paranoid, having it safe, so take a check. Finishing his drink should only take a sec, but Mark just cut me off. He told me that I go on stage and tan. Walk out to my own shit on the main event. Vinci, my cologne after the show. She told me it was a favorite sin. Sprint a fan of spacious, we could take it friends. What happened next? You could take a guess.
I'm running the gauntlet. I'm changing the game. When I'm at the top, yeah. Remember my name. I come for the battle and stay for the fight. Taking what's mine and I'm doing it right. Giving my all, yeah. Got more in the tank. Let's get down to business. You know I don't play. I'm something to witness, so legendary. I'm running the gauntlet. I'm running the I'm running the gauntlet. And no one can stop it. I'm running the gauntlet. I'm running the
Or mid tank, sorry.
I'm trying to get this kill right, bro.
Mid tank.
Mid tank.
There's two there.
I have the backside of it. I'm pitching him. I got one. I got two. Okay, we got
Water bridge. Attach. I'm gonna play towards mid cutter, right?
Deep water bridge.
Playing from mid map, okay? I'm gonna go inside small, inside
I'm mid tank.
kitchen.
I'm just play together.
Play together.
It's going to fire tank. Should going back to mid tank. Get my mid. Yep.
I have mid.
You're good. Just don't tell him. No. Don't get wall banged either, Adam. Run the mid tank.
I hear you. Oh, fuck him.
I'm good. You just...
Need rugs.
Stay down. Nice! Let's go, guys!
Go, man.
Love you guys. Good.
My God for the last round, bro.
Holy shit down!
Go shit, bro.
That's a breakdown, boys!
That's a breakdown, boys. Brian Saint jumping in and celebrating with the challenger champs GODRX and Gwyn. And of course, Clayster, the veteran, looks like he's been playing with Gwyn for years. Their comms were on point, Nameless.
Yeah, they're on point, bringing good vibes, right? A series that they reverse swept and came back in off a ninja defuse and a crazy Gwyn play. Also, I just gotta say, those jerseys look good. They got cameras. They're vibing.
Well, everyone get fired up for this one. Carolina is ready to go. If they're pulling off the W against the Silver Surfers from last year, how do they get it done?
Well, when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, they have to improve their early round S&D. They're last in opening duel win rates and 8th in conversion. And the SMGs are struggling as well in their opening duels. But after we just saw what Gwyn was doing, I'm not too worried about it after their last series. And Gwyn is leading the Rookie of the Year race, actually. He leads the team with a 1.2 overall, a 1.53 in control, and a 1.29 in S&D. If you guys remember, their reverse sweep came off the start of Gwyn during that control, dropping a 2.17.
I hope that this match lives up to the hype that the chat is creating right now. There is a battle between Toronto fans and Carolina fans, with the Toronto fans saying, shave your neck beards. There's no beards here on the Toronto team. It's all baby faces. Let's talk about the squirrels.
Yeah, I mean, there's also that beef between Clay and Scrap. We know how that was during the offseason, so a lot of chirps going back and forth, but let's focus on the Toronto Ultra. We all know how their season ended, right? A very tough championship match at our World Championship. They got smoked. They make a roster change to upgrade, and they bring in Envoy. We know what he's done in the past. This guy can do it all on the map. An objective mind that frees up the game for Kleenex. And so far, they've had one game, a convincing 3-1 victory where they dominated the respawns, and Kleenex went off. So that's what they were going for, to make the map easier for him. It certainly worked out.
Here's your Monster Energy pregame for Toronto Ultra. No words, just sticks and stones. They're first in break percentage, and they have 100% break on sub base. This team, they just got the gunny.
Yeah, and of course, I mean, we've only seen Toronto once so far this year, so I'm interested now into this series to get to see a little bit more about what this team is going to be about. But already, their respawns we're discussing, right? Over an 100-point win versus LAG on both of the hard points, in a 3-0 smackdown when it came to the control. So high expectations for these guys.
All right, I need chat to decide this one. Who is going to win it as we take a look at maps and modes? If you're feeling Carolina, put birds in the chat. If you're feeling Toronto, put squirrels in the chat. Birds versus squirrels. Here are the 5 maps we're going to see, Nameless.
Yeah, and I think we're already sort of playing a little bit of mind games. You see that Invasion Hardpoint has to, they had to veto it if you're the Carolina Royal Ravens, as they're 0-2 on it, which forces them to have to play sub base. base. We haven't seen them on that map yet, but we have seen Toronto and Alley. What did they win by? 140?
Oh my gosh.
It was a
Putting Kleenex and Envoy on sub-base map number 1 is great.
All right, all three of us are picking Toronto, yeah?
Toronto!
Clay, your best friend over here, letting you down once again. I believe in you if you get to a game 5, but I don't see it happening. Toronto across the board! We sent it over to Miles and Chance and my tiny squirrel friend.
Oh, hey there, guys. My name's Tilty, and I'm super excited for the series to start. Yay! We're going to get sued by the Muppets for that one, so that was definitely Kermit the Frog. Let's rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. It's a bit of a grudge match. It might not actually be, because the beef is usually fake, but we got Clay taking on Scrap. We got Squirrels taking on Birds. My name's Miles. His name's Chance. And this is Subbase.
I think we'd call it like friendly-ish banter. Like, I think it's both in good fun for both of the guys. Or Scrap takes it incredibly seriously and he's coming for blood. We're going to find out on Subbase. And I also just want to preface this. I'm scared of Kleenex. Not in real life. Super nice guy. Tobias Janssen is a wonderful human being. In game, he's a demon, and I have very high expectations for him here.
Yeah, well, a lot of players have been talking, well, fans as well, talking about all the best sub player in the game. We got the Hydras, we got our Simps, we got our, Shotzzy and all that, and our Preds. Don't forget about your boy Kleenex. He's already dead.
Off the map, there you go. Perfect start for GODRX. That is the player in my mind you want to take down. But of course, next in line is also Rookie of the Year, potential MVP candidate. Scrap will be doing good work as well.
We'll get to see Toronto Ultra do this again. And Ali were right on the desk in that Ultra extraordinarily strong here on Subbase, but so far the Carolina Royal Ravens making them sweat, making them work for it. I'm so tongue-tied. Tilty, get out of here. I can't. I'm having so much fun on this map. Yay! Tilty, enough of you. We're definitely getting sued.
There's so much going on. I mean, Squirrel's out and about and around the hill as well. It's going to be a 3 down in favor of the Ultra and a decent little spread across the map. You see a couple players lingering and now fully committing towards that rotation over towards P2. So you have a grand total of 5 seconds that just got captured on P1. What a start to Subbase.
Yeah, Subbase so far. Interesting indeed. While the stats don't lie, and by the end of the season, we touch upon this all the time, between the engagements, between the mania of the spawns, it's going to be a fun one indeed. Over to P2, Garage Bay's up, Insights in the back line. This naughty little office space can be very, very fun to play from, but Gwyn and GODRX are having none of that shenanigans. They've been taken care of. Who gets to 10 seconds first?
I'm terrified of Caster cursing people as well. Kleenex, I am terribly sorry. He started off 1 and 5. Carolina, good rotation. I don't want to call it a break because it's still just a mix fest over towards new. It is literally just a trade fest back and forth. Players spawning behind each other. Gwyn just spawns up and has 2 players to shoot directly in the back. But finally, a clean-ish 4 down. A bit of stabilization for Carolina, but also a minute and 15 has already been shaved off the game clock. We're 2 hills in.
Keep an eye on that game clock, friends. We've been teasing it in the last few weeks of play, but today might be the day. Over to Real, playing from the Toronto Ultra headquarters. Thanks to those guys for helping him out. He's not quite made it stateside yet, but he's close enough. Envoy even closer there with that MCW. Mid-map's going to be a little bit of a problem now for Gwyn. As we go over towards the dry dock, that open sub, and it's lots of kills there from Toronto Ultra, space for them to work with.
And this is going to be the best hill time either team has gotten all game by the looks of it. Toronto actually pushed up the map at least a decent bit. And Real, no real open avenues of attack. He's tagged up in 1 shot. Maybe a nice little dance through mid, but ends up getting caught. More kills go the way of Ultra. And again, we're only 3 hills in. They just now cracked 30 points. This might literally be the Subbase special.
Fantastic work for the Scranton Squirrels here on Subbase. Envoy. Whoa!
Yeah.
Okay, Clayster. Not quite sure how that one worked out. I'm sure Envoy was also surprised. New hard points up into this dangerous little tunnel. Trophy systems, get them ready, boys. You'll need them. Here comes stuns and nades.
Big wins too. No trophy out just yet. So those nades, oh, there's the trophy just in the nick of time. Shout out to whichever AR player. I think GODRX might have been the guy to get that downs. And you see, as soon as he gets it down, dips back to watch the flank. Everybody else just needs irons up, guns forward. Kleenex leading the charge. He gets chopped down. And Toronto, this is just a straight up flood through the front. Never going to have a good time.
We're going to headbutt this one. Nades are there. Here come the kills. Close range fight. Nice work out of Clay Real. Find the 2 kills. Clay still alive at the back for a brief moment. Scrap takes his clean off. That's a break from Ultra, and that's time they sorely want. 30 seconds left to go here.
It's never fun. You get left some war wounds as you try to make it happen, but they end up coming away unscathed, at least those final 2 players. And once you get past the trophy, it makes it just a little bit easier. So somewhat of a back and forth game, but Ultra, for the most part, in full control. And the scrap time is going to be fantastic as well.
The scrap time indeed. Rotation, though, to the bottom side of the map, over towards the open tank. Or is it BTR? It might be. I'll get that right one day. Inside's going to be the man in there. Toronto Ultra so far started to walk away with this lead. Kills department from nearly everyone, still very, very solid. So it is as expected in the stats department. Nice 2-piece there at Gwyn, trying to keep Kleenex away. He's staying alive. Tobias Julians from upstairs, and he's got a lot of signatures across his gun. All of the players in that lobby. God bless him. Everything carried over into MW3.
Able to swing the player outside of the hill as well, setting up the kill for his teammates, getting rid of the trophy, and now it is all guns forward for the Ultra players, but players descending from the heavens above. Carolina in that beautiful blue, by the way, making things mixy. Got a couple players behind enemy lines, but it really just has been a game of like just incredibly either contested or non-existent time. Again, more than 2 minutes already off the game clock. Neither team yet to 100 points. Ultra is still with the lead, but a very long way to go.
Long way to go indeed. Trophy still getting their fair share of work done in these hard points. It's the name of the game on Subbase. Back to P1 we go, and after a full set chance, just under 3 minutes on the game clock, and about a 30-point game.
Yeah, and we had, what, 5 like total seconds that were captured on P1 the last go around, so we'll see if either team can sort of make up for it. That is all 4 down in favor of Ultra. Envoy will be giving his best attempt at staying alive inside the hill, and they have a trophy and insight for some cover as well, and maybe more importantly, Carolina, somewhat a deep spawn. To go through mid, you get chopped down from top 3, push through the left. Ultra completely set up around the point.
Or Tilty, you're going to love this. What's that, Miles? Because we're now going for a listen-in with Toronto Ultra.
In top glass. P5, 1 shot.
Okay. Look at my cross.
Time.
Yeah, front time.
One low glass, I think.
He's hit too.
Yeah, 1 2 glass. Top glass.
I have your health then.
Glass absolute.
Glass dead. 2 P2. Front P5.
One behind P5.
Look at my low glass.
P5. I'll help you.
I'm behind P5.
I'll get left, okay?
He's still from P5.
Left, hit you right. Hit you right. Cavern maybe.
P5, dead.
One more.
I'm help you right. Looking for one. Missy one.
Last guy crossed, I'm pretty sure. Gwyn.
I hear you. I'm just staying P5.
Second there.
Yep. Try and check new. I'll help Jamie on a. It's gonna be new.
P1, dead. Nice.
Yeah, he's in new. Loading.
Slide forward.
One shot.
4 steps, Joe. 4 steps. Slide forward.
Yeah, P5 now. Fuck. P5, he's on P5 tank.
Good for him. He hasn't crossed yet, P2.
1 on time, nothing loading up.
We got time. He's found out like up low left. Like by office.
No, left, right.
No, and 1 behind me, crane.
Oh, good.
Side door maybe?
Inside right now.
Was like doubles some absolute.
Lay down.
Lay down, dead. One more, loading, dead. I'm one shot here.
He's absolute cat.
I can't.
There's me 2 cat, I'm pretty sure.
I think he fell.
He could have. I have it, Jamie, I have it.
I gave it side pie, right?
Yo, close out.
Top cat.
Yeah, he just hit it.
Top
at the time. Low left.
There's time still.
Already close.
Close weak and 1's loading. He's in the office now.
Tap the challenge. 1 shot, Gwyn. You can challenge.
Nades?
Stun and nade. Stun and nade. 2 low. Nice, good shit.
Back left too. GODRX.
Back left.
He's plat right now.
Spawn the low.
Oh, he's on time. I thought that was.
Quite frankly, perfect communication, as always, from Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, it really does sort of highlight, like, the best moment, I think, is, like, they're counting players. They got the 3 dead. They knew where everybody was. Couldn't find Gwyn, and just very established on the communication front. He's got to be a new. Got to look for this guy. And credit to Gwyn, actually made a very nice play. Picked up a few kills and sort of broke down the setup of Ultra. So good comms are one thing, good plays are another. And inside this time, it is trades back and forth and beams from insight. Ultra have at least cleared the time, but as is typical on Subbase, and so much so for this game, uncontested time from both teams. The game clock still ticking.
Oh my god, we're talking about the sub prowess of Kleenex, but it's the AR he's putting to work here. Snap!
Yeah.
Straight to Real. See you, mate. You probably heard the dead from the other room.
I mean, that is the type of gunfight Kleenex so privy to winning. And Ultra right now, just maybe not desperate, but very eager to get these final 20 seconds. Clayster wants to rip him off it, though, and that is the type of gunfight that buys 12 seconds for your team. And now we go back towards the hill where Carolina get a couple extra kills. Real picks up the 2-piece, maybe make it 3 in the back, and earns a UAV that he should not use. But Carolina, again, set up on this hill first, but they do not have it secured just yet.
Once again, Carolina, the first team in at this point. GODRX wins the fight. 22 kills to his name, with Real trying to provide that coverage. Don't let them get too close. Don't let them get their line of sight to even get nades in there. Clayster on the outside now. It's a good hold so far from the Carolina Royal Ravens. They get broken last minute there as Ultra now dive on in chance.
Yeah, and that was tough. They were just never able to get a back spawn to come through, so the pressure that Ultra put to go on the full flank pays off long term. So that is just a wonderful moment where Carolina had an opportunity but simply could not get it done. They really want these final few seconds, though, and it looks like Clay might be able to buy it for him, or maybe just strip away a few extra seconds. Again, those back spawns, you are so quick to flood back into the point. And Ultra, again, the kills column, not crazy. Basically even across the board for all 4 players of Toronto, and they turned that into a 70-point lead.
My goodness. Still climbing, on board with Clay. James Eubanks been around the block more times than most in the league. And he hold on to this side of the map, not for much longer. Hard points up though, his boys are in there. Here comes the 2-pronged assault now from Toronto Ultra, mid-map and through the warehouse. Real, the man soaking time. Spawners close there for Carolina. How long can they hold?
I mean, they're just setting up the pinch too, right? That is every single, like, sort of a lane possibly being covered by Ultra. They're trying to group it and time it together, but the pressure's on. Real, though, making moves. The damage is clean, but so is CleanX from up top. Gets him out of the hill, but it is still just a scrap fest around the point. Insight puts that nail in the coffin, gets the 2-piece, and delivers Ultra the time.
Yeah, Real buys time, but not quite enough for the reinforcements to get in place. That's going to be a break. Ultra now soaking it away. Looking to cross over 200 points. That's going to happen very soon. And with that, Real trying to make the break. Can they get there forward? Try to contest some of this time. Get them out of it at the very least. They do for a second. Back to P1 we go. Third go around here with just over a minute to play.
And that's the thing, like, Ultra have such a big lead, they can win this game in 2 different ways. If, like, the time works out for P1, you can just strip it away. Like, you're just gonna have options for Ultra. So Carolina, this is very much back against the wall sort of moment in the game. They get picked apart in around the hill. It's actually the nades coming through. And more uncontested time. Again, everything right now is just ticking down.
It's looking up. Ultra nice shots in a scrap. Not enough to get the kill. Real trying to pick up the player that took care of Clay. Trades are not there. Envoy wins it. Big moment now for Ultra. More time to be had. Gwyn dives in. Another play from the young rookie. Scrap from up top. Spree indeed. He's on a 5. Scrappy takes a crappy on a Ravens.
Yeah, maybe good news for Carolina. Well, not even great news. 2 players spawn out over towards New, but 2 players spawn at Old, and those are just what fodder right now for Scrap. That's the 6 spree. A cruise if he needs it, which almost certainly he is not going to. The spree continues. 30 bomb already acquired, and his team mostly set up towards New. It is a single player for Carolina that is near that P2 hill. GODRX is going to have to pull off some absolute heroics.
That's a tough one from Real. Sliding forward. Lovely work from Insight, though. The kills keep flowing his way. Garage base wide open. That side of the map now. An open funnel for Carolina Royal Ravens to make their way in there. CleanX can't get any more out of this life. Scrambling to stay alive. Oh no, Clay doesn't look in the right direction. He's doing everything he can. Pistol still in hand. Real gets the break. Anyone there? Yes, Insight. It's a duel. 15 seconds on the game clock. Ultra, they've got to get them out of it. They're going to try to keep the Ravens at bay. It's happening right here, right now.
It's just, again, 10 seconds. That's going to be it. Ultra, they can win it 1 of 2 ways. Just get them off the time. The nades coming through. The flanks are in as well. Carolina trying to manage the chaos, but you have to stay on this point. They're managing to do it for the moment. Finally, Ultra actually get inside an Envoy. Maybe just scooch off of it. Don't need to be here. You can win in 8 seconds.
Oh, he knows the Ravens are close. Dived off. Clock's ticking. Kills it there. That's game. The first of what will probably be many. The game clock decides the fate. And right now, it is Toronto Ultra who take map number 1. And they may not be that emphatic in the display of victory, but certainly in the scoreline and certainly in the stats.
Yeah, sub-base is a stressful map. There is so much to keep track of at all times for all of these players on the map. And I gotta say, in the slaying category, well, Scrap and CleanX really started to tear it up towards the end, but for the better part of the game, Carolina was either keeping up in the slaying category or outperforming Ultra with kills, just not actually getting any conversion on the time. I think it was the P4, like the box hill, where Ultra were just able to break it on 2 separate occasions. Carolina struggling to get those back spawns the second time around. So the slaying on point for Carolina, but an 80-point deficit. Gotta go back to the drawing boards, figure out where things went wrong.
Oh yeah, funky stats as well. As we look at the highlights, we'll mull over those a bit later on, but a very, very close finish and calling the game clock. It could have gone either way, and we've seen this happen a few times when the chips are certainly down and it really is the end of the game, and your team has to play wink wink perfect hard point, as we have said for years and years and years now. We have seen teams do it, Charles. We've seen some teams pull incredible comebacks. Boston just the other day, one of the most preposterous scenes we nearly saw. There's nothing to say the Carolina Royal Ravens couldn't do it. On a map like Sub-Base, maybe not, but never ever count anyone out here in the league. It's a crazy time indeed in MW3.
truly is never over till it's over. And I think even like GODRX, we called him out as like making the play over towards P2. I think he actually went on like a 4 spree in that area, like doing a very nice job of staying alive. But your odds really do just go down dramatically once the game clock kicks in, because you know, a 40-point deficit, you could just double it. It feels like an 80, the way you have to fly at the hard points and how much more aggressive you actually need to be. So a deficit like that can just be absolutely punishing, just like Toronto Ultra can. I might have caster cursed CleanX a little bit at the start, but I think he finished with the most kills in the lobby. So again, scary threat, just not when you bring it up immediately.
Yeah, not a terrible situation to be in though for Ultra. You may have cursed CleanX, but you did not curse the roster. Once again, perfect communication out of Toronto as is expected. It's one of the hallmarks of the team ever since Cold War back in 2021. They have not stopped chatting that good-ish. Over to Skid Row now for search and destroy chance, and I would imagine that fine, clean communication will pay them dividends on a map with this many corners, tight angles, places to hide, and things to jump over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw New York Subliners play on this map earlier, and a really big theme for them was ARs that are sort of out of the play, but doing a really good job of getting information. It's Skyz from apartments looking through the fire windows to call up for his teammates when people are crossing or playing on the God steps, looking down the long lanes. Like, New York showed an incredible amount of coordination. Toronto Ultra is very much a team. I expect to have that like same type of chemistry. Maybe their default setups are going to be a little bit different, but the ideas that they're going to bring to the map, I'm expecting to be just, excellent, top class.
Top class. Well, speaking of top class, we've got 2 players we're going to be keeping an eye on here on Skid Row. It's going to be Gwyn versus Envoy. Of course, Envoy on the right-hand side is your current reigning world champion. Well, not reigning, excuse me, but from the LA Thieves. 2 years ago now? Feels like just yesterday. But this is the way these two match up in S&D. Pretty solid chance. I mean, it's the round win at the bottom, though. That's the massive difference maker. We've seen Gwyn make brilliant plays. Coming into this, the highlight reel, we saw them playing in, that invasion search and destroy. Gwyn with a big ace to help his team win this one. Let's see if they can bring the same sort of magic and energy here against Ultra.
Yes, and it was the opening duel win percentage at the bottom was the big difference maker. Envoy's been 50-50 if he's the first one involved winning the gunfight, but we saw like the Monster Energy keys at the top. Gwyn specifically and the SMGs for Carolina have struggled with the first bloods. That's why you saw his 28% rate. I think it is a 6 and 15 on the first blood battles for Gwyn in Real. So first bloods have been a bit of a struggle point for Carolina. And on a map like Skid Row, they can absolutely go a long way. So we'll see what these guys have cooked up, and I think taking down Envoy might be near the top of the list.
Hey, good luck. Over to Skidders. No, over to Skidders we go. You know the rules with Envoy. If you don't see or hear from him in 3 seconds, he's most likely behind you. And if you say his name 3 times, he'll appear. Probably on the flank as well, but there we go. Into search and destroy we now roll. Boys and girls, for those who are just joining us, it's first to 6. Let's get it.
I think he appears if you're lucky, but round 1 strat's always going to be a tad bit unique. No trophies out and bound, waiting for the wall bangs to come through, and they're just moving straight forward. Envoy and CleanX flying together, but there's the first blood Gwyn is going to need. You at least get traded, so even odds, and that is actually bombed down. Toronto need to go back and collect it.
Real's got to watch out. He's in a very tough spot here. He's isolated the window, safe from behind, but he knows that CleanX is in here. He's in here with you. Will we find it? That's damage, but no kill. Oh, goodness. And now you've let him live. There's a crossfire as Scrap takes care of Real while aiming for Clayster. So much damage dealt. And that's the cleanup kill from CleanX. Wow. Magnificent teamwork in the opening round from Toronto Ultra.
Yeah, shout out Scrap. I know like Drazah is a player that comes up a lot when we talk about grinding, but Scrap I think is in the exact same boat. I see him playing S&D8s in the BPL lobbies and the hard points. Every single night seems like Scrap is getting involved, and he ripped GODRX off the B-bomb site or top apartments in the middle of that round, I think from the tunnel, and also that long-range gunfight he had against Clay gets delivered a freebie. So Scrap, right place, right time. First round Ultra.
Phoenix. Absolutely brilliant work from
Beautiful.
Tobias Yul Jonsson. Good luck, have fun, GODRX. This nade might actually work out. Run, boys! No damage, but you got him off that position for now. Gotta go recover the bomb as well, mate. Gosh, what a tough spot to be in. Can GODRX do anything? The stun is out. It lands, but it doesn't matter. What a round out of Ultra.
I mean, look, I said the strats were going to be excellent, top class, and you saw exactly how that played out. It was a triple challenge on the alley. It bought everyone's attention on Carolina. CleanX kicks that bad boy open, picks up the 2 kills, and GODRX just a little bit too late on the trade. I mean, that is just a strat like down to perfection. I don't know if Carolina are going to let that one go through again, but for Ultra, no reason to do it a second time.
Yeah, look, if it ain't broke, mate. Envoy, first blood. On board with Kleenex, who's looking exceptionally strong so far in MW3, and with good reason. There's his first. Stun's going to land. I think it might hit a teammate. Oh, Kleenex keeps you guessing every step of the way. Gwyn has abandoned the apartments, but Kleenex is on the prowl. Wow. Oh, an insight at close range with the MCW. Another lightning fast round out of Toronto.
This is maybe a speed run, any percent finish sort of deal, like a glitchless run possibly. But yeah, just aggressive rounds. Ultra, a play call coming through every single time. Not only did they get the first blood, which again, Carolina on the SMG front have struggled to get those bloods. Kleenex also just runs straight through for free and shoots a player in the back. Like, they are playing full speed, all the aggression they want. Ultra seemingly can do no wrong.
Perfect timing. Unfortunate situation with the door stun there, but Envoy's in a lovely spot to catch both of these players out. It's Real with the bomb up top there by the camera. No one's going to make the move just yet. Just slowed things right down. Just over a minute to go here in the round, and oh, Gwyn. Can he win the gunfight? Not enough. Here's the trades. Man advantage though goes to the Ravens. Ooh, for how long?
Hey, you'll take the trades, though, and no one else falling through. You actually do have Scrap in the back. They're trying to double him up, and the stun is going to connect a little bit too slow. Perfect tack usage. Kleenex, though, might get sent in for the kill. The slide, though, enough to drag his aim away. The difference a slide can make at a moment like that. No pop-off play there from Kleenex. Carolina able to get on the board, and I like to mix up as well. Put someone in the camera spot, leave Gwyn sort of down low, and you at least make sure you are there for the trades. So Ravens down, but certainly not out.
Yeah, more animal analogies here, but you know, the Ravens there, they run the rabbit on that B-bomb site. That one player that pushes forward actually saves the round there, because Kleenex, the potential for the damage to be dealt there to two players, huge. Kleenex, though, speaking of, taking care of this round. We've still got a bomb in hand for Envoy, but we're going to pump the brakes big time. Gwyn has managed to get on the other side of the fence line. That's a big win from him. Huge advantage here for the Ravens.
Oh, perfect spot. Unfortunately, though, yeah, he just kind of abandons his teammates. So GODRX tries to run back to regroup, and Insight gets a freebie. Still the man advantage, but there it goes. 2 versus 2. Oh. Small mistakes that Gwyn maybe is going to bail you out for. 2v1, all up to Envoy.
Oh no, there we go. Gwyn keeps the Ravens airborne with that individual win. Clay holding that rear security. No one's going to pick up the pinch there on the pair of you. Ravens bounce back. Was it enough to stop the rampage of Ultra here on Skid Row?
Not sure. Real, by the way, another UAV he's earned, so he's great at getting those. Really hope he doesn't call it in, but just leaving it on the board at all is a little bit terrifying.
I know, he's a professional. He's a professional. Be doing more than missing a warm-up, I think, if he does call in a UAV. Kleenex, first blood once again, takes care of Real. UAV out of question.
Wow, he just like tried to full send up in the window too. I don't think anybody was there looking over him, and now Clayster is absolutely free in that spot. Kleenex 8-3, having a grand old time. A 2 versus 4 for the Carolina players. GODRX and Gwyn. I don't know how much you can actually do. Gwyn trying to make a play, but I mean, Ultra just grouped up together. You leave Kleenex on one side of the map on the God steps. He's in a power position. Everybody else is going to be grouped up together for potential trades. Not easy to break down.
Yeah, such a difficult 2v4. GODRX somehow winning that fight. Scrap's heavily tagged as well. So now, there it was. The opportunity to level things up. Now Gwyn finds himself in a very tough spot indeed. A technical 1v3 for the rookie.
Well, does have the bomb and too many corners to check. And look at that setup anyway. Yeah, Scrap had the coverage just in case. Ultra got the man advantage, and again, just a cakewalk. That was a freebie first blood on Real trying to jump up in the window, and then Clayster trying to reposition going back. Kleenex will take freebie number 2. It seems like Ultra, when they just jump on these rounds, it is just almost like instantaneous for these guys to get the advantage.
Oh, for sure. That DVD shop is also a tremendously important artery through this map, and Ultra have had a man in one of those corners in nearly every single round. If ever in doubt, check a corner in there, you'll probably find a purple-clad player. Kleenex, first blood again.
Oh, that is so annoying. The rival 9, just beams. God. Just beams.
They're running him over, Gwyn. Good luck, have fun. And what an ace that could have been. No hope in hell. Toronto Ultra flatten the Ravens.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Just a nice little triple hit through tunnel. Just, I mean, Kleenex had a little backup as well. I don't know if anybody else got a bullet on GODRX or if Kleenex just, well, he does have the beamer. So that is a tough one. He is a very spooky individual in game.
Boo! Map point Ultra. This is to go 2-0 in the series, and so far they've shown quite a few looks. Scrap though, how many can he get in this situation? The answer is none. Good work out of Real. I wonder how many players he maybe saw there, how many red dots he got on his minimap, how much information did he relay? You've got Clayster the island on the far left-hand side of the minimap as well. So Ravens, they've got options here, and Jamie Craven strips away one.
Oh, it looked like Carolina was playing for a scam. Like, you know, Clayster just waiting for someone to like go on the full flank, but instead it's GODRX that just gets picked. And
oh my God.
Gwen's gonna get picked as well. Ultra, congratulations. This is looking like a nice little 3v4. Yeah, easy for Envoy. Clayster completely out of the picture. Last man standing, and he didn't stand for long. Toronto Ultra, a cakewalk through map number 2.
Nameless said, keep an eye out for Envoy, incredibly strong objective player, but there he really was. Just blunt force, smashing his way through the search and destroy there. This Monster Energy matchup, somewhat one-sided after the search and destroy. 2-0, as the Carolina Royal Ravens are staring down the barrel of a 3-0, and my word, Ultra, what a performance that was.
Yeah, I mean, we were making jokes about sort of that like Scrap and Clay like beef sort of thing. There is zero respect, I think, for Scrap for anyone on the other side. There was 3 people sprinting down the tunnel, and they threw a smoke, and Scrap just goes and stands in it and just chows 3 with an AR. Or I don't know who smoke that was, but either way, Scrap playing with all the confidence in the world, and obviously him and his team had a fantastic time.
And, well, the scoreline shows it with good reason. Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen, 2 maps down. Potentially 1 more to go. Karachi control again. Will we see the Ravens bounce back, or will Scrap have his way with these boys? Well, chance. This is such a fun series, man. I mean, Clayster, he's done so much in his career. The only thing he hasn't done is get second at champs. We'll find out what happens this year. Plenty of season left to play for, boys and girls. Let you mull on that one. It's a fun one. I stole it from that guy. Don't trust me on that one, guys. But here we go. Time to take a quick commercial break. We've nearly got this series wrapped up. Can the Ravens bounce back? It was far from over for them, but they've got to go big on Karachi control, and that's coming up next.
upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League. Map number 3 is on its way. Get your pack in the store right now. The CDL pack's got some bangers, and I know you've all seen the leaks of the team packs coming out, and they heat absolute fire. Yeah, I can't wait to be running that Carolina Royal Raven Blue. As for the players in this lobby, they're looking to get that Carolina Royal Raven Blue on top to try to prolong the series. Get us to another hard point if we can, lads. Over to Karachi now. Let's see how control goes, Chance.
It'll be an interesting time. I gotta say, the Carolina Blue, maybe it's like the novelty of it being in the mix, but it might be my favorite color we have, like on the kill feed, on the minimap and whatnot. Also, really the only thing I can say positively about Carolina this series, because Ultra have done whatever they wanted, picked them apart on Subbase, picked them apart on Skid Row, and Karachi, I think, is a very dangerous map to deal with. Of course, we do know Carolina capable of pulling off the reverse sweeps. They have iced up before, but Ultra might just be a different beast.
Yeah, control's been the swing round. I mean, not just because it's in the middle of the series, but the nature of the game type. Crazy things happen. Let's see if Ultra can keep this composure together. Immaculate teamwork, smooth comms, fantastic jawlines. Here we go.
And Ultra sort of playing with their options, right? Envoy taking a deep route to go top red, so really swarming around the map to try to set up these kills. A lot of intel coming through, and Envoy really just there for player number 4. That was the last one they were looking for, and you might find them meeting just death. But in the meantime, you're setting up potential spawn traps. CleanX, this is the last place you want him to be. GODRX doing a nice job to shut him down.
Yeah, Scrap's going to be here for the trade immediately, but thank God GODRX won that one. Hello. That's going to be a problem indeed. A Scrap move in, takes care of Clayster. You know, he had something to say there. The second segment A is long gone, and CleanX doing the best he can to soften up the defenders and keep that zone safe and sound. Here's the capture, and that's 2 minutes and 13 on the game clock.
Yeah, also a very quick chalk up from Carolina trying to wrap back over towards B, and never a good look when you have to literally turtle up in your spawn and worry about the flank. And of course, Ultra, if they're not flanking right now, it is going to be a 4-man hit, basically straight through the front, pressure on these gunfights.
Up Scrap, can't win it. Clay from the top of the wall. Back alleyway though, Envoy, they line up. This is a big opportunity to get in there. Clay, oh, he's dicing with death, but lovely work from Real. Keeps him alive and keeps the zone safe.
And inside right now, just keeping the intel game on point, but he gets traded. Real taking a nice route to shut these players down. Can't quite take down CleanX, but he did his job certainly so on that life. Meanwhile, Clayster, there you go, the setup. He's got GODRX to watch his back, but an awkward little moment for the timing for Ultra. Maybe have a moment of breath, more trades coming through, and there you go. They have made it to the point. Good luck trying to break this.
Here comes the stack. Ultra, they know what they're doing. 3 players lined up on the inside of restaurant. That second segment is on its way out. Ravens have got to get forward ASAP. Scrap from behind the bar, serving up more than meals. He's spraying bullets, and here comes the third. Wow. That's going to be the round. Mother of God. Ultra, get it done.
And just laughing at him, too. I mean, CleanX almost just elated with how quickly that round fell through. I mean, if you have 1 player on the point, it takes 45 seconds to capture all 3 seconds. If you get 2 players on the point, you cut it in half to 22.5. If you get 3, it just flies. Like at that point, 15 seconds to win the round. And if you have all 4 players spawning in the back like that, it takes 10 just to get back to the hill. So it is a brutal circumstance. Ultra still feeling great.
Ultra feeling great. Time to check in on the other side of the stage. Quick listen in with the Carolina Royal Ravens.
I can't fight that kid. I'm on my. I can't look grass. I cannot look grass.
Don't red glitch.
I think.
Don't red glitch and top.
Top on me. Weak. Fuck.
I'm gonna try to get right. I'm gonna try to get right. One could be the red. One could be the red. One could be elbow and top broken. Okay. No broken. Elbow and top red.
Bottom 10 weak.
Broken. Shout out. Can't see him.
Bottom market weak, bro.
I need it right now.
What's the market Scrap?
Yo, why is top hotel on the valve? On the valve, left side.
Hey, 10, show me. I'm gonna go to the bro.
He wants T3, okay, watch it. Come in. T3. Yeah, I'm watching him. I'm trying to lay down another week. He's still pre-aiming.
I got him.
AC CleanX.
I'm going red.
Couldn't make AC again. That's one red.
I'm getting your red right now. I'm switching red.
I just hard
one top set.
One elbow on me.
Ready? I need top flat. One is round. One bending.
There's one more vending. Make a clean extended. I'm watching burn bread. One shot dead. 3. Yo, one vending. Right? He could be vending. No, Arcitys is going for red. They all gotta be secret, guys. He's going to red. He's gonna go to red. He's going to red. Watch him, boy. Yeah. I'm pretty for that guy. I think it's the arch on me, bro. Yeah, I'm going top with you. One shot. Come. Can you come to red? Back, good boy. One shot, weak. He is dead. I think it's like I'm bro. That's 2. I just want to go to the inside weak. They shoot both there, I'm staying back. Let's tell the back. I need secret. I need secret also. I'm naded. One more inside. Backtrash on secret, Hedy. Backtrash lane down on secret. Backtrash on secret. Secret, Secret, boy. Yo, I don't have any careful rush. We're missing clean. I can't tell secret. One shot. Secret. I can't tell. I need your secret push. I need your order again. Secret. I need the I can't flat.
They don't know the comms for you. It sounds like they're not having fun, but the round's over.
Oh, good Lord. That's an insanely impressive round, too. The comms at the start that we heard, you could hear and feel the frustration. Understandable why. They were literally stuck in the spawn trap blender for like 2 full set of lives that they had, but as soon as they got out, never looked back. That is incredible resolve out of Carolina, and obviously resolve they're going to continue to need to carry forward because it was all that for a round.
If you were just watching that, or listening to that rather, without any video, you'd think that the Ravens were getting absolutely pummeled.
Well, for a while they were.
I mean, they really were, but like within a blink of an eye, both zones gone. Good stuff out of them. That's going to be all tied up. Real doing what he can to get his player off the zone, pinched from all angles. Them cheeks were not safe up top third. Scrap though, well and truly safe. Takes care of Clay. 1 segment down at A.
That is truly an insane angle as well. Scrap but a pixel on Clayster's screen, but that is quite literally all he needed. Force spree for Gwyn, by the way, so cruise missiles can potentially be very effective on this map. Of course, the timing around the trophies, never easy, but you certainly want to play for it. Nice shots coming through, but that is Rival 9 v Rival 9, only doing damage for the moment.
So a lot of Rival. Second Sega A done. Toronto, nice opening bit of work. Just over a minute to go in the round. Lives still very, very plentiful. Still very healthy for both sides. Insight, great work there with the MCW now, allowing Envoy to fly forward. Gwyn can't hold him at bay any longer. Clay trying to clear out this top side of the map. GODRX spots a couple of ankles as they dive across into towards what we call red. Envoy wins it. The B zone is in danger now. They've got 1 segment left at A, but Toronto are making the play for B.
Yeah, the pressure's there. I mean, they're getting the kills. GODRX had his spree shut down. You trade Real. I think you get the B zone. Real's still alive, but Scrap's still beaming as well. Everyone but Real is going to be forced to flood in through the dumpster side or take a route. They've killed the first guy, and just look at how far away Carolina actually is. If you get the more difficult zone first, Ultra are going to be in a great spot, but a couple kills fall. Carolina still could fight this.
Well, none of it yet. Can GODRX get a nade or 2 in there? No, there's a trophy system helping out. Second segment on the way out of B. It's fast. 2-man stack. One jumps out on... Oh my god, the kills on the outside. It's done. Scrap, stay safe. Stay hidden. Get it done. The contest is there. Beautiful objective play. That's B done.
And they're on it as well. I mean, Envoy's already here with the pressure. 1 final tick to go through, and you with the sprint just to try to get him off. And look at the coverage they have. You take your foot off the gas for a moment. You lose 1 extra gunfight over by red, and the B zone just collapses. Again, mistakes like that against a team like this, Ultra are going to take advantage every single time.
Control ends so fast. With a solid hold like that and the right set of kills at the right time, you have so much space to work with here on Karachi, and you're able to capture those points. Toronto Ultra know how to stack a point. Here we go. Match point, Toronto.
That's a child half, holy.
Hell yeah. Yeah, an MCW though, so a little bit more manageable. First segment A complete, 2 mans on it. Envoy though looking to clear a couple of players out. Lovely position to be in. Clay though somehow hears him. Takes care of business. We should see A gone. This is going to give us tons of time and lives to smash over by B.
Yeah, fantastic opening break on the A zone. The slightly easier to want to capture, but you'll take all the extra time in the world. You also have Clayster potentially spawn kills going on the full flank. And it just gets recognized immediately. I don't know who calmed that. I don't know if it was CleanX off spawn. I thought he spawned in a normal spot, but Envoy turns and snaps. So the awareness from Ultra, we talk about their communication, always on point, as well as the stack. You know how you do not want players to run through B? Well, everybody on Ultra there to lock it down.
Everyone on Ultra, they find those kills, they push the front line forward. They get another set of kills, they push the front line forward. They're trying to keep Carolina Royal Ravens deep in their spawn. They don't want to give them an opportunity whatsoever. 2-2 split here on defense. Ravens stacking up through what we call junk. See if they can find a few picks at the very least. There's 2 to work with. 1:30 to go on the clock. Gwyn stays alive. The battle's downstairs, though.
That's the least important 2 to kill, though. The more important guys to kill are going to be Scrap, the guys actually buy red. So Carolina picked up a couple kills, but they haven't bought themselves too much map pressure. An opportunity here, though, for Clay. Scrap just guns him down. And again, look at the mini-map. Everybody from Ultra swarming around the B zone. 2 more players fall, but then again, one of the more important guys stays up, does some extra damage. But Scrap now, last man standing. He's getting tagged up. The pressure's on, and he is challenging.
Oh, he's flying, man. Buying a little bit of time for his boys. GODRX has the cross covered. Oh, an unfortunate team nade. That's less than a minute to play now. Is this enough to get forward? CleanX, though. So lethal, so decisive. He's in there. Can't catch out Gwyn, though. Gets the kill by the bus stop. Life count starting to dwindle for the Ravens. 40 seconds remaining on this one, and they are so close. Envoy shuts the door in their face.
Carolina still with pressure, though. Still have bodies up on the map. A couple players make it through red. You got Real that's going to be nearby, roaming through mid, and Clay in the back alley. There you go. That's the 2 you need. Everybody else going to have to flood through the dumpsters.
Clay still alive. Holding them down. Here comes Gwyn with the rival 9 up close. Insights had to be pushed back. They've stacked the point. Less than 30 seconds to go. It's a 4-man stack. They're all inside. It's going to vanish. It's about 11 seconds. Go. You've got to find the kill. Scrapping Insight in 2, but it's not over yet. Here comes.
Oh, how?
He's got him. Gwyn stays alive. Can Gwyn get him? Oh, the hero for the Ravens. No, it's done.
Oh, that should not be possible.
It might not be possible, but somehow the Ravens, they've fallen now. 20 seconds to go. 8 lives either side.
It's just a blitzkrieg. Now you're just going to have to fly. You don't have any time. You can't even check these corners. Envoy's going to be sent in for the kill, but they spot him. Maybe not quick enough. The trades are coming through. It's a 2v2 around the point, and there you go. Scrap just catches one. Clayster gets caught sprinting, and somehow the 4-man stack not good enough. But you know who was Toronto Ultra hot 3-0? Scrap, letting him know.
We got a new meme, boys and girls. Clip it. Oh, that's going on the bird or x.com or whatever the hell it is these days immediately. Wow, Toronto Ultra. That final kill from Scrap was basically the decider. A 4-man stack ruined. The Ravens had it all going for them, but they could not contend against the might of the Squirrels. What a game of Karachi that was.
And I mean, I'd want to go back and look at it. That just has to be like over Chow's, right? If you got everybody in the hard point, how do 2 players fall? Like, you're literally just posted up on a heady L-triggered. One guy look at dumpster, and then everybody else basically has to flood through like the mid alley or top AC. So I don't know if it was over Chow's or some Ultra magic, but that is a hell of a final round for Ultra to be able to win. I mean, great damage output from some of the players on Carolina, but not good enough towards the end. Effectively on a score line front, just a clinical 3-0 from Toronto.
Absolutely clinical indeed. Well, the final scoreline's there. The series is done. My God, what a series it was. Toronto Ultra as strong as ever, still very much a top-tier team. I think a lot of those power rankings, a lot of players like, yeah, we've got how gross CleanX was. Yeah, you did. Desk, did you guys forget how gross CleanX was? Did you?
I don't even think my mic's open yet. No, we did not forget.
Didn't forget. I remembered.
That's right.
I was reminded.
That's right.
We love you guys. Happy holidays, gentlemen. We'll see you soon. Now we got to talk a little bit about what we just seen here, Alley Cat and Nameless, because this was swift. And we do have to give a shout out to CleanX going into round 2 of Control. He had 10 kills. The entire Royal Raven squad, 9 kills. Yep. More than the entire team. It just felt like this was a one-sided slaying effort. What gives Toronto the edge?
I mean, a lot of teamwork. I mean, we went into that listening. Their comms are literally insane.
So
like,
good.
Especially with the past 2 years without having any red dots and seeing how well Toronto Ultra communicates. Now being able to do that with red dots on the mini-map and covert sneakers, I mean, this just puts them ahead of a lot of other teams because it is something that they focus so hard on. you know, you say some 3-0s are pretty close. You know, the 3-0 doesn't tell the whole story. Well, this was just not one of those cases. This was definitely the most slammed we've seen so far.
All right, Nameless, I got to ask you here. At the end of the matchup, Scrappy holds up number 2, and then he holds up a 0-3, and then 2 individual ones once again. How disrespectful is it to hit Clayster with his own hand gesture?
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of bickering going back and forth in the offseason, and sometimes, like Miles said, the beef is fake. I think it's potentially real here. Scrappy letting them know they're not going to be happy when they go back and watch that VOD, but honestly, what can you really say in return? Toronto Ultra this series were unbelievable. I mean, thinking back to that first hard point, it comes down to time. They could have just kept slaying if they wanted. They had full control. They opted to just hop out of there like, yeah, we'll let this slay.
Phoenix almost set the kill record. If they had pushed that game without it being the time clock, he was, what, 4 kills off?
He had 37, and he also had 6,500 damage on that map. Yeah. He was absolutely destroying. This team looks gross.
That dude's lazy. All right, let's talk to a man, though, who is celebrating and maybe paying a fine. He's joining us live in the Monster Winner Spotlight.
What's going on? I'm back.
Talk to me about the showdown here. Were you thinking about just Clayster? What were your thoughts coming into this match?
No, I mean, I wasn't even thinking about them at all. You know, we knew we were going to come in and handle business. You know, they're a pretty ass team. I don't know what all the hype is around this match. I mean, look at the fucking scores.
I did.
Scott, come on. You know what the hype was about. I mean, all right. Do you guys think you're the best team in the game right now?
Yeah, I would say we're up there. You know, I'm not going to say we're completely the 100% best. You know, maybe a little bad karma will come around. But, yeah, I would definitely say we're up there. I'll give the FaZe boys a shout. They're pretty good, too, so.
Scrap, obviously very tough finals that you guys had last year. It was your rookie year. You had a great season, but the end, just not so sweet. So picking up Envoy, what are you hoping to change with this team going into this year?
Yeah, you know, Dill brings a lot of, you know, leadership. You know, he's been, you know, been to champs a few times, won champs. You know, he has a lot of experience. He just brings overall just, you know, more teamwork to us. Our comms, I don't know, but I feel like our comms, for me, it just feels way better. You know, and everyone on this team can shit on someone at any given moment. So, you know, it's a good feeling.
Scrap, it's interesting that you bring up comms because I wanted to ask, clearly Toronto Ultra is known for having some of the cleanest comms in the game. When you guys brought Dylan in, did you have to teach him at all or go over that with him, or did he just instantly mesh right away with you guys?
Nah, you know, Dill meshed in like perfect with us. I can't lie. You know, it felt like, you know, this has been the Ultra team for years. And yeah, you know, it's another good thing to have another year with clean comms and just know what's going on around the map. And yeah, it's going to be a fun one this year.
Scrap, final question for you. What are you getting your teammates for the holidays?
You know, they're getting my friendship. You know, I didn't really get them anything. You know, they'll get my love and respect. And yeah, we're going to move on. Hopefully we win some championships together. And, you know, that would be the present.
Love, respect. You can't ask for anything more from this guy. Getting respected by Scrappy? That's a whole nother level. Scrappy, congrats on the win tonight.
Thank you. Have a good one.
The most disrespectful, respectful young man you're going to see on the broadcast tonight. Scrap celebrates the dubs, and I love a character. He is one of the few in the CDL, one that is confident enough to be able to talk smack this early in a year. Pretty awesome stuff there from Toronto, but we got to catch everyone up on the whole day. Let's go all the way back. Miami. Røkkr, Minnesota, going to some Game 5s leading up to the day. Meanwhile, Heretics only 1 map drop leading into this series.
And it was a really close one, too. I mean, about 8 points difference. Unfortunately, Vehicle had a really slow map in that map number 1, but hit that instant bounce back as they head into map number 2. Miami's just solidifying themselves this early in the season as one of the top teams to look out for. They set the pace. They have great chemistry, and almost feels like a little bit of a revenge against the rest of the league that some of these players weren't on starting rosters for a couple of years.
Yeah, today was a statement, and I'm going to focus a little bit on the individuals. I mean, Metals and Journey today, like the slang ability that they put on, it was just beautiful. Metals was moving around with that rival. Like, he looked like some of the best players that we have here in our league. So for Heretics, I keep saying it, man, the sky is the limit. Who's going to stop them? We'll figure out next after the break. They got some time to improve even more.
Just saying, Heretics, I'm an XL. If a jersey happens to make its way up to Boston at the first major, I may be wearing it at the bar afterwards. Let's go in to the second battle of the day. Subliners going up against Vegas Legion. In Vegas, well, they had been clinched on, and they clinched. Tonight, they got swept 3-0.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. It was honestly the Hydra show throughout this whole day. I think the biggest problem for Vegas Legion right now is that it was literally a 2v4 that map number 2. They're supposed to be a really good search and destroy team, and they allowed themselves to get picked apart by Hydra +1. Typically, it was either Skyz or Kismet. And then you get into that map number 3, he drops 29 and 17 on their forehead, 3-1. You just can't get beaten by just one player. I mean, shout out to New York again. These are our defending champs, and they have great team chem, but it really felt like it was all on Hydra today.
I also feel like they were kind of beating themselves. I mean, in the hard point, like, they were leading. They were in a great situation. They throw that away. It's been the same story the last 3 series. And then in the S&D, once again, like, they have favorable positions, 4v2s, 3v2s that they're challenging in man-to-man scenarios. That just can't be happening. So for Vegas Legion, that's definitely the biggest takeaway for them after these first set of games is, like, we need to close out these games, like, slow it down.
Vegas looking for another win in their next matchup. Atlanta FaZe, though, sitting pretty at the top of the leaderboard. They were going up against the 2-1 Seattle Surge. At the end of the fight, FaZe feeling good. 9-3 map count and a 3-0 match record, Allie.
Yeah, Seattle disappointed me just a little bit today, but Atlanta FaZe, you know, kind of solidifying the fact that they're probably one of the best teams in the game. Their respawn is just disgusting right now, which is funny because when we talk Atlanta FaZe, usually it's the opposite. Usually they have a really strong search and destroy. So for them to have a grasp on respawn this early, I mean, that is terrifying for the rest of the league.
A super swift Saturday, only 2 series going to a game number 4 as you all head out to happy hours. Say hello to your friendly bartender. And if you're hopping on the sticks, come see me in Warzone. That's going to do it for tonight's show. But remember, we're live all week, and this is week 2 of our Major I qualifiers, and it continues on a Sunday with 3 more matches. Everything kicks off at 2:45 Eastern here. And Allie, I got to get your opinion. Which one of these 3 has potential to go the distance?
Definitely number 3. The Ultra versus Boston Breach match, I think, will be a grueler.
Yo, Ravens got to go to bed and then wake up and play OpTic? Oh my goodness, they're in the blender.
Carolina, sleep tight, get some rest. You're going to need it in the morning. OpTic's playing first, and it starts at 3 o'clock Eastern. We'll see you then.
You know I'm a renegade. Baby, I'm a renegade.
Breaking all the rules. At the mind now, this ain't win or lose. This is what you wanted from me, lit the fuse. Be a pawn all my life, I refuse. You were scheming all my life, now you need me. Not seeing it as a big deal, it's something I can't repeat. In the lab like Dexter, you sabotage like Dee. Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now, I'm knee deep. Yeah, I got the crown now, it's mine now. I can't be minimized, on the throne you've been advised. Wanted me down, but I switched it up, I'm top tier, better listen up. Overhype can't trip me up, over the way had to lift me up. What a shot, look how it rolls, even if nobody knows ya. On my own